Chapter 1384. Lu Yi was ambushed. Seemingly knowing that Yang Yan would say that, Yang Kai smiled slightly and handed the Star Emperor token exchanged with Jie Qi to Yang Yan. Yang Yan took it, with complex emotions showing on his face. He stroked it lightly, his expression was constantly changing, and there was a hint of memory in his beautiful eyes. Yang Kaidwan sat aside and didn't make a sound to disturb. After half an hour, Yang Yan's expression changed, he let out a heavy breath, and handed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai. Put this thing away, it might be of great use in the future. Useful. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How to use it? I don't know. Yang Yan shook his head slowly. It's just my feeling. If you ask me to explain it, I can't understand it. But it must hide some secrets, and it is rumored that the Emperor has refined 10 star coins in total in his life. Emperor Ling, maybe you need to get all 10 pieces together to solve the mystery. After finishing speaking, he laughed at himself again, but it is too difficult to collect 10 Star Emperor tokens. It is a great chance for ordinary people to get one piece in their lifetime. How can they get 10 pieces together? Really? Yang Kai showed a strange smile. I still have it here. What? Yang Yan looked at him in astonishment, and immediately, her beautiful eyes widened, looking at another Star Emperor token that appeared strangely in Yang Kai's hand, speechless for a long time. That piece of Star Emperor token was basically exactly the same as what Jie Qi exchanged, without any difference. It was the kind with the internally sealed supernatural powers activated, but the remaining imperial prestige was very clear. Obviously it was also the product of the Emperor's refining things. This is not over yet. Yang Kai held his hand, and another Star Emperor token appeared. And when Yang Yan saw the third Star Emperor token, he couldn't help covering his mouth with his hands, his beautiful eyes trembled violently, and murmured, could it be that this is? This third piece of Star Emperor token is obviously different from the first two pieces. Although the style is the same, but inside it exudes palpitating energy fluctuations. Yang Yan is well informed, so why can't he see its hidden mystery? Well, this is a complete Star Emperor token. Yang Kai smiled and threw it to Yang Yan. Yang Yan took it in a hurry. An unexpected scene happened. When the intact Star Emperor token was caught by Yang Yan, a circle of aura was visibly rippling, and at the same time, there was a clear and crisp bird song from the Star Emperor token. The sparrow was not a sparrow, and it was extremely loud. At the same time, a cyan, slender, strange bird pattern with long feathers behind its tail flashed away on the Star Emperor token. Immediately afterwards, the fluctuation of the Saint Yuan in Yang Yan's body and the energy contained in the Star Emperor's token resonated a bit, and both of them floated involuntarily. There was a loud sneer, and the spiritual energy in the entire Shifu was in chaos for an instant, and a coercion that made Yang Kai suddenly change color fell from the sky. Yang Kai didn't understand what happened at all. He hurriedly took out the purple shield, circulated the Saint Yuan to guard his body, and then his divine sense came out to check the condition of Yang Yan. After some investigation, Yang Kai was surprised. He found that there was no sign of something wrong with Yang Yan. Instead, he seemed to be receiving some information from the Star Emperor token. His beautiful eyes were tightly closed, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and his brows sometimes tightened and sometimes relaxed. This kind of scene didn't last long, only a dozen breaths of effort. Just when Yang Kai didn't know what to do, Yang Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and grabbed the Star Emperor token floating in front of her on the ground, lightly landed on the ground, staring blankly, with a thoughtful face. What happened? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Yan glanced at him, and answered irrelevantly, you haven't refined it, have you? Can this thing be refined? Yang Kai was astonished. Yang Yan smiled slightly. This is also a kind of secret treasure, but it is only a one-time secret treasure, and it can be refined naturally. But fortunately, you have kept it hidden and never used it, otherwise you will definitely die. Yang Kai didn't show any surprise. Guizhu had told him about this kind of thing before, so no matter how dangerous the situation these years, he never had the idea of using the Star Emperor token, this kind of trump card to die with the enemy. Of course he would not take it out easily. You seem to know a lot. Yang Kai looked at her with a slight frown. What do you want to say? Yang Yan pursed her red lips lightly, with a slightly disturbed expression. Since you fell into a coma for no reason last time, I feel that you have changed a lot. What are you hiding? Is there anything you can't tell me? Yang Kai decided to express his doubts during this period, especially today. When that Jie Qi saw Yang Yan, he acted submissively like seeing a ghost, but Yang Yan said that he had never seen him before. But now, this Star Emperor token actually resonated with Yang Yan, so Yang Kai couldn't ignore it anymore. He wanted to have a frank and honest talk with Yang Yan. I'm not trying to hide anything, it's just. There was a hint of hesitation on Yang Yan's face. Just what? It's just that I'm not sure myself, so I didn't say it. When I'm sure, I'll tell you, okay. Yang Yan looked at him pleadingly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Tell me how to refine this thing, I have studied it a few times before, but found nothing. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't continue to press, Yang Yan also heaved a sigh of relief, and laughed happily. I just found out, hee hee. Saying so, a ray of sword-like Saint Yuan unexpectedly condensed on the fingertips, and with a quick stroke, a cut was made on the wrist, and the bright red blood flowed out immediately, and Yang Yan stuck the Star Emperor token on the wound. Yang Kai heard a creepy sound like a hungry ghost devouring flesh, and the blood that flowed from Yang Yan's wrist wound was absorbed by the Star Emperor token. In the blink of an eye, the Star Emperor Ling became as red as blood. After finishing all this, Yang Yan seemed a little tired, threw the Star Emperor token to Yang Kai, and sat down cross-legged. Is this enough? Yang Kai looked at the Star Emperor token in his hand in amazement, and found that it only changed in color, and nothing else changed. Yang Yan nodded seriously. Yang Kai looked suspicious. If it needs fresh blood to refine it, it should also be provided by the refiner. What does Yang Yan provide blood for? You'll know if you try it. Yang Yan pouted, then stood up, walked outside, and said, these 3 Star Emperor tokens must be kept safe. Understood. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. After Yang Yan left, Yang Kai held the bright red Star Emperor token in the palm of his hand suspiciously, and tried to pour the Saint Yuan into it. Unexpectedly, the Saint Yuan was easily poured into it without any hindrance, and there was no to stimulate the signs of the internal sealing supernatural power. The current Star Emperor token is like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring Yang Kai's Saint Yuan, and establishing a vague connection with it. This is clearly the beginning of refining the secret treasure. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and immediately understood what Yang Yan said was right. This piece of Star Emperor token could really be refined, so he spared no effort to put his heart into it. At the same time, in a jungle about 300 miles away from Longshe Mountain, a young man gallops forward seemingly carelessly, at an unhurried pace. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely attack him immediately, for no other reason. This guy is the Luyun Valley Luyi who made Yang Kai hate him. And looking at the direction of his flight, it is obvious that he is going to return to Xia's house. The corners of Luyi's mouth were slightly raised, and the chuckle on his face was intriguing. Suddenly, the star shuttle under his feet turned and flew directly towards the jungle. After a while, he landed gently on the ground and stood there with his hands behind his back. It was quiet all around, only the breeze blowing by and the rustling of the branches and leaves. What? You are lying in ambush here, aren't you here to wait for Lu? Lu has already arrived, why don't you show up quickly? Lu Yi tilted his head and glanced at the thick trees on both sides. No one answered, and no one showed up, as if Lu Yi was the only one here. But Lu Yi looked determined, and sneered, a group of cowardly people dare to ambush Lu. Well, since you don't want to show up, don't blame Lu for being rude. Boy, you have good eyesight. You can actually see through our concealment method. It's a pity, your life is over. A loud voice sounded, and the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from a big tree. Immediately afterwards, there were clattering noises all around, and there were silhouettes of people all around, all looking at Lu Yi with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was surrounded heavily, and it seemed that there was no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. At the auction just now, Lu Yi was extremely generous, so he was naturally targeted by countless people. Although he quietly left early at the last moment of the auction, he was still secretly followed by many people. Knowing that he was going back to Xia's house to settle down, he lay in ambush in the jungle ahead of time and waited for the rabbit. Sure enough, Lu Yi really passed by here, but what those plotters didn't expect was that Lu Yi was so bold that he dared to throw himself into the trap even though he knew someone was lying in wait. The person who spoke earlier had cultivation at the first level of Void Return. He had a short stature and a big bump on his forehead. He looked extremely ugly. He looked at Lu Yi sinisterly, with a malicious smile on his face. He nodded and said, "Not bad, the courage is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a courageous kid for many years. Brother Chang, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it quickly." On the other side, a half-old man with 3 long beards urged impatiently. Although on the surface, this half-old man was older than Cheng, the surname Wu Jie is much older, but the age difference between the two is actually not that big, only the appearance is different. That's right, there are many dreams in the night. This kid has a lot of money, and he will definitely gain a lot later. What's the hurry? The martial artist surnamed Cheng snorted coldly. It's natural to do it, but how should we distribute this thing? Should we discuss it first? There are 3 groups in total, 3 people from returning Void Mirror, some from other Saint King Realm, and some from Saint Realm. There are about 15 or 6 people in total. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Suyan. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1385 10,000 Poisons and Evil GU. The situation prevailed, and none of the 3 groups took Emir Luyi seriously. After all, under the investigation of the divine sense, he only had the 3rd level cultivation of the Holy King. Discuss the division of interests. A person who can spend 40 million Saint Crystals at the auction should still have some Saint Crystal remnants on him. What's more, the things he bought at the auction are also excellent treasures, enough to divide up. The 3 groups are not from high backgrounds, and the power they belong to can only be comparable to that of Lu Yonggu where Lu Yi is. Strict family rules, generally more self-disciplined. There is such a big fat sheep in front of you, everyone is drooling when looking at it, they all feel that their side is stronger, and they need to share more. In a short while, the 3 void returning mirrors are arguing there, spitting stars flying around, no one would back down. Lu Yi stood there with an indifferent expression, without any panic, as if the person these people were talking about was not himself, but his expression gradually became impatient. Seeing that the 3 of them were getting more and more noisy, Lu Yi finally couldn't help it, and snorted coldly, a trash who has more than failed to succeed. As soon as this remark came out, all 3 void returning mirrors looked at him in astonishment, and the martial artist surnamed Cheng pretended to dig out his ears, and exclaimed in surprise, "Boy, what did you just say? Do you have the guts to say it again? Listen. I said that you are just a bunch of trash. You kill people and take money. You start discussing the distribution of benefits before you are dead. It's really ridiculous. Do you think you can eat Lu?" Lu Yi smiled sarcastically and disdainfully. The martial artist surnamed Cheng's complexion darkened, his expression turned ferocious, and he chuckled. "You too, this kid is impatient, since he wants to die, why not let him be fulfilled first, and then we can sit down and discuss it." The other 2 were also very irritated by Lu Yi's rampant words, so naturally there was no reason to disagree. And the martial artist surnamed Cheng grinned, waved his hand, and sternly shouted, "Chop him into meat, I want him to regret being born in this world." With an order, many Saint King Realm and Saint Realm warriors sacrificed their secret treasures, and were about to launch an attack, when Lu Yi's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloomy, and he laughed loudly. "You trash can also want to attack. Plotting against the deity's life. For hundreds of thousands of years, you are the most daring people the deity has ever seen." What? The 3 void returning mirrors were stunned when they heard the words, and a sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts inexplicably, as if something bad was about to happen. After Lu Yi laughed wildly, he waved his hands, and suddenly blood-red rays of light shot out, rushing towards the warriors present. There was a strange sound coming from the blood-red light. It seemed to be some kind of living thing, which made everyone's complexion change drastically, and they tried to resist, but a desperate scene appeared. No matter whether they were attacking or defending, they couldn't resist it at all. The blood-red rays of light bullied him, not to mention the Saint King Realm and the Saint Realm, even the 3 void returning mirrors, including the martial artist surnamed Cheng, were all hit. The blood-red light just flickered slightly, and then regarded their body protectors as nothing, twisted and directly penetrated into their bodies, and disappeared. What? The martial artist surnamed Cheng yelled in horror, stepped back a few steps involuntarily, and hurriedly released his spiritual thoughts to check himself while his face was pale. But what surprised him was that there was nothing wrong with him, the Shengyuan was running smoothly, the meridians were open, and the consciousness was not affected in the slightest. So what is the effect of the blood-red light just now? After practicing for so many years, it was the first time for a martial artist surnamed Cheng to encounter such a strange thing. Suspiciously, he turned his head and looked at the other 2 void return mirrors, and found that they were all just like him, suspicious, with uncertain expressions. Find any useful information. And after releasing those blood-red rays of light, Lu Yi didn't move, just stood there, looked at them with a contemptuous gaze, and snorted dissatisfiedly. "I thought I could attract many useful people, but I didn't expect that only you 3 trash came here. Anyway, it's still useful to some extent. From now on, you all obey the deity." Extract. The martial artist surnamed Cheng frowned slightly after hearing his words. After thinking for a while, his face changed drastically. "You deliberately sold so generously at the auction, just to attract people to rob you." Hearing the words, the other two void-returning mirrors also wanted to understand the whole story for a moment, and couldn't help but look at Lu Yi with some apprehension. No matter what this person wants to do, this intention alone is enough to make people suspicious, and no one knows what the blood-red light was just now. You are not qualified to ask questions. You listen to the deity's orders strangely, but you can't die, if not. What else? The martial artist surnamed Cheng obviously didn't want to sit still, or rather, he didn't believe that the blood-red light could have any mysterious uses. After all, he didn't feel any discomfort right now. Maybe the other party is just playing tricks. He consoled himself. Otherwise the ending will be miserable. Lu Yi grinned, his smile extremely sinister. Just as he finished speaking, the martial artist surnamed Cheng suddenly put his hands on his head and screamed loudly. The howling sound was like being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Everyone was shocked. In just 3 short breaths of time, the whole body of the martial artist surnamed Cheng was wet with sweat, and his whole body was bent into a shrimp shape. A sound came from the depths of his throat, and the low growl like a beast showed his pain, and the skin all over his body was flushed, as if he might explode and die at any moment. What did you do to Brother Cheng? What was that thing just now? Another void return mirror's eyes quivered slightly, and asked in a startled voice. Not only the martial artist surnamed Cheng was hit by the blood-red light, but everyone present was also hit. Seeing the martial artist surnamed Cheng being tortured like this, he naturally gave birth to a sad mood like a rabbit dying in a fox mourning. I just gave him a 10,000 poisonous evil GU, why make such a fuss? Lu Yi sneered. 1,000 poison evil GU. Everyone heard the words and looked at each other. Although no one had heard of it, judging from what happened to the warrior surnamed Cheng, it was obviously not a good thing. The expression of the half-grown old man flickered for a moment, and suddenly he pointed his hand, and a pitch-black long sword appeared strangely. The long sword was surrounded by black air, and there was a bloody air faintly. As the black air struggled and squirmed, it suddenly turned into a length the long black snake, swallowing the snake core, opened its mouth to bite Lu Yi. He actually planned to kill Lu Yi directly. This idea is correct. No matter what the 10,000 poisonous evil GU is, it can make the martial artist surnamed Cheng miserable, obviously because of being manipulated by this Lu Yi. The half-grown old man is also affected by the 10,000 poisonous evil GU. If you want to get rid of it, only to kill Lu Yi by surprise first. In his mind, Lu Yi was just a warrior at the 3rd level of the Holy King, and he was able to stand here so calmly, without any fear, obviously relying on the strangeness of the 10,000 poisonous evil GU. But even if the Wandu Xie GU is powerful, if the person is dead, that thing is useless, right? The half-aged old man is also a decisive person. When he thinks about it, he immediately strikes without any warning, and the strike is extremely ruthless, and directly sacrifices his most powerful secret treasure. The black snake pounced in front of Lu Yi in an instant, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of the half-grown old man's mouth, and he secretly cried out in his heart. But the next moment, his eyeballs were rounded. Because Lu Yi unexpectedly stretched out a hand, and grabbed the black snake, seemingly in a hurry, and grabbed the black snake in the palm of his hand. The black snake struggled and squirmed, trying to get rid of Lu Yi's control, but it can't be done anyway. How is it possible? The face of the half-old man changed greatly. This secret treasure of his was extremely sinister, not to mention holding it like this, even if it was contaminated by the black energy, the warriors of the Saint King realm would immediately become unconscious, and would only do whatever they wanted. It is up to oneself to slaughter, but the other party is actually as if nothing happened. This scene startled the half-grown old man, but at any rate he was a void-returning mirror, with extremely rich fighting experience. With a thought, the black snake held by Lu Yi suddenly opened its mouth, and a jet of black venom shot out. It came out and sprayed directly on Lu Yi's face. Let's see if you die or not. The half-grown old man drank in a low voice with a ferocious face. After saying this, he opened his mouth and couldn't close it anymore. He was shocked to find that even after being sprayed by the venom, Lu Yi was not injured at all, only a piercing sound came from his face, and Lu Yi's expression gradually became extremely violent, and his eyes were extremely cold. Meeting those two eyes, the half-grown old man trembled, and a chill hit his head and toes. He felt the call of death. Lu Yezhong stretched out his other hand, slowly wiped off the venom on his face, and said in a low voice, I wanted to save your life, but you are looking for your own death, so it's no fault of this deity. After saying that, he stared coldly at the half-grown old man. The next moment, the half-grown old man was billowing with energy and blood, the surface of his skin was as red as a soldering iron, and his body began to swell unexpectedly. No, forgive, The half-grown old man shouted in horror. Before he could finish speaking, he burst into a cloud of blood, leaving no bones left. The smell of blood rose to the sky. The other void-returning mirror saw this scene in his eyes, and he froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of monster did he and others provoke? It's just that the cultivation base of the third level of the Holy King not only ignores all the attacks of the semi-elderly old man, but also makes him explode and die with a single thought. Is this something that the Holy King can do? After killing the half-grown old man, Lu Yi casually threw the black snake in his hand on the ground. Without the master's driving, the black snake turned into a black longsword again. Lu Yi took out a brocade handkerchief and wiped it. Only then did he look at the last virtual return mirror. The warrior was also very discerning, knowing that he was doomed. Seeing Lu Yi looking towards him, he immediately half-kneeled on the ground, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "I wish to serve you as the master, and I will go through fire and water from now on, and I will not hesitate." The void-returning mirror did this, and the other saint kings and saints looked at each other, and they all knelt on the ground, swearing allegiance. The martial artist surnamed Cheng was tortured a lot, and he was afraid of Lu Yi. How could he resist? He also hurriedly got up, expressing his willingness to follow Lu Yi around. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1386 Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. Chapter 1386 Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. The reactions of these people obviously made Lu Yi very satisfied. Even though he knew they had no sincerity at all, Lu Yi didn't need it. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, how about flattery? The corner of his mouth twitched, and Lu Yi nodded with a smile. Okay, since you are so sincere, it's okay to spare your lives, but, forget about entering the Holy Realm, your strength is too low, it's useless, let's kill them all. Everyone's face changed greatly when they heard the words, especially those martial artists who had entered the Holy Realm. They were panicked. They never thought that even if they bowed their knees, they would not be able to escape, and they immediately begged for mercy. The two void-returning mirrors are also helping out. After all, these people who have entered the Holy Realm are considered their juniors. How can they just kill them? Lu Yi was unmoved, and said lightly, "Do you still need to do it yourself?" The martial artist surnamed Cheng and the other void-returning mirror were stunned when they heard the words, and then recalled the tragic death of the half-old man just now. There was a series of crackling sounds, and without exception, the heads of all those who entered the Holy Realm were smashed and died tragically on the spot. Lu Yi nodded lightly, expressing his satisfaction with this, and ordered, "I have something for you to do." "But master, please order." The martial artist surnamed Cheng said respectfully. "No matter what method you use, be it seduction or captivity, find some void return mirrors for this deity. The strength should not be lower than the two of you, and you should find more at the Saint King realm." Yes. Hearing this, the martial artist surnamed Cheng immediately understood what Lu Yi was planning to do. The young man clearly wanted to use the same method to win over his subordinates, and he was secretly happy in his heart without any sense of rejection. Human psychology is so subtle. If you suffer a loss, of course you are happy to see others suffer together, so that your mood will be much more balanced. "But master, where are we going to take those people?" Xie family. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he sacrificed the star shuttle and flew towards the Xie family's main altar. After he left, the martial artist surnamed Cheng panted heavily. When he was tortured by Lu Yi just now, he almost thought he was going to die. He didn't expect to have a life left. Naturally, he was very lucky at this time. "Brother Cheng, do we really want to take orders from this kid?" Another void return mirror stared at the direction where Lu Yi disappeared, and asked with a frown. His face was full of unwillingness, even though he was faster than anyone else when he expressed his allegiance just now, but there was some rejection in my heart. Anyway, Lu Yi's cultivation level is also a bit lower than his, and he was born in Luyun Valley, which is not very powerful. How can he let himself be loyal to such a person? Then what else can we do? Brother Ren, do you want to try the pain of the heart? The martial artist surnamed Cheng recalled the torture he suffered just now, and couldn't help shivering. The warrior surnamed Ren also had an extremely ugly face, hesitatingly said, "But this kid. It's weird, isn't it?" The martial artist surnamed Cheng thought thoughtfully. Accordingly, Luyun Valley's power is not strong, so how could there be such an evildoer? But his methods are unimaginable. "Fear, Brother Ren, are you sure you can take a blow from the black snake sword?" The martial artist Ren surnamed quickly shook his head. The black snake sword is the secret treasure that the half-old man relies on most. Obviously not low. You and I fight alone, and we are definitely not his opponent. He is only at the 3rd level of the Holy King now, so if he is promoted to the 3rd level of Void returning one day, hee, Brother Ren, don't you know that under the big tree? The reason for enjoying the cool air. Hearing what he said, the warrior surnamed Ren's eyes lit up. Furthermore, your family and I are not strong. This time Diwan is born, everyone wants to get a share. If we can join hands with that kid, maybe we can also get some benefits, and this 10,000 poisonous evil GU is not it's so weird, I've never even heard of it, and few people know the way to undo it. Brother Cheng is right, so we might as well obey him first, anyway, the future will be long. That's right, that's what I mean too. The martial artist surnamed Cheng nodded immediately. The two reached an agreement, so naturally they wanted to carry out the task assigned by Lu Yi, and planned to find some void return mirrors to lure them to Xia's house, and let Lu Yi plant 10,000 poisonous evil GU. Half a month later, in Longshe Mountain Stone Mansion, Yang Kai looked at the blood-red Star Emperor token in his hand, and his eyes showed a touch of joy. After half a month of refining, he finally refined this intact Star Emperor token into his body. Speaking of which, he has also heard of such one-time secret treasures, and they are all powerful things. However, due to the limitation of the number of times of use, ordinary craftsmen will not refine them easily. It's just that I didn't expect that I could get one, and it was the famous Star Emperor token. This internal seal is the Emperor's supernatural power. It can be said that once used, it will be invincible to the Dark Star. But the consequences are equally huge. The great Emperor's supernatural powers are no small matter. If he does not have enough strength to lift the seal, it is very likely that he will die with the enemy. Yang Kai pays himself that he can't untie it now, even if he reaches the Void Return Mirror, he has to think about it, and he may have to go to the Void Return 3rd layer to be eligible to use it. Playing with it happily for a while, Yang Kai took it into his body, and when he was about to practice the Golden Blood Thread secret technique, his expression suddenly changed, he raised his head and stared in one direction, showing a look of astonishment. After a while, Yang Kai got up and disappeared into the stone mansion like a ghost, restraining his breath, and flew towards the outside of Longshe Mountain quietly. This matter was in the dark night, and Yang Kai deliberately hid his whereabouts, so no one in the entire Dragon Cave Mountain noticed that Yang Kai had left. Half an hour later, on a wasteland about 200 miles away from Sky Fate City, Yang Kai's figure fell down. Not far away, there was a graceful figure standing there, as if waiting for him, aware of his arrival, raised his eyes to look this way, and said helplessly, "I knew it, I can't hide it from you." Nonsense. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "You gave me the token of the Great Mountain Protecting Formation, so of course I've noticed when you opened the Great Formation." It was Yang Yan who quietly left Longshe Mountain in the middle of the night. "What are you running out for?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "I want to go to a place." Yang Yan didn't hide anything, and answered. "Where are you going? Why didn't you tell me?" Yang Kai looked at her with dissatisfaction. "Today, dragons and snakes are mixed around Yuncheng, and all major forces are stationed here to monitor the movement of Emperor Garden, but Emperor Garden has remained silent for so long, but the warriors who stayed here couldn't bear to be lonely. After all, there were enmities between many forces. There are fights happening near Tianyan City every day, and people die every day. The grievances between these forces, Shadow Moon Hall naturally will not intervene at will, so the situation near Sky Fortune City is getting more and more chaotic. It is actually very dangerous for Yang Yan to leave alone." Yang Kai is of course a little angry. "Didn't you follow here?" Yang Yan pouted. "Tell me, where do you want to go secretly?" Yang Kai looked at her helplessly. "I'll know when I get there." Yang Yan grinned, and before Yang Kaifa could ask, he said leisurely, "When I get there, I might know a lot of things, and I might answer a lot of your questions. Don't ask me now, because I don't know how to answer." Yang Kai frowned tightly, and after a while he nodded slightly. "Let me explain to Longshe Mountain, and then we will set off." "No need, I have already greeted Wu Yi and Qian Yu." Yang Yan stuck out his tongue, and Yang Kai realized that she had no intention of leaving him alone. Can't help but laugh dumbfoundedly. But Yang Yan wiped the space ring, took out a long shuttle-like secret treasure, and gently threw it forward. In an instant, the brilliance was shining, and the secret treasure of the long shuttle grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became 1 foot high and 3 feet long, quietly suspended in front of it, looking like a shark. "This is..." Yang Kai stared dumbfounded. "My improved flying secret treasure, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle, is the first time I use it. It should be pretty good." Yang Yan smiled slightly, and poured a piece of Saint Yuan into the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. Shuo suddenly appeared in entrance. Yang Yan flew into it lightly, beckoned to Yang Kai, turned around and disappeared inside. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement, circled the flying shark battle shuttle several times before following in. Entering the interior, Yang Kai was stunned again, because from the outside, the so-called flying shark battle shuttle was only 3 feet long, but when he entered the interior, he found that there was a hole in the interior. There were several rooms alone, although the space not big, but definitely not small either. A wave of power that Yang Kai was familiar with lingered around. The power of space. After a short search, Yang Kai discovered Yang Yan's trace, walked straight there, and came to a room filled with various formations. The whole room was full of aura, and pieces of round things like holy crystals were placed in the grooves, densely packed, innumerable. Shengjing Yuan. This is the holy crystal source that only stone puppets can condense, and its grade is even higher than the top-grade holy crystal. At this moment, Yang Yan was fiddling with something in front of a formation disc. Yang Kai went over to take a look, and found that the formation disc in front of him actually showed a clear route, and the light spots were flickering, somewhat similar to a star map. Yang Yan chose a spot of light with ease, and the next moment, Yang Kai noticed that the flying shark shuttle swayed slightly, and it shot forward like a lightning bolt. Spiritual mind protruded out, and Yang Kai suddenly changed color after a slight inspection. He found that the flying speed ratio of the flying shark war shuttle was several times faster than that of the star shuttle, and it had reached an extremely terrifying level. You asked me to pour the power of space into those things a while ago, just to refine this thing. Yang Kai looked surprised and looked around. Yes, you can even refine this kind of thing. Yang Kai was really shocked. This so-called flying shark battle shuttle is completely a miniature version of a battleship, and it is of a very high grade. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at W Suyan. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1387 Broken Void. You must know that the warships on Gloom Star are not high grade, and the number is very small, only some big sects can own them. The warship that the High K family dispatched to the star field last time was leased from the Shadow Moon Palace at a high price. For this reason, the High K family paid a huge price at that time. It is not that simple to refine a battleship. It is very likely that hundreds or even more refiners will be required to work together, and it will take many years to complete. And Yang Yan has achieved this level with his own strength. Small is a little small, but it is already considered a battleship after all. What's the matter? I can refine even bigger ones. Yang Yan was extremely proud. If he had a tail, he would have already reached the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, suddenly felt his mouth a little dry, and looked at her expectantly. Why is the dark star isolated from the world, unable to communicate with other stars in the star field? It is nothing more than that the location is too remote, and it is several years away from the nearest star with life activities, and on this road, there are many crises and thorns, and the refining level on the dark star the warships produced by the Chinese government simply cannot support such long-distance and high-risk flights. If there is a Void King-class battleship, or a Void-class top-rank warship, then the warriors of Gloom Star can completely restore their connection with the outside world. Yang Kai has been living in the Gloomy Star for a long time, and he also knows that there are only 2 ways to leave the Gloomy Star. One is the strength of his own cultivation. He can ignore all kinds of dangers in the starfield, relying on his own strength to speed up after that long star road. The second way is to rely on warships that are not low in grade. But neither of these 2 things can be easily achieved. Not to mention the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth in the dark star, which prevent warriors from breaking through to the Void King mirror, and the battleship that can withstand all kinds of dangers in the star field cannot be born. But now, Yang Yan took out one. The flying shark battle shuttle is definitely a powerful secret treasure that can support starfield voyages. This made him see the hope of leaving Gloom Star. He suddenly felt that the distance between himself and the beautiful woman he had been longing for had suddenly shortened a lot. Before getting the news of Su Yan, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts, but knowing that Su Yan was also living in a certain place in this star field, he wanted to dream of finding her one day. And Shaning Shang, who lives in Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai wanted to go back and take a look to see how she was doing. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him in a daze, Yang Yan didn't know what he was thinking, so he glanced at him and said, okay, after this matter is over, I'll just go back and let you see it. It has been refined, but it has been kept in the underground secret storehouse of Longshe Mountain, but there are still some improvements to be made, and it is a bit reluctant to use it now. Does our Dragon Cave Mountain have an underground secret library? Yang Kai was even more stunned. Yang Yan chuckled lightly. You have practiced in closed doors all day, so of course you don't know. Yang Kai was ashamed. Speaking of it, although he is the master of Longshe Mountain, he never cared about the big and small affairs in the mountain. The only thing he cares about is the problem of funds. If he is short of Saint Crystal and materials, he will think about it. The method, as for what those holy crystals and materials did, he didn't care. In the past, he thought that Longshe Mountain was spending money like water because Yang Yan was arranging formations, but now he knew that Yang Yan was refining battleships. No wonder no matter how many holy crystals and materials there are, they are not enough for her to squander. Thinking about the scale of the battleships he saw on the water moon star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce before, Yang Kai knew it. While speaking, the flying shark battle shuttle galloped forward at an extremely fast speed, and Yang Kai's spiritual sense protruded out, almost unable to keep up with its galloping speed. One could imagine how fast it was. I'm going to do an experiment. If something goes wrong later, remember to save me. Yang Yan suddenly said inexplicably. What? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but before he recovered, he saw Yang Yan smiled strangely, his Saint Yuan surged, and suddenly poured into a large complex array in front of him, and immediately there was a huge explosion in the room. With the sound of humming, all the holy crystal sources placed in the grooves emitted a dazzling light, and then, frightening energy fluctuations gathered in one place. Yang Kai showed a shocked look, turned his head to look at those Saint Crystal sources, and was shocked to find that all the Saint Crystal sources were dimmed at this moment, as if all the energy inside had been emptied. I quickly calculated the sum of these energies in my heart, and it turned out that Yang Kai's temperament was good, and his face turned pale. Boom! There was a muffled sound, as if it came from the sky above, shocking people's hearts, and the flying shark shuttle trembled suddenly. The next moment, Yang Kai saw a bright and dazzling energy column shoot out from a certain place of the flying shark battle shuttle, bombarding in the void. That piece of void was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, which melted quickly and turned into a whirlpool of chaos and nothingness, which slowly rotated, emitting strong spatial power fluctuations. Void tunnel. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yang Yan had already controlled the flying shark battle shuttle and rushed towards the void tunnel. Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop him, only hearing her giggle like a silver bell. A feeling that was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar fell from the sky. It was the unique feeling of weightlessness that would appear when passing through the void tunnel and using the space magic circle. This feeling came and went quickly, and when everything stabilized, Yang Kai found that he and Yang Yan were in another strange place, and the flying shark battle shuttle was slowly emerging from a huge whirlpool. Protruded hideous body. Regardless of the shock, Yang Kai quickly released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings, and his face sank the next moment. Because not far ahead, there are two groups of people fighting, neither of them seem to be very strong, and the leader is only 1 or 2 levels of Saint King, and the rest of the Saint Realm are everywhere. The combined numbers of the two groups amounted to about 30 or 40 people. In the middle of the two groups of people, there were several corpses lying horizontally. The death conditions were horrible. And not far away, there is actually the body of an 8th rank monster, Fengwoli. One can tell at a glance that the two groups fought because of this dead monster, and it is very likely that the two parties joined forces to kill the monster beast, but in the end caused waves due to uneven distribution. This situation is too common, and Yang Kai guessed the situation with just a sweep of his spiritual sense. Aiya! Yang Yan let out a soft cry, with an embarrassed look on his face, as if he didn't expect that the flying shark battle shuttle would break the void for the first time and be seen by someone when it was teleported over a long distance. After all, it was still night. Who knew there were so many people in this wilderness? What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up, is it fun to be treated like a monkey? Yang Kai glared at her viciously. Oh! Yang Yan immediately came back to his senses, stretched out his hand to touch the formation disc in front of him, and amidst a burst of buzzing, the flying shark battle shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. And below, the two parties who were originally fighting were all stunned. Senior brother, what is that? A woman dressed as a young woman approached a warrior of the Saint King realm, and asked with trembling eyes. She didn't look very young, but she was well maintained, and her charm was still beautiful. It can be seen that she must have been a beauty when she was young, but at this moment, her pretty face was full of panic, obviously frightened by what happened just now. I don't know even for my brother. The man at the Saint King realm shook his head dully. No wonder they are ignorant, the scene just now was too shocking. A void vortex appeared out of thin air, and then the shark-like thing in the sea got out of it. Even if the void return mirror is here, I am afraid it's scary to be scared, let alone these people. But looking at it, it should be a battleship, right? The man muttered again. Is there such a small warship? The young woman was obviously a little suspicious. My little sister was lucky enough to see Lei Taizong's warship set sail back then, and it was dozens of times larger than the one just now. While the two were talking, a scream came out. The man and the young woman looked cold, and turned their heads to look, and suddenly found that a warrior on his side was severely injured by the enemy in a daze. Call out. The man was furious. Shu Laosan, you are so shameless to sneak attack. Saying this, he urged his own secret treasure once again, and blasted towards that side. The original tranquility was broken in an instant, and the two groups of people fought together again. Cloud 9. Over a certain grassland thousands of miles away from here, the Flying Shark War shuttle stopped quietly in place. Inside the battleship, the shock on Yang Kai's face has not faded, while Yang Yan is quickly replacing the Saint Crystal source. Yang Kai never thought that this Flying Shark battle shuttle could actually shatter the void. Although the consumption is huge, all the energy inside hundreds of holy crystal sources was used up at once, but this is simply unimaginable. Moreover, the space distance that the Flying Shark battle shuttle shattered the void spanned was farther than the space he had torn apart. At least Yang Kai now released his spiritual mind, completely unable to detect the original position. After a while, Yang Yan had resettled Sheng Jingyuan properly, and drove the Flying Shark battle shuttle forward again. How far can shattered void run like this? Yang Kai asked. It should be 100,000 miles just now. Yang Yan replied casually, frowning slightly, and seemed a little dissatisfied. 100,000 miles. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Well, it's just too much consumption, and the location is not easy to determine. After all, I just used the principle of the space magic circle, and it seems that I need to improve it. Yang Yan rested his chin with his fingers, thoughtfully. This kind of thing can't be leaked out, otherwise there will be a big trouble. Yang Kai said with a serious face. It's nothing if it's leaked. Yang Yan was confident, even if others get this Flying Shark shuttle, they won't be able to use it. Why? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Because others don't have the source of holy crystals. If you want to drive my Flying Shark shuttle, top-grade holy crystals are not enough. Only small condensed sources of holy crystals can meet the requirements. Yang Yan explained. Yang Kai suddenly realized. That's why you occupy the stone puppet. Yang Yan nodded happily. Poor stone puppet. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, mourning for him. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1388 Confirm one thing. The Flying Shark battle shuttle was galloping forward at an unimaginable speed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a certain room inside the battle shuttle and practiced alone, while Yang Yan was controlling the flying direction of the battle shuttle. Taking this special flying secret treasure is much better than using a star shuttle. As a result, this Zan Shuo has an independent room, the space is not small, and Yang Kai stays inside without being disturbed by the outside world, which is incomparable to star shuttle. Secondly, the Imperial Envoy star shuttle flies, during which it can resist the disturbance of the headwind and turn on the protection of the star shuttle, all of which will consume the warrior's Saint Yuan, but this Flying Shark War shuttle doesn't have so many worries, all its power all are provided by Shengjing Yuan and will not consume any power of the warrior. The third point, the flying speed of the Flying Sand War shuttle refined by Yang Yan is not comparable to that of ordinary star shuttles. At the very least, Yang Kai practiced kung fu here for more than 10 days, and he didn't feel the slightest waves, as if he was in a secret room, and the interference from the outside world couldn't reach him at all. Now he is in the realm of the third level of the Holy King, and one step ahead is the Void Return Mirror, and he can condense his own momentum. But it is not that simple to be promoted to the Void Return Mirror, at least Yang Kai can't see the hope now, and he secretly feels that he may not be able to break through by relying on hard training, maybe it needs some opportunities and external stimulation. The same is true for breaking through to the third level of the Holy King last time. I heard the news about Su Yan from Qianyu, which triggered the opportunity to break through. Yang Kai wanted to find this opportunity by cultivating various secret techniques, so these days, he has been cultivating golden blood threads, assimilating glazed beads with the world-exterminating demon eye, and even refining the last few flowing flames and flying fires. The power of the fire of consciousness has increased a lot. This increase allows him to become more relaxed and freehand when refining alchemy, and at the same time the strength of his consciousness has also greatly increased. If he uses the Lotus Secret technique, the power will definitely increase. But Yang Kai didn't find a chance to experiment. On this day, he was using the golden blood to condense a new golden blood thread, when he suddenly felt the war shuttle tremble slightly and stopped in place. Yang Kai opened his eyes, got up and walked out, and after a while, he came to Yang Yan. We're almost there, we'll use the star shuttle to fly there for the rest of the journey. Yang Yan glanced at him. Of course Yang Kai has no objection, he has always been curious about where Yang Yan is going this time, and now the answer is about to be revealed, so he is naturally looking forward to it. The two of them got out of the battle shuttle, Yang Yan played a few moves, the flying shark battle shuttle quickly became smaller, and was put into the space ring by her, then the two of them sacrificed the star shuttle, and flew forward sullenly. The more he galloped forward, the more Yang Kai could clearly feel the gathering and abundance of fire energy in the world. Gradually, his expression became weird and thoughtful. And when 2 days later, when the horizon was smeared with fiery red, the ground below him was dry, and the scene of countless gullies and cracks crisscrossing came into view, Yang Kai exclaimed, "Flowing flame sand field. You want to come the place as the flowing flame sand field?" He naturally remembered this familiar scene clearly. In the entire gloomy star, only the vicinity of the flowing flame sand field had such a harsh environment. But as far as Yang Kai knew, even if he used Star Shuttle to travel, it would take 2 or 3 months to get from Flowing Flame Sand Field to Sky Fortune City, but this time he and Yang Yan only took more than 10 days to arrive. Up. It can be seen how terrifying the speed of the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle is. Facing Yang Kai's question, Yang Yan didn't answer, but stared blankly at the fiery red in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with complex expressions, as if she was remembering but also seemed a little terrified, extremely weird. As the distance approached, her expression became more and more obvious, as if she was afraid of something, her face turned slightly pale. Yang Kai stepped forward and gently held her hand. Yang Yan was startled, turned around and saw that it was Yang Kai, forced a smile. "What are you doing here, can you tell me now?" Yang Kai stared into her eyes. "Prove one thing." Yang Yan hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. "Oh, what do you need to come to the Flowing Flame Sandfield to confirm?" Yang Kai was very surprised. When the Flowing Flame Sandfield was opened last time, Yang Yan didn't even bother to look at it. After the Flame Sand Land had been closed for several years, she actually went here on her own initiative. You know, there is no way to go deep into it now, unless you use the Star Emperor token to open the way. Back then when Yang Kai was stranded in the Flowing Flame Sand Field, he had to use the Star Emperor token to open the way to return safely, so he wasted a lot of time and suffered a lot. Yang Kai, do you believe in this life or afterlife? Yang Yan suddenly asked without thinking. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Yang Yan smiled wryly. Do you still remember that I told you that I was born with the knowledge of refining tools and formations? No one has ever taught me these things, and in my memory, I don't have the concept of parents, as if I appeared in this world out of thin air. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled even more. He didn't know what Yang Yan wanted to express, he could only comfort him and said, no one showed up at no time, maybe you have encountered something before, and your memory is a bit incomplete. Perhaps. Yang Yan smiled wryly, but didn't make any further distinctions. While speaking, the two of them had arrived at the outskirts of the hot area on the first layer of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, staring at the dark and tumbling flame barrier, feeling that Yang Kai's strength had increased greatly, and his heart was palpitating endlessly. There was a terrifying power coming from the flame barrier, even if the warriors of the Void Return 3-layer wanted to force their way in, they would have to die. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when Yang Yan came here, the flames seemed to be tumbling more violently. In my dreams for so many years, I often dreamed that I became another person, this person, all-powerful, covering the sky with one hand, and being the overlord of one side. Yang Yan stared at the front without any panic, just whispered self-mumbling. You think you are this person? Yang Kai looked at her serious face, wanted to laugh but couldn't, feeling that something was wrong. I didn't think so before, but since Diwan was born, this misty dream has become more real. Sometimes when I am meditating or refining things, these inexplicable scenes will appear. I can't help but think so about what I've experienced all these years. You came here just to prove this. Yang Kai finally figured it out, and asked in surprise, how can I prove it? What's so special here? It's very simple. Yang Yan smiled, her delicate body swayed, and disappeared in place in an instant, rushing straight into the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and she didn't know what exquisite body technique she had displayed, but Yang Kai couldn't stop it. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, Huodi turned his head and looked into the Flowing Flame Sand Field, only to see that Yang Yan's figure had disappeared into the flame barrier. hastily took out a piece of Star Emperor token. Yang Kai was about to use its power to chase it in, but the flame barrier roared and squirmed fiercely. An unimaginable resistance came out from there. Like an invisible big hand pushing and shoving, Yang Kai was directly pushed hundreds of feet away. Yang Yan's intrusion seemed to have sprinkled a handful of salt in the hot oil, causing the hot area on the first layer of the flowing flame sand field to boil completely. The sky and the earth buzzed. The red sky turned red like weeping blood at this moment, and the criss-cross gullies on the earth also cracked even bigger gaps, like the feeling of landslides and ground cracks coming from all directions. Yang Kai suddenly on steady footing, wobbly. Looking around, the aura of heaven and earth in the hot area of the first layer of the flowing flame sand field has been completely disordered, and the aura of the fire system within a radius of 1,000 miles is frantically gathering towards this side, and it has reached a level of thickness visible to the naked eye in an instant. Yang Kai stared blankly, his face pale. With such a violent gathering of energy, not to mention a mere Yang Yan breaking into it, even the most powerful person on Gloom Star would not be able to resist, and his body would be smashed to pieces in an instant. But when he saw a graceful figure standing quietly in midair, his nervousness suddenly relaxed. Yang Yan is actually fine. Although her face and movements can't be seen clearly, judging from the blurred figure, this woman seems to be pinching the law constantly, and centering on her position, the fire element aura and flowing flame sand between heaven and earth. The flames in the hot area on the ground floor were all gathering towards her. The momentum is terrifying. Such a huge change in the world has naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even warriors who are tens of thousands of miles away from here can clearly feel it. All of a sudden, many rays of light shot up into the sky, rushing towards the flowing flame sand field one after another, wanting to see what happened. Yang Kai stood in place, watching anxiously, his heart fluttering and his thoughts chaotic. He never imagined that Yang Yan would be so courageous that he would rush into the scorching hot area alone, in order to prove something, at the risk of risking his life. He was angry and anxious in his heart, but he was helpless. Every time Yang Kai wanted to get close, he would be pushed away by the huge force. Yang Kai finally realized what it means to be powerless. Rumbling, loud noises came from all directions, and the heat in the hot zone on the first layer of the flowing flame sand field was wriggling and flowing, constantly gathering toward the sun, as if her side had become a bottomless pit, no matter how much it could accept. But as time went by, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the heat in the first layer of heat area was rapidly decreasing and became thinner, and its power was also greatly reduced. He couldn't help being dumbfounded. Half an hour later, Yang Yan's tender body was clearly revealed, and the first layer of hot area had almost disappeared. Yang Kai stood on the spot and watched, only to see Yang Yan's face was solemn, his eyes were closed, and he was wearing a black robe. The wind is automatic, the long hair is fluttering, and a fiery red ring is held in both hands. The ring was about the size of a collar, but inside it emitted terrifying fire energy fluctuations. All the fire energy and heat from the hot zone were pouring into the ring and devouring it. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at WSUYAN. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1389. I am the Emperor of the Starry Sky. Yang Kai has never seen this ring before, and he can be sure that Yang Yan didn't have this kind of secret treasure before. This secret treasure seemed to appear out of thin air, and its grade, Yang Kai couldn't see it at a glance, which surprised him. You know, even if it is a void-level top-rank secret treasure, Yang Kai's eyesight can distinguish one or two, so could it be that this ring is a void-level secret treasure? With this thought, Yang Kai was startled. After another moment, everything suddenly returned to calm, and the changes in the world also disappeared without a trace in this instant. However, the first layer of hot burning area of the flowing flame sand field that made all the warriors of the gloomy star fearful, no longer exists, and only the dry and dark red land is left in place, which is shocking. Yang Yan slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai was about to open his mouth to call out, but suddenly found a strange feeling in her beautiful eyes, and immediately froze in place, squinting his eyes at her. Yang Yan fiddled with the ring in his hand. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he had found something precious after losing it. He was extremely happy. Immediately she stretched out a bright arm, and put the ring on her wrist. With a flash of light, the ring quickly became smaller, and it just fit on her white wrist. A look of satisfaction. Yang Kai, standing in midair, she suddenly raised her head and called out. Yang Kai didn't respond, but stared at her more intently, because at this moment, Yang Yan, although his appearance had not changed, gave him a completely strange feeling, as if he had become another person, which made him a little uneasy. Although he didn't know why Yang Yan had such a change, it definitely had something to do with what happened just now. Compared with why the hot area on the first layer of the flowing flame sand field disappeared, he wanted to know what happened to Yang Yan. Yang Yan didn't care about his silence, stroked the hair beside his ear, and said softly, "I know who I am now." Quote, "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked loudly. "I am the Emperor of the Starry Sky." A hint of arrogance flashed across Yang Yan's face, his slender neck was raised slightly, and a graceful and luxurious aura swayed leisurely. This kind of temperament shouldn't appear in a timid woman at all, but after appearing at this moment, it is very natural, as if this is what Yang Yan is born with, and she can't help but feel humble when looking at others. Even a strong person in the Void King realm may not necessarily have such a temperament. Yang Kai shrunk his eyes, nodded slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and suddenly his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Yang Yan. Under her dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai bent his fingers and flicked her forehead fiercely. With a soft bang, Yang Yan exclaimed, covering his forehead with his hands. His beautiful eyes were filled with a layer of water mist, and he looked at Yang Kai with aggrieved eyes. That graceful and luxurious temperament seemed to be instantly defeated by this finger, and disappeared without a trace. No trace. "Your name is Starry Sky Great Emperor, right?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at her, stretched out his hand, pinched Yang Yan's cheek and pulled it aside fiercely. "What are you doing?" Yang Yan seemed to be dazed, his mouth was stretched out of shape, and he couldn't speak clearly. "What do you say I am doing?" Yang Kai laughed and tugged even harder. "Let me go." Yang Yan kept screaming, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai. "Let go quickly, don't think that I dare not do anything to you when my main body wakes up, I want you to look good." "Wait until your main body wakes up, right?" Yang Kai stretched out his other hand, pinching the other side of Yang Yan's face, and in an instant, Yang Yan's expression twisted. His expression was angry and funny, and he slapped Yang Kai with all his teeth and claws. With a lawless look, Yang Kai remained unmoved and trampled hard. Yang Yan's tears came out. Suddenly, Yang Kai changed his expression and turned his head to look into the distance. At the same time, Yang Yan's movements also stopped. The two looked at each other, and at the same time their figures flickered and disappeared in place. During the investigation of the two people's spiritual sense, countless people from all directions were rapidly approaching here, obviously attracted by the sudden change in the world just now. After Yang Kai and Yang Yan disappeared, it took about half a cup of tea, more than a dozen rays of light of different colors flew towards this side from different directions, and when they reached the periphery of the flowing flame sand field, after seeing the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded, with incredible expressions on their faces. The hot area that existed for tens of thousands of years on Gloomy Star disappeared unexpectedly. These warriors wiped their eyes involuntarily, wanting to confirm whether they were dazzled or not. But what shocked them was that the hot zone on the first layer really disappeared so strangely. For a moment, everyone was shocked, and quickly took out the communication compass, and sent out messages one after another. As time went by, more and more warriors rushed to this place, and they all looked around in a daze. And after gathering hundreds of warriors here, everyone briefly discussed and decided to explore inside. After all, the hot area on the first floor has disappeared, which means that the genius treasure area on the second floor is unimpeded. Not sure it will pay off. But to their disappointment, after several days of searching, no one found anything in the original treasure area of the second floor genius, and all the spiritual herbs that should have existed here disappeared together with the hot area. He disappeared without a trace, and he didn't know where he went. And just when these people broke into the genius treasure area on the second floor, Yang Kai and Yang Yan had already penetrated into the majestic and continuous mountains of the fourth floor. Being able to go deep into this place is not because Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token, but because Yang Yan opened the way ahead. It is also miraculous to say that the third layer of hot zone is much more powerful than the first layer, but when Yang Yan passed by, those heat waves and flames all separated independently, as if they had spirituality, and did not dare to stop them in the slightest. The two went deep all the way without encountering any danger. Looking at the Chonglo pavilion looming in the clouds and mist, Yang Yan showed a trace of nostalgia. That is the ruins of Taishuanmen. Taishuanmen site. Yang Kai frowned, turned to look at her and asked, "Is it related to you?" "You can say yes, or you can say no." Yang Yan frowned slightly. "How do I say this? It is the sect that the Starry Sky Emperor casually supported back then." "Aren't you the Starry Sky Emperor?" Yang Kai raised his mouth slightly. Yang Yan curled his lips. "I am me, the Emperor Xingkong is the Emperor Xingkong, although we have some relationship, but I cannot represent the Emperor." Oh, Yang Kai became more interested. He had never doubted what Yang Yan said. After all, he had suspected that there might be some connection between Flowing Flame Sandfield and Starry Sky Emperor a long time ago, otherwise he would not have been there at that time. A Star Emperor token was found in the attic on the 6th floor. And Yang Yan was also unconscious when Emperor Yuan was born, and when Yang Kai awakened her consciousness, he witnessed many incredible things in her consciousness. Now she easily led her into the Flowing Flame Sandfield. Combined with all kinds of information, it is not too shocking for Yang Yan to say that she is the Emperor of the Starry Sky. Even if he felt a little uneasy and hesitant, Yang Kai still chose to believe in Yang Yan. After being silent for a long time, Yang Yan said, "Did you hear about being distracted?" Yang Kai nodded. "I'm a ray of distraction from the Great Emperor. For some reason, the Great Emperor is still in a deep sleep. The methods of refining weapons and formations that I have mastered are all inherited from the Great Emperor." Why did she fall into a deep sleep? Yang Kai raised his brows. He was not curious about that distraction, because he also had a ray of distraction, which was the secret technique peeped from the golden blood of the great demon god. This ray of distraction god was forced by the ghost ancestors when he was in the hanging continent, and entered the space circle he built to inquire about the situation. As a result, his vitality was severely injured and he was almost wiped out. But after so many years of nurturing, distraction has long since recovered, and it is even stronger than before. It's just that Yang Kai has been unable to find a carrier to use this ray of distraction. It seems to be injured. Yang Yan said surprisingly. The Emperor will also be injured. Yang Kai was startled. What's the matter with the Great Emperor? She also has an enemy, and that enemy's strength is not weaker than hers. I don't know the specific situation. The memory inherited from the main body is a bit incomplete. I only remembered it after I got here, but it should be 2 people. After the human war, the Emperor fell into a deep sleep, and now tens of thousands of years have passed. Yang Yan shook his head slowly. My strength is too low, and I don't know much. The information is called out one by one. Where is that enemy? Yang Kai asked. Probably dead. Yang Yan replied uncertainly. Then this ring. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully at the red ring on her wrist. One of the rings of the 3 flames is the Emperor's secret treasure, so I can collect it. Yang Yan smiled slightly. The 3rd and 5th layers of hot flames are formed by the 3 flames of fire. Unfortunately, the strength is not enough, and I can't take it back for my own use for the time being. Even if it is the first ring, I can't mobilize too much power. Yang Kai was secretly startled. Don't look at him daring to ravage Yang Yan before. It's because he has been with Yang Yan for too long and is no stranger. But if the Great Emperor's body is here, Yang Kai probably won't even think about it. How can the majesty of the Emperor be easily offended? Moreover, this so-called 3-flame fire ring is just a secret treasure of the Great Emperor, and it becomes a forbidden area of the gloomy star if it is left here. How strong should the Great Emperor himself be? Such a person would still be injured. Who would be her enemy? What made Yang Kai even more unbelievable was that the Great Emperor who spread throughout the star field was actually a woman. If this kind of secret is spread out, I am afraid that countless men will be ashamed to death. But in this way, Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder when the Flowing Flame Sand Field was closed, there would be a jade palm belonging to a woman, and in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai saw that jade palm for the 2nd time. Thinking about it this way, it should be left by the Emperor. Strictly speaking, both the Flowing Flame Sand Field and the Emperor Garden belong to the Emperor. With the supernatural power of the Great Emperor, it is not uncommon to be able to do this. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at WSUYAN. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1390 Combine 2 into 1. Although Yang Kai's heart was churning like a turbulent wave and his mind was messy, he was extremely calm on the surface. While chatting with Yang Yan, he inquired about various information about the Great Emperor. After all, Yang Yan's memory is slowly recovering now. God, she must be a little flustered. If Yang Kai doesn't keep calm, it will only make things worse. It's just that the only thing that Yang Kai can't understand is why the Emperor chose to sleep on the gloomy star. The law of heaven and earth here restricts warriors from advancing to the Void King realm. Is it related to her? After some chatting, Yang Kai learned that the place where the Great Emperor slept was actually in the Emperor Garden. This reminded him of one thing. That's what Fei Zhitu once said. In a certain palace in the Emperor Garden, a jade coffin was found, and there was a person lying in the jade coffin. It seemed that the figure was a woman. At that time, Phasia Tu and others touched the restriction near the jade coffin, so Emperor Garden was born out of nowhere, allowing Yang Kai, Qian Tong and others to escape. In this way, the woman lying in the jade coffin is the emperor himself. There is such a terrifying powerhouse sleeping on this closed and backward dark star, Yang Kai thinks it is unrealistic. While meditating, he secretly glanced at Yang Yan, but he couldn't connect her with the star emperor who passed on to the entire star field. Let's go. Yang Yan looked at the Taishuanzong ruins in the clouds for a long time, and then said out of interest. Why don't you go in and have a look? No. Yang Yan shook his head slowly, and moved forward lightly with lotus steps. Where are you going now? Yang Kai asked puzzled. Go to the 6th floor and get something. Yang Yan smiled and didn't explain much. The 6th floor, isn't that where the attic is, and I found something good like Wannianxiang in it back then. From this point of view, the Wannianxiang was probably owned by the emperor back then, in other words, it was Yang Yan, of. Yang Kai sniffed, but there was no embarrassment. Anyway, for him, Yang Yan's is basically his own, and there is no need to be too pretentious. The speed of the two was not fast, but with Yang Yan opening the way ahead, they avoided any dangers in the flowing flame sand field, and the two soon arrived at the 5th floor of the hot area. Just like passing through the 3rd floor before, the ubiquitous heat wave seemed to be alive, and autonomously separated to the two sides, revealing a path leading directly to the 6th floor. A soft cry came from Yang Kai's body, but the firebird artifact spirit appeared automatically. It flapped its wings and hovered above Yang's head, sending out a vague message. Yang Kai smiled slightly, seeing its intentions, but he didn't stop it, but waved his hand and let himself go. Qi Ling let out a joyful cry, and immediately turned into a flame, flew towards the distance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at that direction, it was the location of the Earth Lung Fire Vein. The Earth Lung Fire Vein is the source of the birth of the weapon spirit. Although it has been there for tens of thousands of years, due to the limitation of growth, it cannot continue to draw more power from the Earth Lung Fire Vein. But now it is different from the past. With the baptism and fusion of the real fire of the sun, the firebird artifact spirit is much stronger than when Yang Kai first got it. Now it wants to go to the ground lung fire vein, obviously it wants to devour the pure firepower there and strengthen itself. Such a good thing, how can Yang Kai stop it? After half a day's work, the two of them passed through the hot area on the 5th floor and reached the exquisite attic hidden in the bamboo forest. Looking at this simple attic, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed the color of nostalgia, as if the memory was rolling, and he was reminiscing about something. Yang Kai didn't bother, but came to the bamboo forest and stopped. These bamboos are extremely hard. Yang Kai spent half a year here, and only cut more than 20 with the blade of space, and now the traces of cutting are as new, and the past is also vivid. This is the golden black bamboo. Although it is an excellent material for refining sword-shaped secret treasures, it is not worth mentioning compared to its other function. It is better not to touch them. Yang Yan's voice was never far away from everywhere. Another function. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had a deep experience of the hardness of this bamboo, so he naturally knew that it was not an ordinary refining material. Well, after the golden black bamboo blooms, the golden black bamboo rice produced is the purest source of energy in the world, which can be consumed by any warrior to improve the realm of cultivation without any hidden danger. Yang Kai looked stunned. Is there such a thing? What did I lie to you for? Yang Yan shot him a look. Then when will it bloom and produce bamboo rice? Yang Kai asked impatiently. It's coming soon, it will probably not be 10 or 20 years. Yang Yan pursed his lips and smiled, naturally knowing what he was thinking. 10 or 20 years. Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly. Who would know what would happen 10 or 20 years later? Maybe at that time, he will no longer be on Gloom Star. With a chuckle, Yang Yan ignored Yang Kai and walked towards the attic. Yang Kai sighed in distress and hurriedly followed. Entering the 1st floor of the attic, the first thing that catches the eye is the picture scroll hanging in front of it. There are no other patterns on the picture scroll, only a picture of a woman's back. When Yang Kai first came here, after studying this picture scroll, no matter how much he pried, he couldn't find anything strange. This picture scroll seems to be a common existence in the market, without the slightest energy fluctuation. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that this figure was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Looking at it now, it suddenly becomes clear and clear. This back figure is exactly the same as Yang Yan's back figure. It's just because of Yang Yan's perennial voluminous black robe, Yang Kai didn't remember it for a while, but at this moment, Yang Yan himself stood in front of the picture scroll, staring at it obsessively, and comparing the two sides, it was naturally clear at a glance. While thinking this way, the picture scroll seemed to be blown by the breeze, shaking slightly, and then, an incredible scene appeared. The figure on the picture scroll turned around slowly, looking at Yang Yan with beautiful eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai looked at all this in astonishment, and was stunned for a while. After the woman on the picture scroll turned around, she clearly looked like Yang Yan. There was no difference with her, but the clothes they were wearing at the moment were different. Yang Yan was wearing a black robe, while the woman in the picture scroll was wearing a black robe. Dressed in white, it looks pure and radiant. This weird scene looked like Yang Yan was standing in front of a mirror, which made Yang feel a little nervous. What shocked him even more was that the woman in the scroll actually glanced at him, as if she had a life and consciousness of her own. If Yang Kai still had a little bit of doubt about Yang Yan's identity before, then his doubts are gone at this moment, not to mention anything else, just the weirdness of this picture scroll makes Yang Kai unable to figure it out. One person, one portrait, staring at each other for a long time, Yang Yan suddenly sighed softly. Since I have awakened, you don't have to stick to this place anymore, come out, I have worked hard for you these years. I am you are me, why are you so divided? A voice exactly like Yang Yan's came out from the picture scroll, and immediately, the woman in the picture scroll smiled slightly, and while her delicate body was shaking, it turned into a ray of light rushing out of it, sinking in the top of Yang Yan's head disappeared. And Yang Yan himself trembled delicately, showing a trace of pain on his face, but soon calmed down, closing his eyes, as if he was feeling something. Yang Kai didn't make a sound to bother him. This time he followed Yang Yan to Flowing Flame Sand Field. Everything he saw and heard had already surpassed his comprehension. The means of the great emperor were not accessible to warriors of his level at all. And after the portrait of the great emperor disappeared, the picture scroll also made a clatter, and the fire naturally rose up, and disappeared into the world in an instant. Yang Yan was still sensing with his eyes closed, and Yang Kai didn't make a sound to bother, just waiting quietly. About 2 hours later, Yang Yan suddenly let out a soft breath, slowly opened his beautiful eyes, turned around and smiled at Yang Kaifa. Although Yang Yan's cultivation level still cannot be seen, Yang Kai always felt that after receiving the picture scroll portrait, Yang Yan's aura also changed a little, and it seemed to become stronger. This is a dark move left by the emperor back then. If I don't show up in time, she will play a role. Yang Yan explained softly. What effect? The role of awakening the great emperor. Yang Yan replied slowly, you should be glad that you are not a woman. If you were a woman, you would have been taken away long ago when you went deep into this place. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, his face was speechless, but soon, he became suspicious again. You mean, you are now shouldering the task of awakening the great emperor? Yes. Yang Yan nodded. How do I wake it up? Wait for the emperor garden to open and go deep into it. Yang Yan raised his head and looked in the direction of the emperor garden. Unfortunately, this place is the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes knowing too much may not be a good thing. It's over here, let's go back. Yang Yan said contentedly. Well, wait for a moment. Yang Kai nodded, and at the same time sent an instruction in his heart, and stood there waiting. A moment later, a flame came swiftly from far and near, and it was the Firebird artifact spirit that had left Yang Kai before. In the blink of an eye, Qiling rushed in front of Yang Kai. The fire on his body was monstrous and raging. From the looks of it, although it wasn't long, Qiling still got a lot of benefits from the Earth-Lung fire vessel. After being summoned by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit still seemed to be reluctant to let go, and continued to cry. Yang Kai moved his hand, and Qiling obediently sank into his body. Only then did the two walk out side by side. In order to avoid being seen by others, the two of them went out cautiously. Fortunately, now that Emperor Yuan was born, it attracted the attention of most warriors. Not too many people rushed to Luyan Sand Field to check the situation. After hiding for a while, the two finally left the Flowing Flame Sand Field without any danger. After leaving this forbidden area, Yang Yan immediately sacrificed the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle and flew in the direction of Sky Fortune City. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1391. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. On this day, two figures of a man and a woman appeared thousands of miles away from Tianyan City. The man was tall, and the woman was dressed in a black robe. People. After coming out of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, Yang Yan caused the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle to shatter the void again. Unfortunately, although the teleportation distance this time has not changed, but the direction is not satisfactory, it took the two of them more time to return than when they went back. A few days of work. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the opening of the Emperor Garden is still early, and there is no rush for this moment. But Yang Kai suddenly figured out one more thing, that is why Emperor Garden floats above Longshe Mountain, so that Longshe Mountain and Sky Fate City are close to the water. It wasn't by accident, nor was Longshe Mountain lucky, but because Yang Yan was in Longshe Mountain at that time. The Emperor Garden is not only the other courtyard of the Great Emperor, but also the Great Emperor's body is sleeping in it. Nature and Yang Yan are inextricably linked. It is not difficult to explain why it floats directly above Longshe Mountain. Of course, this is just Yang Kai's conjecture, and he didn't go to Yang Yan to confirm it, but it should be indistinguishable. At this moment, Yang Kai raised his head and looked up, and suddenly found that the colorful light in the sky in front of him was flickering, faintly. There seemed to be strong energy fluctuations. Yang Yan paused, and looked at Yang Yan in amazement. After one glance, his face immediately became gloomy. Looking at the situation over there, it seems that some kind of battle has taken place, and the location of the battle is actually near Longshe Mountain. Could it be that he and Yang Yan had been away for more than a month, and then someone attacked Longshe Mountain? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spiritual sense moved, and the royal envoy Xing Shuo rushed there at full speed, and Yang Yan naturally followed. Yang Kai expected it well. Now Longshe Mountain is indeed being besieged, and the leader is the Xie family who has many grievances with Yang Kai. Because of Lu Yi's relationship with Xia's family, Yang Kai has been entangled in many things recently, so he has not taken time to deal with the grievances with Xia's family, but he didn't want to. The other party actually acted first. But at this moment, in front of the large formation protecting Longshe Mountain, a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a gloomy expression and powerful eyes stared at the flickering light in the large formation of Longshe Mountain with his hands behind his back. Nothing can be added. Thank you. The most powerful member of the Xie family, now has the cultivation base of the second level of Void Return, and also holds a good position in the Shadow Moon Palace, but for this operation, he did not hesitate to leave the Shadow Moon Palace, but also for the sake of death. Xie Hongwen's revenge. It is not a secret that Xie Hongwen died in Yang Kai's hands, although no one has revealed it, but before Xie Hongwen went deep into the flowing flame sand field, he had planted a secret technique on his body. Even if Yang Kai killed him, he felt that this secret technique had already been transferred to him. Afterwards, the members of Xia's family could confirm who the murderer was after a little investigation. It's a pity that Yang Kai has money to pass this big backer, so Xie Li is a little bit cautious, so he can only wait for the opportunity. The opportunity came soon. The last time Qian Tong disappeared, he naturally wanted revenge, so he secretly instructed the subordinates in Tianyan City to swallow up the Saint Crystal in Longshe Mountain and detain the warriors there in an attempt to lure Yang Kai. This strategy was very successful and flawless, but who knew that Yang Kai's strength was astonishing? He went to Sky Fortune City alone, beheaded a void return mirror from Xie family under the eyes of everyone, and then Fei Zhitu intervened to let Yang Kai leave calmly. Then, Qian Tong, the backer, returned safely. Xie Li felt unwilling, so he could only give up temporarily. But what he didn't expect was that Qian Tong would say that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between Xia's family and Longshe Mountain. Trying to lure the snake out of the hole. But after many inquiries, it turned out that Yang Kai himself made the request, and Qian Tong was just cooperating with him. Suicide. Xie Li was overjoyed. Without the backing of Qian Tong, without the support of Shadow Moon Palace, how could a mere Dragon Cave Mountain withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of Xia's disciples? As far as he knew, there were only 2 void-returning mirrors in Longshe Mountain, and they were only first-level void-returning warriors who had just broken through for a few years. There was even one time when Xie Li couldn't wait to rush to Longshe Mountain in person, wanting to kill Yang Kai to avenge his revenge, but after seeing the large formation protecting the mountain in Longshe Mountain, Xie Li knew that he had underestimated this place. He couldn't see the slightest flaw in the protective formation, and he sent his clan's children into it many times to investigate, but they couldn't get in. Instead, he suffered a lot and almost suffered death or injury. Originally, Xie Li planned to invite the Kai family and the Du family who were proficient in formations to break the formation of Longshe Mountain, but what he did not expect was that the heads of the Kai family and the Du family rejected his invitation and sent past remuneration has been refunded. After inquiring, Xie Li found out that Yang Kai had saved the lives of Kai He of the Kai family and Du Sisi of the Du family. Hearing that someone was going to deal with Longshe Mountain, the two naturally tried their best to stop them. As the rising stars of the family, it was somewhat as for the right to speak. Under the interference of the two, the Kai family and the Du family rejected Xie Li's invitation, which made him very annoyed. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a perfect road, and Longshe Mountain, relying on the mystery of its protective array, does not pay attention to the heroes of the world, and acts extremely rampant. First offended the Haishinmen, the Wuyuhai force, and then offended Wansho Mountain and Demon Blood Cult. In addition, Luyun Valley moved into Xia's house, and according to the young master of Luyun Valley, Lu Yi, he and Yongkai were also incompatible with each other, and the grievances were deep. With the combination of several parties, Xie Li's confidence increased greatly. He secretly felt that Longshe Mountain must die this time without a place to bury him, so he immediately ordered the elite of the Qi clan, announced that they would leave Shadow Moon Palace, and began to attack Longshe Mountain. There are more than 30 masters gathered this time in the Void Return Mirror alone. Although there is no such strong person as the Void Return Third Layer, and the Wansho Mountain and the Demon Blood Cult did not cooperate openly, but secretly sent some the strong came to help, but Xie Li was still very satisfied. In any case, it is certain that there are no masters in Longshe Mountain. What they rely on is the protection of the mountain protection formation. As long as the formation is smashed, the people inside will be slaughtered by themselves. As long as he thinks of Yongkai begging for mercy on his knees in front of him, Xie Li feels comfortable physically and mentally. The saddest thing in the world is that a white-haired person sends a black-haired person. When he learned that Xie Hongwen died in the flowing flame sand field, God knows how sad he was. It was found out that Yongkai was the murderer. Xie Li thought that this son was still at ease in the past few years, so he couldn't sleep and eat, and had no intention of cultivating. Yongkai had almost become his demon. Although he is not young, Xie Li's violent temper has not changed in the past few years. Of course, the murder of the son must be avenged, but the wealth of Longshe Mountain must also be plundered. The astonishing heritage that Dragon Cave Mountain has displayed in the past few years is extremely tempting. The materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall alone are as high as hundreds of millions of holy crystals. Xie Li even wondered if the bottom of Dragon Cave Mountain was a rich sacred crystal vein, otherwise, where would they get so many holy crystals? And if the attack on Longshe Mountain is successful this time, the biggest benefit will be owned by the Xie family. The people from Wansho Mountain and the Demon Blood sect have already said that they don't ask for anything else, only what Yongkai has. As for who will own that piece of black gold in the end, the two of them will discuss it carefully, and Xia's family will not be bothered. With such a good condition, Xie Li naturally agreed. And the conditions that Luyun Valley conveniently put forward are even more strange. The young master of Luyun Valley, Lu Yi, actually only wants Yongkai's corpse, and also wants nothing else. What can a corpse of a holy king realm warrior do? Although Xie Li didn't understand, it was inconvenient to ask the bottom line. However, Lu Yi is worthy of vigilance. Every time he sees this young man, Xie Li always feels a little uneasy, as if he is not facing a junior of the holy king realm, but a monster with fangs hidden. Viper. What made Xie Li even more surprised was that Lu Yi had gathered more than a dozen void-returning mirror warriors under his command. Although they were all at the first level of void-returning, Luyun Valley was only a small force, and there were not so many void-returning mirrors at all. Those void-returning mirror fighters gave him the same feeling that something was wrong. Xie Li happened to bump into some of them talking to Lu Yi once, and those void-returning mirrors were respectful when facing Lu Yi. There is also fear, as if a slave is facing the master who controls his life, extremely frightened. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed in his mind. Xie Li shook his head slowly, stopped thinking about it, and issued an order in his mouth, instructing the troops gathered from several parties to bombard a certain place in the Longshe Mountain protecting formation. Since it is impossible to invite an outstanding formation mage to come to the flaw, it can only use rough methods. He believes that there will always be a moment when this formation will be broken. And this method made Xie Li even more satisfied. He really wanted to see what expression Yongkai would have when the formation was broken and Dragon Cave Mountain was exposed before his eyes, allowing him to crush and ravage him. It has been 2 days since the attack was launched. In these 2 days, more than 30 void-returning mirrors were exhausted and out of breath, not to mention those Saint King Realm, who had consumed countless saint crystals and elixirs. They are all used to supplement Saint Yuan. The mountain protection formation was much stronger than Xie Li had imagined. After 2 days of onslaught, it only made the color of the light curtain a little lighter, and it was not enough to break it. But in Longshe Mountain, there was no counterattack at all, as if all the people inside were dead. All kinds of secret treasures of different shapes bloomed with colorful rays of light, and their power was released, and they attacked a certain part of the light curtain one after another. All the warriors were secretly startled, and at the same time held back a bad breath. They have never seen such a solid formation, and it is best described as impregnable. Suddenly, the clouds and mist behind the big formation rolled, and several figures appeared from inside. Xie Li frowned, raised his hand high, and signaled everyone to stop. The next moment, everyone collected their secret treasures and looked over there leisurely. They saw two beautiful women standing there side by side, and behind the two women, there were three old men coming up from that aura. Look, they are all warriors at the Void Return 1 layer. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1392 Obsessed. Xie Li's eyes were cold, and he turned around the two leading women, revealing a sneer. However, more fighters showed malicious intentions, and those who were lustful even eyed the two women lewdly, circling around their beautiful figures, as if they were already in their pocket, and they just waited for the big if the formation is broken, they will go forward to rob and humiliate wantonly. The two women looked indifferent, without the slightest panic. Xie Li recognized the identities of these two women at a glance. In order to deal with Longshe Mountain, of course he wanted to find out the details here. One of the two women was Wu Yi, a disciple of the local Heike family. Later, he left the family and joined Dragon Cave Mountain, and the other one is called Qianyu. It seems that Yang Kai brought it back from somewhere. The realm of cultivation is not worth mentioning. A Saint King at the second level and a Saint King at the first level cannot enter Xie Li's eyes at all. As for the three old men standing behind them, two of them must be Chongqi and Haoen. These two were originally enshrined by the Heike family. They have also been to Luyan Sandy and his party. I don't know, by what chance, they both broke through to the Void Returning Mirror, and later joined Longshe Mountain. As for the last person, Xie Li looked over suspiciously, and after seeing the other person's face clearly, he said in surprise, "Brother Ning, why are you here?" The old man with white hair and beard was none other than Ning Shangchen, who had been to Emperor Garden with Yang Kai. Speaking of which, he was also extremely helpless. After returning from Emperor Garden last time, after getting Yang Kai's promise, he has been collecting refining materials, preparing to come to Longshe Mountain to borrow Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his void-grade secret treasure. After finally getting together a lot of materials, they rushed to this place in a hurry, but they didn't know that Yang Kai went out and did not return. In desperation, he could only stay in the mountain and wait temporarily. The buttocks here are not hot yet, and the Xie family outside has already started to attack Longshe Mountain. Ning Shangchen fell into an embarrassing situation for a while, and it was inappropriate to continue to stay. Once the protective formation of Longshe Mountain was broken, he would definitely be affected by Kai Yu, and it would be impossible to leave directly. Don't expect to be able to find Yang Kai to borrow the Firebird artifact spirit to restore his secret treasure. Ning Shangchen was stuck in a difficult situation, in a dilemma. He has no sect, nor a family, and he is completely on his own. He has cultivated to the current level, and every step has been bumpy. He has escaped countless times, and the road of cultivation is full of thorns. In the past, when Master Green of the Shadow Moon Hall was alive, if the secret treasure was damaged, he would go to Master Green to repair it. Master is approachable and easy to talk to. Ning Shangchen has received a lot of care from Master these years. But apart from Master Green, he no longer knows other void-grade artifact refiners. If not, where would he ask Yang Kai for help? Ning Shangchen stayed in Longshe Mountain anxiously for 2 days, and many warriors outside also bombarded him indiscriminately for 2 days, but after these 2 days, he discovered a very strange thing. That is, these warriors in Longshe Mountain, even in the face of heavy siege, did not panic in the slightest, and still performed their duties, busy and practicing, as if the movements and enemies outside did not exist. 1 or 2 warriors behaved like this, which could also be interpreted as a good concentration of mind, but it was a bit weird for everyone to behave like this. Especially Miss Wu Yi and Miss Qianyu, who are the leaders. These 2 girls are more calm than anyone these days, drinking tea and joking from time to time. Don't they know how to write dead characters? Ning Shangchen was shocked but also extremely admired. Compared with his own mood of worrying about gains and losses, the performance of these juniors is simply not very good. And Longshe Mountain, the mountain guard formation on the small hill, after being attacked by more than 30 void returning mirrors and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days, it is still as solid as gold. This is what makes Ning Shangchen look at it with admiration. This small hill is not easy. This large mountain guard array alone cannot be arranged by ordinary people. Thinking of Yang Kai's many performances in the Emperor Garden again, Ning Xiangchen gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. That is to stay and fight side by side with Longshe Mountain. There are various indications that this small hill is not a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will, and it is very likely that there is some powerful backhand hidden, which may be able to save the day. Of course, Ning Xiangchen made such a choice, not out of chivalry, but a well-thought-out gamble. He bet that Longshe Mountain would survive the current difficulties, and once he survived this catastrophe, he could justifiably borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai, otherwise Ning Xiangchen would always feel a little uneasy if he owed others favors. At this moment, it was Ning Xiangchen's request to go out to meet the enemy with Wu Yi and Qian Yu, and no one called him. Hearing Xie Li's question, Ning Xiangchen chuckled. Brother Xie, long time no see, I heard that Brother Xie left Shadow Moon Palace. Brother Ning, why do you need to ask? Xie Li snorted coldly. The other party was just a martial artist with no background, so even if he was a void return mirror, Xie Li didn't put him in his eyes, it was just that the two knew each other before, so he said just a few words. Brother Ning is right here, Xie has a suggestion, I wonder if Brother Ning can consider it. Oh, I don't know what suggestion Brother Xie has. Ning Xiangchen frowned. Xie Li glanced at Qian Yu and Wu Yi, and then he sent a voice transmission with his spiritual thoughts. Brother Ning, you can also see what the situation is now, facing so many friends joining hands, this hill is just a mantis arm. Once the formation is broken, Longshe Mountain will be the meat on the cutting board. I don't know what benefits Longshe Mountain has given you, but Xie is willing to pay double the price, as long as you can capture these two women, just leave it to me, and it shouldn't be difficult to do it by surprise with Brother Ning's methods, right? Ning Xiangchen raised his white eyebrows, showing a smile that was not a smile, and said loudly, Brother Xie, although Ning has no background and no sect, he is just a straggler, but he also knows what integrity and loyalty are. This matter is inappropriate. If Ning Mo really commits such a scandal, I am afraid that the world will be so big that there will be no place for me to live in. Hearing Ning Xiangchen's words, Xie Li's face darkened. The other party did not transmit his voice to him quietly, but spoke out his proposal in front of the public, which obviously did not give him face, which made him very annoyed. Ning Xiangchen continued to speak leisurely. What's more, Brother Xie doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who come here to provoke troubles, it may not take a day or two to break through this big formation. Well, it is also an old man who meddles in this matter. I mean, no one has done me any favors, so I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint Brother Xie. Originally seeing Xie Li quietly transmitting voice to Ning Xiangchen, both Wu Yi and Qian Yu were a little nervous, fearing that the other party would be drawn over by some means by Xie Li. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xiangchen, so listening to him at this time having said that, he couldn't help but relax and show gratitude. And Changqi patted Ning Xiangchen on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, and said, Brother Ning, you will be glad you made this choice. Howen was also smiling, and suddenly felt that the old guy Ning Xiangchen was much kinder. I hope. Ning Xiangchen remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating drums. He would make such a choice, and he somewhat disliked Xie Li's behavior of bullying the small. Torn face, if Longshe Mountain really fell, he would have nothing good to eat. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Her smile was quiet, but it seemed a bit unfathomable. She lightly opened her lips and said, Thank you seniors, and seniors, I, Longshe Mountain, have no grievances or enmities with you, why do you have to press so hard? No injustice or enmity. Xie Li grinned grimly when he heard the words, if there is really no injustice and no enmity, do you think I'll attack a small mountain when I'm full? Girl, if you are sensible, hurry up and withdraw this mountain protection formation, so as to avoid some flesh and blood pain, otherwise. How? Wu Yi raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes stared at Xie Li without any timidity. Xie Li coldly snorted twice. When the big formation is broken, you will definitely have your muscles and skin peeled. Senior has such a big tone, and I'm not afraid that the wind will flash his tongue. Wu Yi still smiled peacefully, but her words were full of sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she glanced at the many enemies who were staring at her, and said softly, in this way, the junior also advises the seniors, if you leave now, I, Longshe Mountain, can let the past go. This time, the right has never happened, but if you are obsessed with obsession, don't blame me, Longshe Mountain, for being cruel and merciless. With one word, Shi Potion was shocked. Many void returning mirrors who came to help out looked at Wu Yi like idiots, and their hearts were filled with anger. After 2 days of hard attack, they still couldn't break through the protection of Longshe Mountain, which already made them feel depressed, but now they heard Wu Yi's brazen words, and they all became angry. The warriors who will come here to attack Longshe Mountain all have ulterior motives, or have hatred with Yongkai. How can they be scared away by Wu Yi's wild words? Not only that, but it stimulated their determination even more. Immediately, someone with a hot temper drove secret treasures or released martial arts to attack Wu Yi's direction. Rumbling, a loud noise came out, and the light curtain of the mountain guard array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all those attacks. Wu Yi's face became gloomy and cold. Looking at the warriors who shot at him, he said coldly, "Since you are obsessed with obsession, let's wait and see. I hope you will not regret today's decision." Saying so, with a wave of his hand, a thick layer of cloud and mist came from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, and disappeared directly into the sight of many enemies. This arrogant little girl, when the old man catches her, I will let you know what life is better than death. A void-returning mirror old man sitting cross-legged on a huge toad-like monster, looked at Wu Yi viciously. In the direction of disappearance, he said through gritted teeth. This old man was born extremely ugly, with triangular eyes, rosaceous nose, bald head, pimples all over his face, and short stature, which complemented the toad-shaped monster under him. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1393 Anxious Wei Guchang. Needless to say, this person is from Wanshou Mountain. Although these people in Wanshou Mountain did not wear their own guards for the convenience of movement, anyone with a discerning eye can see their origins, because the main means of attack for these people is to drive monsters. There is no way to hide such an obvious style. The blue-eyed blood toad under the old man is a powerful 9th-level monster. With the skills he cultivated, the combination of humans and beasts is enough to compete with the 2nd-level void-returning realm warriors, but anyone who is familiar with this old guy knows that this person is not only ugly but also psychologically twisted to the extreme. He is most greedy and lustful. He likes to torture and humiliate some beautiful women, torture them to death, and experience perverted pleasure from it. If Wu Yi really fell into his hands, it must be worse than death. Hey, those 2 girls are pretty good. If I hand them over to the old man, they can be made into 2 good blood slaves. The warriors of the blood slaves are undoubtedly from the demon blood cult. It's useless to say more, everyone should find a way to break through this big formation together. Xie Li showed displeasure on his face, and reminded lightly that now a group of people are intercepted in front of the big formation, and the first layer of defense cannot be broken. What else? The old man from Wanshou Mountain sneered. Originally, the old man didn't want to use this trick, but since that little girl wants to die, the old man can only help her, hee. Saying this, he suddenly looked solemn, and the holy yuan in his body swelled. At the same time, the blue-eyed blood toad under him also puffed up its cheeks, and let out a deep cry like a frog. In an instant, the vitality of the heavens and the earth became turbulent, and all gathered towards him. Xie Li's eyes lit up. He stared at the old man's movements for a moment, smiled and said, "Is Du Lao going to use blood toad poison smoke?" Hearing what he said, the other void-returning mirrors all looked surprised, and they all looked at Na Du Lao. The old man from Wanshou Mountain snorted coldly. "Blood toad poisonous smoke is my treasure's special skill, but once you use it, you will lose it once. I hope you will not hide your clumsiness later." Having said that, the old man surnamed Du suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a bloody arrow. The bloody arrow was like a snake with fangs. The blue-eyed blood toad also puffed out its cheeks, and a mouthful of venom as black as thick ink spewed out from its mouth, wrapping the blood arrow first. The 2 merged and tumbled, and some unknown changes occurred in an instant. The venom and blood arrows turned into a black mist in the blink of an eye, bombarding the light curtain of the large formation. Sting la la, there was a toothsick corrosion sound, and the light curtain of the Longshe Mountain protective formation was flickering, and a gap was melted in the protective formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can actually accommodate 1 person to pass through. Although the gap was quickly repaired by itself, it can also be seen the great power of this blow. After attacking violently for 2 days before, no one could break through the gap in the formation with 1 blow, but the old man Wan Shushan did it. It doesn't matter if it is repaired, this blow is enough to consume a lot of spirit energy in the mountain protection formation, and if you continue to attack a few times, maybe you can break it open. But after using this blow, the face of the old man surnamed Du turned slightly pale, and the blue-eyed blood toad under him also became slightly shy. Without saying a word, the old man took out a jade bottle from the space ring and poured it out. Throwing a blood-red pill forward, the blue-eyed blood toad popped out its scarlet tongue, rolled the pill into its mouth, and its blue eyes revealed a look of enjoyment. This blood-red pill is undoubtedly a great tonic for the blue-eyed blood toad. It's a good way to get old. Xie Li laughed, secretly surprised but also very happy. Since that's the case, then Xie doesn't hide his clumsiness anymore. Saying so, he suddenly sacrificed a secret treasure in the shape of a small dagger. The secret treasure shone like silver and was full of spirituality. Bai Hong dagger. When the old man surnamed Du saw the dagger, he suddenly exclaimed, with a look of surprise on his face. He murmured, I didn't expect that this god of breaking the formation was obtained by brother Xie. Small. The other void return mirrors also looked greedily at the Bai Hong dagger, as if it had a lot of history. Xie Li chuckled and said lightly, it's not a chance, it's just a chance. While speaking, he urged Sheng Yuan to pour into the white rainbow dagger with a solemn expression. How could others believe his words? As far as everyone knows, this Bai Hong dagger is a secret treasure specially designed to break formations and restrictions, and its grade is extremely high, enough to reach the level of a mid-level virtual class. This grade may not be considered in the entire star field. What, but on the dark star, it is worth a lot. After all, rare things are expensive. Moreover, the Bai Hong dagger should be a family heirloom of a small family. As for why it fell into the hands of Xie Li, it is unknown. I am afraid that Xie Li used some means to remove the Bai Hong dagger from that small family. Taken by force. But it's none of my business, so although everyone is not ashamed to be a human being, they didn't say much. In this moment of effort, Xie Li had already driven the white rainbow dagger, and saw that small dagger turned into a white startled rainbow in front of him, and disappeared in a flash. When it appeared the next moment, it appeared strangely in Longshe Mountain inside the mountain guard formation. With a bang, the Bai Hong dagger flew out from the inside, piercing through the formation without any hindrance. It seemed to have no effect, but everyone knew that the spirituality of the formation had been worn down a lot. The reason why the Bai Hong dagger is called the divine artifact of breaking the formation is precisely because it has added a little space mystery, which can break through the barrier of space and directly attack from within the formation. Such a secret treasure cannot be refined with Gloom Star's current refining level, but it is a treasure left over from ancient times. Sure enough, after Xie Li drove the Bai Hong dagger back and forth a few times, the light of the mountain guard array dimmed a little. Seeing this, the Devil's Blood sect, Hai Shinman, and the Void Return mirrors that Lu Yi had brought over were all gearing up to attack the mountain guard formation with methods that they would not use easily. To be promoted to the level of Void Returning Mirror, no warrior is a vegetarian. They have experienced countless battles of life and death, countless adventures and training, and there are some treasures and methods that are under the box. Time to use, when to wait. More than 30 void-returning mirrors shot together, the scene is so spectacular, even if the void-returning third-layer powerhouses come here, they have to stay away, and can't be underestimated. Seeing this, the other Saint King realm also came to help, and for a while, the morale of the coalition forces of several parties was soaring, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Under such a fierce attack, the mountain guard formation was on the verge of collapse, and it seemed that it was about to collapse. This scene made everyone more excited. At the same time, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were sitting opposite each other on an attic in Tianyan City, 50 miles away from Longshe Mountain. Both of them held a wine glass in their hands and raised it to their mouths, but they were so dazed that they forgot to drink. Behind Qian Tong, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner stood with their hands tied, anxious expressions on their faces. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations coming from Longshe Mountain, Wei Gucheng finally couldn't bear it anymore, and said, "Old Chengju, let the disciples go there." Although Dong Xuaner didn't say anything, anyone could see the anxiety and worry in her beautiful eyes. Qian Tong smiled slightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and glanced at Wei Gucheng. "What can you do when you go? Although this disciple has only been promoted to the void returning mirror, how can I help Brother Yang? It's better than watching with cold eyes here," Wei Gucheng said in a deep voice. Qian Tong frowned, and said with a half smile, "Do you think it's inappropriate for the old man to drink and have fun here and just stand by?" The disciple dare not. "Admit it if you think so, why not dare?" Qian Tong didn't care. Wei Gucheng struggled for a while, became resolute, clasped his fists and said, "Then please forgive me for the crime of disrespect." "Well, tell me." Qian Tong nodded lightly. "Elder Chong, don't mention Brother Yang's life-saving grace to his disciples and Xuaner, just because he was willing to take the risk of going deep into the Emperor's garden to rescue Elder Chong. Elder Chong shouldn't just sit idly by. Thank you. What kind of thing is Li?" In order to deal with Brother Yang, he announced his departure from Shadow Moon Hall. Is Shadow Moon Hall a place where he can come and go whenever he wants? As for the dead Xie Hongwen, well, everyone knows what kind of temperament he is. Even if Brother Yang doesn't kill him, one day the disciples will kill him. I also ask Elder Chong to give the order for disciples and Xuan'er to go and kill Xie Li. Even if Xuan'er and I are only at the first level, it's enough to kill Xie Li. It's just a little effort. Rampant. Although Qian Tong was scolding, there was a smile on his face. Obviously he didn't feel that Wei Gucheng was uttering wild words, but he also recognized his strength. Then you tell the old man, in what name do you want to kill Xie Li? Is it just because he left the Shadow Moon Palace without authorization? Isn't that reason enough? Even so, there is a law enforcement hall in the hall, and it's not your turn to intervene. But, I know that you don't have many friends, and Yang Kai is one of them. Naturally, you don't want to just watch like this, but, the grievances between him and Xia's family are his own request not to interfere with the Shadow Moon Palace. Now it's not just the Xie family who are attacking Dragon Cave Mountain, Elder Chong, the Demon Blood Sect, the 10,000 Beast Mountain, and the Hexen Gate of Luyun Valley. Well, these old men know it all, that's why this old man wants to see what method he will use to resolve this catastrophe. If he can really save the day, this kid is amazing. What if it doesn't work? Wei Gucheng didn't seem very confident. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. As long as he was not blind, he could see the disadvantage of Longshe Mountain. Okay, do you think old Ghost Qian is really watching like this? Fei Zhe too, who had been silent on the sidelines, glared at Wei Gucheng. He didn't want to intervene, but this kid's nagging really hurt him. The mood of watching a good show. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1394 Strong Onlookers. Wei Gucheng was taken aback, and looked at Fei Zhitu in astonishment, not understanding what he meant. Fei Zhitu sneered. Do you think those people in the Tianluo Hall are really out to perform tasks? The hall is now worrying about external troubles, and is being watched by countless forces. They are afraid that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open, and my Shadow Moon Hall is near the water tower. At a sensitive moment, what kind of tasks are they going to perform, and they are not afraid of being caught by others if they act rashly. When Wei Gucheng heard the words, his eyes lit up. The Lord City Lord means. He had also heard about the mobilization of many masters in Tianluotang, so when he heard what Fei Zhitu said, he immediately thought of something. Use your brain when you do things, you are still far away, young man. Fei Zhitu snorted, and drank the contents of the cup in one gulp. Wei Gucheng scratched his ears and cheeks for a while, looked at Qian Tong with embarrassment, suddenly looked solemn, and gave a deep salute. I'm sorry, Elder, this disciple misunderstood you. Ha ha ha, Qian Tong laughed loudly. Dare to stand up for your friends, even go against the old man's wishes, not pretentious, not hypocritical. Good, good, you really didn't disappoint the old man. Come on, give Fei a full-blown. The old man is here to watch a good show today. Yes. Wei Gucheng hurried forward, picked up the jug, filled a glass for each of the two elders, stepped aside and stood with hands tied, and looked at each other with Dong Xuan'er. Unlike the anxiety and worry just now, both of them were in a state of mind at the moment dadding. Tianluotang is a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There are not many people, about 50 or 60, but all of them are elites. The lowest strength is only at the first level of the Holy King, and the highest is at the first level of Void Return. But because of the special skills and martial arts they practice, each of these people can fight across the ranks, and they are the best at fighting the enemy together. The more people join forces, the stronger their own strength can be displayed. If the martial artists of the entire Tianluotang join forces, even if it is a reckless fight to return to the third layer of the void, it will not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Gucheng heard that the people from Tianluotang were mobilized, he naturally no longer had any worries. Let alone the exquisiteness of the Longshe Mountain Protector Formation, the people from Tianluotang alone are enough for those despicable and shameless people to drink its time for a pot. It's just, the elder took a big risk in doing so. Once someone with a heart sees the clue, it is very likely to push the Shadow Moon Palace to the forefront of the storm again and fall into the public tongue. With the birth of Emperor Garden, the current situation of Shadow Moon Palace is not very good. On the other side, on a desolate hillock that is also dozens of miles away from Longshe Mountain, a red-faced, white-haired and childlike old man with his hands behind his back, looked in the direction of Longshe Mountain. However, powerful chi and blood fluctuations emanated from him, making people daunting. Beside him, there was an old woman with a hunched body, Holding a dragon-headed crutch, she looked very weak, and coughed twice from time to time, as if she might die at any time. Beside the old woman, there was a flowery woman who took care of her, supported her, and the wind blew her blowing the woman's hair. The images of the old woman and the woman formed a sharp contrast here. That old man is the elder Jinshi of the Devil's Blood sect, and the old woman is the lady of Wansho Mountain. The two top void-returning mirror powerhouses are gathered in one place at this moment. It is not difficult to understand that they will be here. After all, both of them are plotting the piece of profound gold in Yonkai's hand, so naturally they want to keep an eye on Longshe Mountain in the situation over there. Once Dragon Cave Mountain is broken and Yongkai is killed, the two of them will immediately go out to snatch Zanjin. As for now, it is inconvenient for them to bully the small with the big. After all, this is still the territory of the Shadow Moon Palace. If it really makes a move, there is no guarantee that the Shadow Moon Palace will not get in the way and make use of it. Senior Sister Feng, are you interested in reconsidering Jin's proposal just now? As long as you can give up this piece of black gold, Jin will definitely accomplish 3 things for you in your lifetime. Jin, she suddenly said. HMPH. Feng Posey threw the crutch in her hand to the ground, and said with a sneer, "Old ghost Jin, you don't have to shout so affectionately. I, Wansho Mountain, have never had anything to do with your demon blood sect, no matter what senior sister and junior brother, but if you can give up that Xuanjin, I can also accomplish 3 things for you in my lifetime." She actually returned the terms intact. After all, everyone knows that this kind of verbal promise is not binding in the slightest, and the greatest benefit is the golden hand. Jinshi narrowed his eyes and looked a little displeased. After thinking for a while, he chuckled again. Senior Sister Feng, why should she reject people thousands of miles away? How many years to live? What can you accomplish for me? So what, anyway, I can live longer than you. Cough. It's meaningless for you and me to argue about these things here. Jinshi suddenly felt that it was meaningless to argue with Mrs. Feng here like a child, and entangled in the issue of lifespan. He rolled his eyes and said, "That's good. Now, why don't you and I compete? Whoever wins will get the black gold. What do you think, Senior Sister Feng?" "I'm still afraid of you." Mrs. Feng's hunched waist suddenly straightened, and an astonishing fighting spirit appeared on her old face, and she sneered, "I just want to experience the power of your Excellency's golden cicada magic art." Quote. While speaking, an astonishing coercion pressed towards the other party, and they were about to fight if they saw a disagreement. Mrs. Feng is as her name suggests, although she looks old, but she was the most aggressive when she was young. Now that she is in her old age, her temper has not changed at all, and it is even worse than when she was young. As the elder of the Demon Blood sect, Jinshi practiced the golden cicada magic art. His energy and blood are extremely strong, his temper is not very good, and he is also a top void returning mirror expert, so naturally he will not show weakness. Meet with your own momentum. The invisible shock spread loudly to the surroundings, and the disciples behind the two of them all showed horror and retreated in unison. Only the girl who stood beside the old woman and supported her staggered a bit, then stood firm again with a flash of light on her body, but her face was also slightly pale. It seemed that she was involved in the vortex of the two powerful men. "It's so good. Mother-in-law, Senior Jin, please stay calm and don't be impatient." The girl stroked her hair by her ears and smiled helplessly. "Now that the mountain protection formation of Longshe Mountain has not been breached, the two of you are going to fight for it. Let people know the ownership of the mysterious gold. Isn't it true that loved ones are hurt and enemies are fast? What's more, both of them are top masters on the Gloomy Star." "Negative, right?" What the girl said, Jinshi and Mrs. Feng don't know. It's just that the tempers of both of them are not very good, and neither of them is willing to show weakness, that's why they came up. Hearing what she said, Jinshi also happened to take advantage of the slope to get off the donkey, and laughed loudly. "You little girl is right, may I have your name?" While speaking, he restrained his momentum. The girl's complexion improved a lot, and she saluted Yingying, disciple Fengyan. "Fengyan." Jinshi frowned, and looked suspiciously at Mrs. Feng, who snorted coldly. "This is Lao Shen's direct granddaughter, don't try to get her ideas, otherwise Lao Shen will never die with you." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jinshi's face, and he coughed lightly. "Since she is a junior, how could I have made up her mind? No wonder the little girl is young, but her cultivation is not bad. It turns out that there is an elder, Senior Sister Feng, to point her out. Little girl, let me ask you, if I don't have a dispute with Senior Sister Feng, how will I decide the ownership of Xuanjin? Since you have interrupted, you must have a good way, so don't rush to tell me." Feng Yan smiled faintly. How dare this junior show off in front of Senior Jin? Let's go ahead, I won't blame anything if I say something wrong, so don't be afraid. Jin Shi said with a pleasing expression on his face. Feng Yan took a look at Mrs. Feng, and then she confessed. Since that's the case, then the junior dared to say that the mother-in-law and senior Jin are both high-level people, and it is really inappropriate to fight each other. If something happens to either of the two accident, isn't it to push the two sects to the opposite side? Now that the Emperor Garden is born, no one knows when it will open. Naturally, it is better to have multiple friends than multiple enemies at this time. Quote, Jin Shi nodded slightly when he heard the words, apparently felt that Feng Yan's words were very reasonable. Even Mrs. Feng's face softened a lot, and her anger subsided. It's not suitable for the two of you to do anything, but my 10,000 Beast Mountain and Senior Jin's Demon Blood sect have disciples who participated in the attack on Dragon Cave Mountain, so we might as well use their methods to determine the ownership of the Black Gold. The disciples of the Blood Cult snatched the Black Gold, and I, Wansho Mountain, are willing to withdraw, and I wish Senior Jin great success. Oh, Jin Shi stared at Feng Yan with a half-smile expression on the corner of his mouth. You have so much confidence in your people from Wansho Mountain. Feng Yan pursed her lips and smiled. Could it be that Senior Jin has no confidence in the methods of his disciples? Jin Shi shrank his eyes, and laughed for a while. Little girl, you don't have to provoke the old man. The old man naturally has full confidence in the methods of his disciples. Well, the old man just asks, can your words represent Feng's sister? Is it? What Yuner said is what I mean. Mrs. Feng slammed down the dragon's crutch lightly, and shouted in a deep voice. It's a deal. Jin Shi snorted coldly, and stretched out his palm to Mrs. Feng. The latter glanced at it, then raised his palm casually and slapped it. Looking deeply into the distance, a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Both of them obviously have full confidence in their disciples. Longshe Mountain was under siege. Not only Qian Tongfei Zhetu, but also Mrs. Jin Shifeng and others were watching from a distance. At this moment, Longshe Mountain was in all directions, and the commanding heights tens of miles or hundreds of miles away were scattered in a forest. Some people looked towards Longshe Mountain and pointed from time to time. The auction of Jubao building has not been over for a long time, and the powerful people who came to participate in the auction have not yet left. They want to take the opportunity to observe the dynamics of the Emperor Garden, but there has been no movement in the Emperor Garden. The day waiting for the opening of the Emperor Garden it's very boring. Now that there is such a good show, no matter who it is, they are willing to watch it carefully, as entertainment. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1395 Digging Your Own Grave. In particular, the strength and weirdness of the Longshe Mountain's mountain protection array made these strong people even more concerned. Needless to say, the two major forces of Lei Taizong and Zontian League, Twin Hearts Valley, Lihuo Cult, Piaomiao Palace, Qiantianzong, and Guardian Fire League, these big forces that rank first line on Gloomy Star are all against Longshe Mountain. The Mountain Guard coveted it very much. There is such a strong defensive formation on a small hill. Who is the person who set up the formation? No one cared whether Longshe Mountain survived or died, but everyone cared about who the formation was. If they could be rescued at the critical moment, they might be able to draw them into their own forces and work for them. Everyone had ulterior motives in their hearts, but they all tacitly chose to stand on the sidelines and let the Xie family take the lead to lead several forces to jointly launch an attack on Longshe Mountain. At the same time, in Longshe Mountain, Wu Yi and Qian Yu retreated to the back of the mountain protection formation, their faces slightly pale. The two of them went out side by side just now. When they went to negotiate, although they were calm and did not show any timidity, anyone who saw so many masters gathering here would have no idea. The two girls had never seen such a big formation. Battle. Especially at this critical moment, Yang Kai and Yang Yan are not in the mountains. If it wasn't for Wu Yi's full understanding of the Dragon Cave Mountain formation, I'm afraid he would have been disheartened. In terms of familiarity with the many large formations covering Longshe Mountain, apart from Yang Yan who arranged the formations, that is Wu Yi, and even Yang Kai is not as good as her. After all, when Yang Yan was setting up the formation, Wu Yi was on the sidelines, and under the influence of his ears and eyes, he also knew how dangerous Longshe Mountain was. So even though he was uneasy, his mood was still stable. He retreated to the rear of the formation and issued a series of instructions. But relying solely on the formation is definitely not enough. No matter how strong the formation is, it will always be defeated if it is beaten but not fought back. The current plan is to contact Yang Kai and Yang Yan immediately. With either of them in charge, Longshe Mountain can turn defense into offense. But Wu Yi didn't know where the two went, nor when they would come back. When she was extremely anxious, Qianyu suddenly changed her expression, and quickly took out her communication compass, released her spiritual sense to sense it for a while, and after a while, she said with joy, "Yang Kai and the others are back." Really? Wu Yi was overjoyed, and asked in a trembling voice, as if she had caught a life-saving straw when she was drowning. "Well, it was sent by Yang Kai. What about them?" Wu Yi looked around, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. Hiding outside, Yang Kai said that there are too many people outside, and it is difficult to sneak in without anyone noticing, so I didn't come in. But what? However, he told you to withdraw the mountain protection formation, and then let everyone hide in the stone mansion. He ordered Chang Gongfeng and Hao Gongfeng to wait for the opportunity to meet the enemy. He and Yang Yan will also look for opportunities to attack. That's it. Wu Yi showed a contemplative expression, and everyone else looked indifferent, but Ning Shangchen, who had only been here for 2 days, had a dumbfounded expression. Then Boy Yang must be crazy, right? Why did you issue such an outrageous order? Although he has not been in Longshe Mountain for a long time, he also knows the level and number of warriors here. However, there are only a few dozen people, and their cultivation levels are uneven. The only ones who could make a move were Changqi and Haoen, 2 Void Return 1 layers. But on the other hand, there are more than 30 Void Returning Mirrors, many of whom are from the 2nd level realm, and more than 200 people from the Saint King realm. If the current situation relies on the mountain guards to hold on, it can delay for some time, but once the large formation is withdrawn, isn't it hitting the stone with an egg and looking for a dead end? Even if Yang Kai's fighting strength is shining, he is only alone, plus Haoen, what great things can he accomplish? Ning Shangchen couldn't figure it out, and when he was about to ask, he suddenly saw Wu Yi pursed his lips and smiled, and said calmly, "If that's the case, then do as he said. It's time to let these shameless people take a look at the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." What she said was categorical, and she didn't pay attention to those people outside at all, as if just an order from Yang Kai gave her great confidence. Ning Shangchen almost bit off his tongue. Qianyu responded, and immediately began to send orders to let everyone hide in Yang Kai's stone mansion. The stone mansion is the most heavily guarded place in the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, and the place with the most forbidden formations. Unless there is a token to open it, otherwise if you want to attack, it is even more difficult to break than the mountain protection formation. As soon as Yang Kai's order was issued, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not have any refutation of Yang Kai's decision, she just obeyed it. The warriors acted in a hurry, and after receiving the message from Qianyu, they came from all directions and hid in the Shifu. In the blink of an eye, only Changqi Haoen, Qianyu Wu Yi and Ning Shangchen were left outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly, and glanced at Ning Shangchen. With her intelligence, she didn't know how to arrange Ning Shangchen at this moment. Let him take refuge in Shifu. It's really not right. Shi Mansion is Yang Kai's retreat place, there are many unknown secrets hidden there, although they are all forbidden to hide, but if Ning Shangchen discovers something by accident, it will be a troublesome matter. It is absolutely impossible to let him leave. The other party took the initiative to stay before and was willing to help Longshe Mountain. Wu Yi was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Letting him leave at this time is really too chilling, not to mention that Ning Shangchen couldn't leave even with the enemies outside looking around. I have a terrible headache. Fortunately, Ning Shangchen is an old man, and at this moment, he also saw Wu Yi's concerns, and took the initiative to say, "If it is useful to go to the old man's place, please don't be polite. Although the old man is not strong, he can do something." Strong. In just a short moment, Ning Shangchen weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and decided to take another gamble. Although I don't know where the confidence of Wu Yi and the others comes from, their indifferent expressions undoubtedly make me feel at ease. Maybe this Dragon's Cave Mountain is really a dragon's cave and a tiger's cave. What's more, I have already shown my face in front of those people outside, and had a verbal confrontation with Xie Li. Even if I want to turn against the water at this time, I have no power, so I might as well go all the way to the dark. It's not that Ning Shangchen has never encountered a desperate situation. He has also encountered more dangerous things than the current situation. He knows the truth that the greater the investment, the higher the return. This time, of course, is the best time to express yourself. Moreover, even if Longshe Mountain is really unable to resist foreign enemies, he may not have no chance to escape. Based on these considerations, Ning Shangchen would take the risk. Well, since Mr. Ning said so, the little girl will not be polite. Like Chong Fengfeng and Hao Gongfeng, Mr. Ning is waiting for the enemy. The little girl will leave first, and I wish the 3 seniors success. After finishing speaking, Wu Yi saluted, turned around and walked towards the stone mansion. Her cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the Holy King, so she naturally knows that it is useless to stay outside, so she enters the stone mansion decisively. Only Ning Shangchen was left standing there with his mouth wide open, his face dull. He originally thought that Wu Yi would have clear instructions and a proper plan, but he didn't expect it to be such a vague answer, waiting for an opportunity to meet the enemy. This is too lottery. Could it be that he fell into a pit? Ning Shangchen felt sorry for him, feeling extremely uneasy. Changqi patted him on the shoulder, laughed loudly and said, "Brother Ning, you will be very glad that you made this decision." This sentence again. Ning Shangchen had heard it twice in just one stick of incense, but the other party didn't make it clear what the trump card was here. How lucky he should be to make such a stupid, self-defeating act aside. Ning Shangchen couldn't laugh or cry. By the way, old Hao, do you still have 2 jars of drunken moon wine? Changqi suddenly remembered something, turned his head and asked Haoen. What for? Haoen looked vigilant. Changqi curled his lips. You and I are old brothers, don't you know what I want to do? Haoen was filled with righteous indignation. The last time Wu Yi girl came back from buying 10 jars, you and I shared 5 jars each, and you drank all of your own. Why did you come here to attack the old man? Is Hao so easy to bully? Quote. Why do you need to talk about 2 different families? Brother Ning is here now. Don't be stingy, old Hao. Take it out and drink a few sips, so we can kill the enemy. Infinite shapes. Haoen gritted his teeth and looked at him with great grief and indignation. After a while, he sighed. Forget it, I knew you coveted the old man's 2 jars of good wine. Since you got involved with Brother Ning, Hao couldn't be stingy, lest people call me stingy. Saying so, he wiped the space ring on his hand, and took out a jar of wine from it. Changqi chuckled, quickly took out a few plates of incomparably fresh and tender spiritual fruits from his space ring, and took out tables and chairs and placed them in front of him. It seemed that he was already prepared. Haoen patted the seal of the drunken moon wine, poured a glass for the 3 of them, and then sat down leisurely. While greeting Ning Shangchen, Changqi had already drank the wine glass in one gulp, with a happy face, and urged Haoen to continue filling it up. Ning Shangchen looked at this nonsense scene. His expression was extremely weird, he couldn't figure it out no matter what. A strong enemy was overwhelming, with a knife on his neck. How could these 2 old brothers still want to drink and have fun? Don't they really know how the word, death, is written? After hesitating for a long time, Ning Shangchen sighed and said, Brother Chong, Brother Hao, if it is convenient for you 2, can you tell Ning about how to defend against the enemy later? With the strength of the 3 of us, and how to fight to the death with so many enemies outside. Hearing his question, Changqi and Haoen looked at each other and laughed. Ning Shangchen was secretly annoyed, and asked anxiously, do you 2 think it's funny? Changqi waved his hand slightly, and said with a solemn face, Brother Ning, you have only been in Longshe Mountain not long ago, so although Chong thinks you are quite suitable, it is really inconvenient to reveal anything, but Chong please wait and see, take a good look. See how these jumping clowns seek their own death. Well, I dare not say anything else. This glass of wine is not Shuangxing wine, but my triumphal wine. A jar is worth 100,000 holy crystals, and it is extremely difficult to buy. Rather brother, why don't you try it? To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1396 Formation shows its power. Ning Shangchen's expression changed. He was secretly startled. It was not because of the price of the drunken moon wine. The drunken moon wine was quite famous, and Ning Shangchen had heard of the expensive price. He was surprised because he often took a big breath. He clearly didn't pay attention to those people outside. His face was cloudy and uncertain for a while. Ning Shangchen gritted his teeth, sat down, and snorted. Okay, then let me see, are you looking for your own death or inviting you into the urn? If the former, if so, don't blame the old man for putting oil on the soles of his feet. Changqi and Haoen looked at each other, nodded and smiled. It should be like this. Saying so, he filled a glass for Ning Shangchen. The 3 of them had different thoughts, and while tasting fine wine and eating spiritual fruits, they didn't have the consciousness before the coming of a strong enemy. In the Shifu, after Wu Yi had arranged many disciples, he and Qian Yu came to a secret room, took out a gold and silver array from the space ring, and threw it forward. He said with a solemn expression, Sister Qian Yu, this is the total control array of all the formations in Longshe Mountain. I am afraid that I will not be able to do it alone. I will ask my sister to help me later. Okay, Qian Yu nodded heavily. Only then did Wu Yi shoot out a few holy yuan and pour them into the formation plate. In an instant, the two colors of gold and silver changed alternately, the speed was extremely fast, and only the halo glaze was printed on the entire secret room. Wu Yi's expression was solemn, and she suddenly shouted softly, "Open!" There was a humming sound in the array, and immediately the gold and silver colors that were originally intertwined retreated towards the left and right sides as if they were given life. In the blink of an eye, the two colors split and became distinct. At the same time, outside the large formation of Longshe Mountain, more than 30 void-returning mirrors headed by Xie Li are attacking the formation. The flickering light curtain is undoubtedly much darker than before. Everyone, work harder. This bullshit formation can't last long. Xie Li's eyes shone with cruelty, he raised his voice and shouted, and at the same time used the white rainbow dagger that broke the formation to shuttle back and forth. Screen. Without his reminding, all the void-returning mirrors that participated in the attack could be seen. Judging from the strength of his and others' attacks, I am afraid that within half a day, the formation blocking their steps will be broken. For a moment, the heroes cheered up, and encouraged their own holy yuan to pour into their secret treasures like chicken blood. The colorful rays of light burst forth and rumbling sounds can be heard endlessly. At this moment, accompanied by a strange humming sound, the light curtain of the Longshe Mountain Protector formation suddenly faded at an extremely fast speed, and then disappeared. The attacks of more than 30 void-returning mirror powerhouses hit the empty space at once, blasting the ground into gully-like cracks. Broken. The old man surnamed Wanshou Shandu who was riding the blue-eyed blood toad raised his eyebrows, showing a surprised look. Just now he clearly felt that the opponent's formation could last for a while, but he didn't want to disappear immediately. This surprised him greatly, wondering if something had happened. It doesn't seem to be, they took the initiative to withdraw. The middle-aged man covered in blood from the Devil's Blood sect squinted his eyes at the inside of Longshe Mountain, with a look of vigilance on his face. It seems that they also know that there is no good end to stubbornly resisting, so they withdraw the formation. Do you think that they can escape the catastrophe? Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party withdrew the large formation, they must have arranged some backup. Now that the fog is rolling in Longshe Mountain, the penetration of spiritual consciousness into it is greatly restricted, and the naked eye can't see clearly what's going on inside. No one dared to act hastily, and was stunned for a while, looking at each other in blank dismay. A group of cowardly people. Xie Li secretly gritted his teeth, and was about to encourage others to enter it to investigate, but suddenly saw the clouds and mist covering Longshe Mountain rolling and twisting. After a short while, the tumbling clouds and mist dispersed to both sides, revealing the scenery inside Longshe Mountain. However, it has a different flavor. Today's Longshe Mountain, with Chonglo pavilions, surrounded by mountains and rivers, is considered a beautiful place, and the aura inside is also very strong. It is no longer the scene of barren mountains in the past. But what shocked everyone was that there were not many people coming to meet the enemy in this mountain, and there was no one around, only 3 old men with the void-returning mirror gathered around a table, drinking and acting. This rampant scene caught everyone's eyes, making everyone's expression cold. This is completely neglecting himself and others, otherwise how could he have the leisure and pleasure to drink here? HMPH, you're still playing tricks on the verge of death. Xie Li snorted coldly, and his divine sense kept searching in Longshe Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with it, he still felt an inexplicable feeling of palpitation, as if as soon as he stepped in this small hill is like stepping into the gate of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. He turned his head to look at the others, and found that everyone was like this, with serious expressions. But now this situation can be regarded as an arrow on the string, and it has to be done. Although Xie Li didn't go to inquire carefully, he also knows that there are many eyes staring at this side. It's shameless. With this in mind, Xie Li's expression became firm, and he said loudly, "Everyone, the formation has been broken, so when will we wait if we don't do anything at this time?" While speaking, with a wave of his hand, even if there were more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xie family, they left the team and rushed towards Longshe Mountain with body skills. Although these 20 or so Saint King realm are not necessarily the opponents of the 3 void-returning mirrors, it is the best to use them to test the depth of the Dragon Cave Mountain. Xie Li had exactly this plan in mind, so when that after the 20 people flew out, he stared at them for a moment. The Xie family took the lead, and the people from Demon Blood sect and Wanshou Mountain were naturally not to be outdone. Lu Yi, who was hiding in the crowd, also quietly issued an order, and in an instant, there were more than 60 Saint Kings. Divide the troops into several routes, approaching the position where Changqi and the other three were. Sensing the number of enemies coming, Ning Xiangqian shook his hand and almost spilled the wine in his glass on the ground. Although he was a void return mirror, he was not confident that he could face so many sieges from the Saint King realm. He often got up to watch his words and expressions, and said with a chuckle, "Brother Ning, please be safe and don't be impatient, it's not time for me to make a move." "Yeah, Brother Ning, let's keep your heart in your stomach." Howen also echoed, without even looking at those Saint King realms. However, Ning Xiangqian didn't have such a good concentration. Seeing some enemies approaching, his Saint Yuan secretly stirred up, as if he was ready to strike at any time. But at the next moment, these menacing Saint Kings all exclaimed in unison, their faces showed horror and bewilderment, and their figures were staggering. Accompanied by exclamations and shouts, they fell from midair one by one, and the scene was lively for a while extreme. Forbidden space formation. Ning Xiangqian's eyeballs were almost protruding. He never expected that there was such a thing as the forbidden space formation in this small dragon's cave mountain. This kind of formation is extremely profound. Only some big cities and Zongmen main altars will be arranged. Once covered by this formation, warriors will not be able to fly into the air. Of course, the power of this formation is also strong or weak. Let's see how the people who set up the formation are doing. Ning Xiangqian tried a little bit to mobilize his Saint Yuan, intending to fly into the air, but to his horror, he only flew a foot high, and felt a huge pressure in the air, and could no longer move. The air forbidden formation here can at least restrain the warriors of the second layer void return realm. Even if they come here at the third layer void return realm, don't even think about flying too high. Who the hell set up this formation? It's so amazing. Just as he was thinking wildly, those dozens of Saint King realms had already fallen like raindrops, falling heavily on the ground, splashing dust all over the place. Fortunately, they didn't fly very high, and the physical fitness of the warriors in the Holy King realm is also extraordinary, so even if they fell in a panic, none of them was in danger of life. The color of resentment. It's a big shame now, they naturally hate Longshe Mountain to the bone. But before they came back to their senses, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, there were strange energy fluctuations all around. These energy fluctuations were extremely concealed and seemed inconspicuous, but then a tornado suddenly formed in a certain place. When it first appeared, it was not too strong, but in the blink of an eye in a short time, the tornado became extremely strong, and countless wind blades shuttled and swam in it, directly rolling up a Holy King realm warrior near it. The screams sounded, and there was a sound like cutting meat in everyone's ears, which made people stand on end, and the tornado was also dyed red in an instant, and the severed limbs and pieces of flesh were faintly visible floating and sinking in the wind. In another place, several thigh-thick icicles appeared strangely in midair, and after a slight shake, they shot forward like arrows from the string, passing right through the chests of two absent-minded warriors, bringing up a blood mist. There is another place, a fireball the size of a washbasin, coming and going in a random manner, but once hit by this fireball, the warriors of the Saint King realm will be burned to death immediately, and a few unlucky guys have no time to dodge, and they were killed. Violent hands. Some fighters disappeared from everyone's sight inexplicably, as if they had never appeared before, but there were heart-piercing screams from where they disappeared. The bloody smell soared into the sky, and the first batch of more than 80 Saint Kings who rushed into Longshe Mountain couldn't even go deep into it. They just stepped into the range of Longshe Mountain and suffered heavy losses. It seems like a moment, it seems like a long time, there are only a small half of the more than 80 Saint Kings who are still alive, and this small half is like a headless chicken at this moment, scurrying around in Longshe Mountain, there is no way back at all. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the warriors outside, making them shudder and chills in their hearts. It may seem ridiculous, but everyone knows that those people must have fallen into the phantom array. What they see in their eyes is completely different from what they see, so even if it is only a few steps away, it is life and death natural mode. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1397. Please enter the urn. Walking around indiscriminately will only touch more restrictions and step into the grave faster. Sure enough, the restrictions in Longshe Mountain were all over the place, every step of the way was frightening, and more than 80 Saint Kings entered Longshe Mountain within less than half a stick of incense, and the entire army was wiped out, and no one survived. Ning Xiangqian could hardly believe his eyes. These are more than 80 warriors of the Saint King realm. Even if they run into each other by themselves, they can only temporarily avoid the edge, but now there is no single soldier on Longshe Mountain. Here. What is Longtan and Tiger's Den? This small hill is even more terrifying than Longtan and Tiger's Den. But Ning Shangchen also saw that it was impossible to cut off the 80 Saint Kings so easily by relying solely on the power of the formation, but the handwriting of the people who set up the formation was simply appalling. The things that serve as the eyes of the array are actually powerful secret treasures. Cooperating with the power of the formation, the power of these secret treasures will be greatly enhanced, so those Saint Kings have no resistance at all. How many secret treasures are needed to arrange so many formations? Ning Shangchen couldn't imagine it. On the other side, in Tianyan City, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were also dumbfounded, and they looked at each other with astonishment. Although they also knew that there must be many restrictions in Longshe Mountain, they never thought that there would be such a powerful power. 80 Saint King realms were thrown in, and the depth of Longshe Mountain was not even tested. Now the Xie family and the demon blood cult of Wansho Mountain will suffer a lot. It seems that the people of Tianhuotang don't need to be dispatched. Wei Gucheng was also gloating at the side. Not necessarily. Fei Zhitu shook his head slowly. The other party's loss is only the Saint King realm, and the Void Return Mirror has not been used yet, so let's continue to read. Wei Gucheng pondered for a while, and felt that it was the same. After all, the strengths that can be displayed by the Void Return Mirror and the Saint King realm are completely different. The Xie family and other alliances seem to have suffered heavy losses, but in fact they did not hurt their bones. Outside Longshe Mountain, Xie Li, the old man with the surname Du from Wansho Mountain, and the middle-aged man from the Demon Blood sect all had gloomy faces. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. No one could have imagined that Longshe Mountain's defensive power would be so tyrannical. Those three old fellows killed dozens of Saint King realms without making a move. If the restrictions in Longshe Mountain are so strong, then the Holy King realm will not be able to play a big role here, and can only become a cannon fodder. After pondering for a moment, Xie Li suddenly said, "Everyone, shall we attack separately?" Separate attack? The old man surnamed Du at Wansho Mountain frowned. That's right. It seems that the number of restrictions on the front mountain is so large that it is not so easy to break through. In that case, you might as well try it from other places. Xie doesn't believe that the whole mountain is like this. It always has weak links. Xie Li said slowly. Brother Xia's words are reasonable. The old man surnamed Du pondered for a moment, felt that Xie Li was right, and immediately said, "Then the old man can go over there." He pointed his hand, then beckoned to the disciples of Wansho Mountain, sat down and jumped to the side. Naturally, the middle-aged man of the Demon Blood sect didn't object, and immediately led his disciples to choose the opposite direction. The rest of the Haishinmen Luyungu people did not move but chose to stand on the united front with Xia's family, only Xie Li followed suit. All of a sudden, several alliance forces divided into three groups to test the weak points of Longshe Mountain's defense from three directions. A ruthless look flashed in Xie Li's eyes, and he gave a few orders while his lips squirmed, and then waved his hand, leading the charge towards Longshe Mountain. Some Saint King realm warriors were divided into several teams, advancing forward while guarding their surroundings. One after another divine senses are probing every inch of Longshe Mountain. The invading enemy is unwilling to miss any detail or any suspicious place, lest they accidentally touch some prohibition and lead to doom. So careful, it is really effective. They really found a few traces of the formation, and immediately avoided them with great vigilance. Even if someone accidentally touched the restriction occasionally, they would not be as powerless as before. After all, with the addition of Void Returning Mirror experts, even if they fall into the formation, they will not be without a fight. What made them even more overjoyed was that the formations in front of the Dragon Cave Mountain seemed to be at the end of their ropes after their miraculous effects had been exerted just now, and their power was greatly reduced. They moved forward for a distance of hundreds of feet, and there was no one casualty. The morale was shaken for a while, and they all looked at the distance not far away with malicious intentions. So he spread his wings and flew to them, and beheaded the three of them to vent his hatred. A moment later, under the leadership of Xie Li, many warriors had come to Changqi and the three of them 10 feet away. Xie Li raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. If there is any trick, don't hide it. How about using it together to let Xie experience it? Otherwise, you will never have a chance to use it. Hearing this, Changqi raised his head and glanced at him. There was no trace of panic on his face, but he smiled strangely. Brother Xie, why do you think you can travel here safely? Do you really think that Longshe Mountain is so easy to break into? The two faint questions made Xie Li's face change wildly, and he exclaimed, "Not good." While speaking, he threw out a long black whip. There was a whistling sound of wind and thunder on the long whip, and the lightning flashed. It was clearly an extremely powerful secret treasure. The long whip was like a dragon flying out of the sea, and it attacked Chang Qidong's chest. But what made Xie Li feel strange was that Changqi had no intention of resisting, but was still sitting there, looking at him with a smile, without moving. Xie Li only wanted to catch Changqi, so that Longshe Mountain would be wary. How could he know that his gestures were like thunder, but the other party did not resist? Suicide. Xie Li's eyes flashed fiercely. Not only did he not intend to take back the long whip, but he poured holy energy into the long whip more and more fiercely, with the stance of killing Changqi in one fell swoop. With a bang, the long whip was wrapped in electric light and hit Changqi's body. The electric arc swirled around, and as the electric snake swam, it directly blasted Changqi's body to pieces. Not only that, but even the tables and chairs in front of him, the wine jars also exploded into powder. Even Haoan and Ning Xiangchen were not spared. While Changqi's body was torn apart, the two of them also burst apart. There was no smell of blood, no splash of blood, and no feeling of hitting the real object. Xie Li shrank his eyes and said in shock, "Phantom array." Looking around again, there are no tables and chairs in front of him, and the surrounding scenery is also distorted, all of which disappear, replaced by a gray world, where the sun, moon and stars are not visible, the earth is dry, and there is no grass growing within 100 miles. Unknowingly, he stepped into the phantom array set up by the enemy, which made Xie Li's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. What made him even more uneasy was that the void-returning mirrors that should have gathered around him had disappeared at this moment, leaving only 4 Saint King Realm warriors by his side. It seemed that at the moment when the phantom formation came into play, everyone was isolated and fell into a situation of fighting alone. How is it possible? Xie Li's face was ferocious. A mere hilltop, how could it be possible to arrange such a profound formation? He suddenly felt that it was not a wise decision to provoke Longshe Mountain by himself. While many warriors headed by Xie Li were surrounded by the phantom formation, Wanshou Mountain also fell into a bitter battle. Under the leadership of the old man surnamed Du, the warriors of Wanshou Mountain made a detour from the side, preparing to find a place with weak defenses. To his surprise, everything went smoothly. There seemed to be no powerful restrictions and formations in the direction he chose. Let him advance all the way, and soon advanced to the range near the middle of Longshe Mountain. He even noticed that many warriors were hiding in a cave. The old man surnamed Du was overjoyed, and immediately ordered to go straight to Wanglong, preparing to drive straight in, and go to the place where the cave was to find Yang Kai. But the luck ended here. As soon as his order was issued, fiery red monsters of different shapes and levels poured out from all directions. The old man surnamed Du couldn't believe what he saw. These monsters had no entity at all, they were clearly transformed from pure fire aura, and these monsters seemed vaguely familiar to him. It wasn't until a disciple under the door shouted that he suddenly realized, isn't this the unique fire spirit beast in the flowing flame sand field? How could it appear in this ghost place? This place is not considered to be a place with rich fire aura, is it? I don't understand, but the old man surnamed Kedu is not afraid at all, but rather happy, because the fire spar will be bred in the body of the fire spirit beast. Fire spar is a good thing, whether it is used for refining weapons or alchemy. Unfortunately, only when the flowing flame sand field is opened, warriors on the gloomy star can have a chance to obtain it. There is such a large group of fire spirit beasts in front of them, if they kill them all, the harvest will definitely not be small. Feeling excited, the old man surnamed Du drove the blue-eyed blood toad under his seat to fight those fire spirit beasts. Soon, the old man surnamed Du discovered something was wrong, that is, no matter how many fire spirit beasts he killed, he still couldn't see any flint stones. There is no such thing as fire spar in the body of these fire spirit beasts. On the contrary, they seem to be in a steady stream and could not be killed, especially the leading fire spirit beasts whose strength was equivalent to that of the 9th level monsters, which had already caused many casualties to the disciples. The old man surnamed Du was furious, and immediately used a secret technique to disperse the fire spirit beasts with thunder. It's a shame, these fire spirit beasts, whose strength is equivalent to that of the 9th level monsters, unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere, as if they were immortal. This situation happened several times in succession, and while the old man surnamed Du was muttering in his heart, he also became anxious. Although it is not difficult to deal with the fire spirit beast, if there are too many ants, it can kill the elephant. If this continues, except for the void return mirror, who can escape, no one else can leave this place alive. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1398. In another direction diametrically opposite to Wanshou Mountain and the others, a group of members of the Demon Blood sect were walking cautiously in a jungle. After searching with his spiritual sense, he didn't find anything weird here, but he still had a faint, not so wonderful feeling lingering in his heart, as if there was some great danger around him. This place should be regarded as the right side of Longshe Mountain, not too far from the center. After all, the entire Longshe Mountain is not very big, it is just a tiny place. Suddenly, there were several shrill screams and the sound of rumbling battles, and then violent energy fluctuations came from afar. The faces of the Demon Blood sect people who followed behind him changed slightly, and one of the void-returning first-layer realm warriors said with a gloomy expression, "Senior Brother Wu, it's the movement from Wanshou Mountain. It seems that what happened to them? The small mountain really cannot be measured with common sense. Although there seems to be nothing wrong here, everyone should be careful, and don't fall into the enemy's traps and formations." The warrior surnamed Wu turned his head and ordered lightly. "Yes. Hey, what is this?" Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have discovered something strange and asked suspiciously, but before the martial artist surnamed Wu waited for a few void-returning mirrors to investigate, there was a terrified shout, the cry stopped abruptly, and then there was a pop, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Cha-cha-cha. There was a creepy chewing sound, and the man surnamed Wu and the others looked back with greatly changed expressions, and suddenly saw a blood-red, 3-foot-high strange plant appearing on the spot where the disciple was originally standing plants, and at this moment, this plant actually wrapped around a corpse, wriggling continuously, as if a mouth was tasting delicious food. The chewing sound that made people's teeth sour came from this plant. What's even more frightening is that as it chewed and got involved, the body of that tragically dead Demon Blood sect disciple shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the essence of flesh and blood had been sucked dry. Kung Fu became a mummy. And after that weird plant absorbed the essence of flesh and blood, its whole body became even brighter red, and the leaves that grew like sharp swords were glowing red like fresh blood, which made people shudder. Call out. Its seemingly hard leaves suddenly danced like a long whip, ejected a distance of more than 10 feet, and directly wrapped up another Demon Blood sect disciple who was standing there stupidly. The disciple's reaction was not slow, and he hurriedly sacrificed a black gold shield-like secret treasure while screaming in horror. Although the secret treasure in front of him was not very high-end, it was still a defensive secret treasure. With the shield in front of him, the Demon Blood cult warrior couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to retreat quickly, his eyes suddenly widened and he stared at the shield in front of him in disbelief. Click. The seemingly incomparably strong shield couldn't withstand all of Chengyi's power, and it was directly broken into 2 halves, the light dimmed, and Chengyi's castration remained unabated like a knife, like a sword, and ruthlessly pierced into the warrior's chest. It penetrated his body from the lower abdomen, wrapped him up completely, and quickly dragged him back. Dare! The martial artist surnamed Wu roared. How could he watch his disciples being brutally murdered? The reason why he couldn't react just now was because the scene in front of him was too unimaginable. He had never seen such a ferocious and weird plant. While speaking, his right hand shook, and a sword-like attack slashed at the retreating long leaf. During the energy collision, flames radiated everywhere, and there was a sound like metal friction in the ears. The long leaf trembled slightly, and the speed was slightly hindered, and there was no scene of being cut off directly as expected. It is so hard. The martial artist surnamed Wu took a deep breath. Although he just sent out the blow casually, he was also a martial artist at the second level of returning to the void, and he couldn't do anything with a long leaf. I'm afraid no one would believe it if he said it. A stern look flashed in his eyes, and with the flick of his fingers, the martial artist surnamed Wu shot out a black thread as black as ink. There was an extremely strange aura in that black thread, and there was faint black air rolling around on the black thread. Magic blood thread secret technique. Compared with Yang Kai's cultivation of secret technique, this is the real magic blood thread secret technique, a method that almost everyone in the upper echelons of the Demon Blood cult is proficient in. Effect. The black thread disappeared in a flash, and the long leaf that was dragged back by the disciple of the Demon Blood cult could not resist the attack of the devil blood thread. There was a light click, and the break was divided into 2 sections, and one section was still retracted. The other section wrapped in the disciple of the devil's blood sect fell to the ground. What makes people's scalp tingle is that the incision of the long leaf is bleeding red blood. Even if it is cut off, it is still wriggling and struggling on the ground, as if it is alive. And the demon blood sect disciple who was wrapped by it did not escape the bad luck in the end. Even if the martial artist surnamed Wu made a timely move, he was rescued in an instant, but when everyone hurriedly tore the long leaf apart, but found that the blood in his whole body had disappeared and was sucked clean. What the hell is this? The warrior surnamed Wu turned ashen, turned his head to look at the strange plant, with a strong look of fear on his face. It was only one plant, if there were 10 plants, hundreds of. He no longer dared to think about it any longer. If this situation really happened, the people who are here today will most likely perish. Where did Longshe Mountain find this kind of thing? Planting here is not afraid of accidentally hurting one's own people. Just as he was frowning and looking ugly, another void return one layer suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Senior brother Wu, is there something wrong?" "What? The damn thing has been slapping the ground, as if. Like what?" The man surnamed Wu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. Before the words were finished, there was a sudden rustling sound from the surrounding ground, and then one after another cracked, and then one after another, things that looked like the weird plant in front of me sprung up from the ground. "Come out." These ghost things vary in height, some are 2 or 3 feet high, and they look terrifying, while some are less than half a foot, obviously new, but no matter which one, they are all crimson in color, as if the whole body has been poured with blood. What made people's scalp tingle even more was that after these things appeared, the blade-like leaves swayed slightly, like the nose of a hound sniffing the scent of prey. The martial artist surnamed Wu sweated in an instant. All the disciples of the demon blood sect also froze in place, not daring to move. Everyone witnessed the terrifying power of this weird plant just now. The 2 senior brothers died miserably on the spot without even a chance to fight back. Now that so many densely emerged from the ground all of a sudden and surrounded them, who would dare to act rashly and commit suicide? Road. But they don't move, which doesn't mean that these weird plants are also the same. After swaying slightly for a while, the leaves of different lengths suddenly all trembled straight. With each leaf is precisely targeted at a demon blood sect disciple. "Hide!" The man surnamed Wu yelled. The holy energy in his body exploded, and the demonic blood in his hand slashed forward, cutting a leaf that was rolling towards him in half. Disappeared in place, dodging to the side. But not everyone has his strength. Those Saint King Realm warriors were in bad luck. Just the first wave of attacks, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm warriors died tragically on the spot, cut into pieces of meat by that leaf. Blood it fell on the ground, but disappeared after a while, as if even the blood that was scattered was absorbed by those plants, and after absorbing the blood, these weird plants became more and more violent. The leaves danced one by one, directly turning the area of hundreds of feet into a bloody killing field. Accompanied by screams, warriors fell one after another, and died on the spot. The warrior surnamed Wu was frightened and angry, and at the same time, he was sad and angry, but he was powerless. Although he was not afraid of those leaves, it was a bit of a fantasy to rescue so many people by himself. Above Longshe Mountain, somewhere in the void, Yang Kai and Yang Yan stood there quietly, overlooking the whole situation. The reason why the 2 of them can stand here safely without being discovered by anyone is thanks to Yang Yan's cloak-like secret treasure. This secret treasure has a magical effect when used to hide the figure. Of course, it may not be possible to hide it. The investigation by the warriors of the virtual 3rd layer, but near Longshe Mountain, the nearest 3rd layer virtual return is also 50 miles away, and no matter how strong their spiritual sense is, they can't see through the disguise of the 2. The blood sword grass has such a large scale. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. The scarlet-red strange plant encountered by the demon blood sect and others was clearly the blood sword grass he brought back from the flowing flame sand field. At that time, he only got 1 seed. After planting it, he gave it a drop of golden blood. Since then, Yang Kai didn't pay attention to it again, but he didn't want the blood sword grass to give him a surprise today. This thing already has a very strong growth potential. As long as there is enough blood food, it can grow infinitely. It once caused a lot of trouble for Gloomstar. Yang Yan explained lightly at the side, but in the beautiful eyes but there was a hint of suspicion, but it shouldn't grow so fast. We haven't provided much blood for it in the past few years. This is a strange thing. Yang Kai sniffed, secretly guessing that it was related to the golden blood he dripped, but he didn't say anything, but asked strangely, "But isn't there only 1 blood sword grass, why are there so many now?" Its vitality is inherently tenacious. As long as there is a mother plant, it can split into countless daughter plants. It's so strange. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly, glanced at the other side who were fighting with the fire spirit beast in full swing, and grinned, "Let's get together, it's time to close the door and beat the dog." To be completed continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hai Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1399. Yang Yan had been waiting for his words for a long time, and when he heard this, he took out a formation plate from the space ring without thinking. This formation plate is similar to the one used by Wu Yi, both gold and silver, but the shape is slightly smaller, that's all. Small is small, but there is no problem in controlling the large formation of Longshe Mountain. A few holy yuan penetrated into it, and there was a humming sound in the array, and immediately, the gold and silver moved closer to the center, and soon merged into one, without distinction. At the same time, Longshe Mountain, which was originally clear at a glance, was once again covered by clouds and mist, and the mountain protection array shimmered once again, enveloping the entire mountain. "I'm going back first. Wu Yi is not very proficient in controlling formations," Yang Yan said. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Yan immediately rushed down, and as soon as she left, Yang Kai's figure was exposed in an instant, and this scene surprised all the powerhouses who were staring at this place. Yang Kai looked around coldly, although he couldn't see anyone, but he knew that at this moment, his Dragon Cave Mountain had attracted the attention of too many strong people. Most of these people were watching the fun, only a few won. It has something to do with the siege of Longshe Mountain this time. With a sneer, Yang Kai also swayed and rushed into the Dragon Cave Mountain. This kid has opened the mountain protection formation again. Does he still want to get rid of those people? In Tianyan City, Fei Zhitu looked bewildered. Qian Tong was also confused. He doesn't have such a big appetite, does he? The two looked at each other and looked at each other, really not knowing how to explain the scene in front of them. On the other side, Jin Qi and Mrs. Feng also had doubts, but they had some confidence in their subordinates, so there was nothing to worry about. On the contrary, Feng Yan, who had been supporting Mrs. Feng, had a strange color flashing between her brows, and she immediately felt relieved. Interestedly, he looked towards Longshe Mountain. She really wanted to know what the final outcome of this battle would be. "I don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth." On the other side of the Lulaman, a beautiful young woman in palace attire slowly shook her head, with disappointment in her eyes. Originally, she saw that there were many restrictions on Longshe Mountain, and she looked at it with admiration. After taking a small advantage, Longshe Mountain is so defiant. It is really disappointing to open the mountain protection formation again and try to wipe out everyone. Opening the big formation without an absolute advantage is not catching a turtle in a urn, but cutting off one's own way of life. Behind the young woman stood two women, one was happy and gloating, the other was worried, her pretty face turned pale. These two women are about the same age and have the same body shape, but their appearances are worlds different. One is enchanting and charming, the other is ugly. These two are Yin Sudi and Dai Yuan from Lulaman, and they spoke earlier. The young woman is Gong Aofu, the daughter of the master of Lulaman and also the master of Yin Sudi and Dai Yuan. "Master, what do you think of the fate of Dragon Cave Mountain this time?" Although Yin Sudi was asking for advice from Master, her beautiful eyes looked at Dai Yuan. She once suffered a big loss under Yang Kai's hands, and naturally hated him to the bone. Now seeing the wind and rain in Longshe Mountain, she is naturally happy in her heart, especially seeing Dai Yuan worried about Longshe Mountain. It is even more pleasant physically and mentally. "Why do you need to ask me about such an obvious matter?" Gong Aofu snorted coldly. "Master, what do you mean? Dragon Cave Mountain can't overcome the difficulties here?" Yin Sudi grinned. From the very beginning, the decision-making of the people involved in Longshe Mountain was wrong. Gong Aofu shook her head slowly, but did not answer directly. With the power of such a small mountain, to fight with the likes of Wansho Mountain and Demon Blood Sect in the contest between behemoths, it is obvious that the pebble hits the stone. Even if there are many restrictions in this small hill, so what if they win by chance? Jin Qi and Feng Pozi are still here. Will they watch Longshe Mountain show off its might? If they are induced to take action, don't you have to give in the end? So that's how it is. Yin Sudi pretended to be taught, and glanced proudly at Dai Yuan, while the latter bit her red lips tightly and said nothing. With a chuckle, Yin Sudi said again, "Master, what you mean is that if Longshe Mountain is sensible, it shouldn't provoke Wansho Mountain and Demon Blood Sect." Gong Aofu didn't admit it or deny it, but said leisurely, "It's just the way of the world, whoever has a big fist can speak." "But master, if Senior Jin Qi and Senior Feng really make a move, Shadow Moon Hall will not sit idly by, and Elder Qian Tong will not stand idly by." Dai Yuan suddenly interjected with a serious expression. Shadow Moon Hall. Gong Aofu glanced at Dai Yuan lightly, and chuckled lightly. Even so what? With the methods of Jinshi and Feng Pozi, if you want to deal with a Dragon Cave Mountain, you only need a few breaths. It's just kung fu, even if Qian Tong makes a move, who can stop it? By then everyone will be dead. Do you think Shadow Moon Palace will turn against Wanshou Mountain and Demon Blood Sect for a group of dead people? When Dai Yuan heard this, her delicate body trembled. Gong Aofu looked at her with a frown, and asked suspiciously, Yuaner, what's wrong with you? Before Dai Yuan could answer, Yin Sudi smiled lightly from the side. Master, senior sister is only worried about Longshe Mountain, there is nothing uncomfortable. What are you worried about at Longshe Mountain? Gong Aofu looked at Dai Yuan puzzled and asked, do you know the people there? Could it be that the master has forgotten? Didn't two people come to the sect to pay a visit to the senior sister a while ago? Of course I remember this. It was a man and a woman who came, right? Could it be that the man and the woman are? Gong Aofu suddenly came to his senses, as if he had thought of something. That's right, the man's name is Yang Kai, and the woman's name is Yang Yan. They are the people in charge of Longshe Mountain. They seem to have a good relationship with senior sister. Yin Sudi replied with a smile. Gong Aofu frowned, looked at Dai Yuan, and asked in a deep voice, Yuaner, is that really the case? Yes. Dai Yuan nodded heavily. Oh, no wonder you look worried, but you are worried, but you must remember not to burn yourself. If Longshe Mountain loses this matter, it will be fine. If it wins, it will not be so easy. Yes, several major forces may be involved at that time, and I, Lulaman, will not go into troubled waters. But master, junior brother Yang has saved my life. Dai Yuan said anxiously. So what? Gong Aofu glared at her, looking at his behavior, you can tell that he is a brainless person who only knows how to be brave. Such a person, it doesn't matter if you don't make friends, or you will suffer sooner or later. Su Dai, quote, the disciple is here, Yin Sudi hastily responded. Your senior sister is in a bad mood. You should stay with her and don't let her do anything stupid. Yes. Yin Sudi raised her eyes and looked at Dai Yuan with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She looked harmless to humans and animals, but she was happy in her heart. The meaning of the master was already obvious, that is, to let her self-monitor. I asked my senior sister not to let her go to Longshe Mountain to meddle in this matter. Seeing Dai Yuan's frowning, anxious but powerless expression, Yin Sudi was happier than having picked up several million saint crystals, even though her cultivation has reached the first level of return to the void, which is higher than Dai Yuan's, but because of Dai Yuan's skills, she is an indispensable talent in the sect, so Yin Sudi still feels uncomfortable. Respect one person's favor. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Ning Xiangqian stared blankly at an enemy with the same cultivation level as himself, as if in a dream. The enemy in front of him was completely lifeless at this moment. There were no unnecessary wounds on his body, only a blood hole the size of a finger hole on his chest, from which bright red blood flowed out. Needless to say, this enemy was killed by him. But the process was so easy that Ning Xiangqian couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for his own cultivation level, he might think that he had already reached the peak of the third level void returning realm. When encountering this enemy just now, Ning Xiangqian only sacrificed a short sword secret treasure, and fought with this person for half a cup of tea. Originally, he wanted to sell an opening so that he could release the ultimate move that he had prepared for a long time. Knowing that the opponent couldn't resist his short sword secret treasure, he was directly pierced through his heart and died on the spot. Is this still a void return mirror? How does it feel like crushing a Saint King realm to death? Moreover, this is already the second void return mirror that I have killed. In the past, when you met opponents of the same realm, when did you not fight in the dark, and when did you fight for less than an hour? The longest one, Ning Xiangqian remembered, was a battle for 7 or 8 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted from fighting, and the Saint Yuan was exhausted. They agreed to fight again at another day, and then they gave up. But now, within the time of a cup of tea, he had killed 2 opponents of the same level. The enemy's eyeballs were wide open, as if he saw something unbelievable before he died. Although Ning Xiangqian didn't quite understand what was wrong with the enemy and his performance was so abnormal, he also knew that there must be some mystery hidden here so that he could easily kill the enemy. And this hidden mystery should be related to the formation. After encountering 2 void returning mirror enemies one after another, Ning Xiangqian could see it to some extent. When they were fighting with him, they were tied up, and the Saint Yuan in their bodies was not running smoothly. as if being suppressed by an invisible force, and often yelled inexplicably, as if seeing a scene of panic, and the occasional attack was also aimed at the empty place where there was no one. Ning Xiangqian has lived for so many years, and this is the first time he has encountered such an outrageous scene. His evaluation of Longshe Mountain has been improved in his heart. A formation that does not interfere with one's own people is not something that ordinary formation masters can arrange. Recalling the inscrutable smiles of Changqi and Haoan, Ning Xiangqian suddenly realized why they were so calm before the strong enemy came. Perhaps, I really made a very wise decision this time. Thinking of this, Ning Xiangqian stretched out his hand and recalled his dagger from not far away, and continued to walk forward with a calm expression, no longer the restlessness and anxiety before. He doesn't need to understand how mysterious the formation here is. He only knows that there will always be enemies that, just happen, to appear in front of him, and he just needs to let himself be slaughtered. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1400. The situation of Changqi and Haoan is almost the same as that of Ning Xiangqian, but the two have long known the subtlety and horror of the Dragon Cave Mountain formation, so each chose a position and waited there leisurely. From time to time, some enemies rushed in front of them inexplicably and were killed by them. Yu Yangan returned to preside over the big formation of Longshe Mountain, used the power of the formation to split the enemies, and then led them to the direction of action one by one, and sent them to Changqi Haoan who were waiting for work. It was as easy as pie. So Changqi and Haoan looked much more relaxed than Ning Xiangqian. Needless to say, those who are in the Saint King realm, their cultivation base is not enough, and they are suppressed by the formation of the Saint Yuan. Changqi Haoan can't hold the three breathing kung fu at all, even if it is the same level of void return layer. However, they were just struggling hard, and the cornered beast was still fighting. As time went by, one enemy after another fell under the feet of the two of them. Xie family, Hexen Gate, and the number of warriors in Luyun Valley are decreasing at a frightening speed, and people are panicking. The screams that come from time to time in their ears make this place even more like a ghost of Shira. Terrified, wishing he had never been here before, he secretly made up his mind that if he could escape the ascension this time, he would never come to Longshe Mountain again. Xie Li didn't encounter any danger, but he led several Saint Kings into a phantom formation. No matter what, he couldn't escape. He was anxious like ants on a hot pot, but he was powerless. The array formed by Yang Yan is not an area that warriors on the gloomy star can touch, so it is easy to use it to trap them. On the left side of Longshe Mountain, the old man surnamed Du from Wanshou Mountain led many disciples under his sect, and after a long time, they finally broke out of the encirclement of countless fire spirit beasts and penetrated into the belly of Longshe Mountain. Looking at the exquisite attics and the large open space not far away, the people who were still alive in Wanshou Mountain trembled with excitement, and rushed towards that side with all their strength. After a while, everyone finally came to a safe place, looked back with lingering fear, and found that the inexhaustible fire spirit beasts did not pursue after leaving a certain range, but dissipated one after another. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The old man surnamed Du rode on the blue-eyed blood toad, glanced around with his long and narrow eyes, and felt a chill in his heart when he found that only 7 or 8 people had escaped and followed closely behind him. There were as many as 30 or 40 people who followed me before, but now, there are only so few left. Even these 7 or 8 people were all wounded, only 2 of them were void return first level cultivation bases, and the others were all at the Saint King level. What kind of existence is this Dragon Cave Mountain? He lost so many people just by breaking through a checkpoint. What kind of danger will be waiting for him next? Thinking of this, the old man surnamed Du was beating drums in his heart, and couldn't help but flinch a little. But it is impossible to go back the same way, and it is bound to fall into the siege of the fire spirit beast at that time. For the current strategy, the only way to capture the thief is to capture the king first. The old man surnamed Du narrowed his eyes and looked towards the cave where he had sensed the aura of many warriors before. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. But looking at it, the old man surnamed Du could not help showing a mixture of surprise and anger, because not far in front of him, a tall young man was standing there, with a mocking smile on his mouth, cold look at them coldly. Whether the other party was there originally or just appeared suddenly, the old man surnamed Du didn't realize it, but he naturally recognized this person. It was the Lord of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai, who bought the black gold at the auction. There is no difference from the description in the information, it is just a mere 3rd level cultivation of the Holy King. What made the old man surnamed Du even more overjoyed was that there was only one person on the other side, but he was blatantly blocking the front. Wang Jing, not to mention that he is still a martial artist at the second level of Void Return, so it should be no problem to capture him. The only thing to worry about is whether the other party will have any conspiracy. Thinking of this, the old man surnamed Du opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "Boy, if you dare to be an enemy of my Wansho mountain, you will definitely die today without a place to bury you." Big words. Yang Kai gave a gloomy laugh. "If you enter my Dragon Cave mountain, life or death is up to you." He didn't bother to say anything more to the other party, so he called out softly after speaking, "Yang Yan." After the words fell, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The exquisite attics that existed before disappeared in a burst of twists and changes, and replaced by the endless green grassland. Phantom array. The complexion of the old man surnamed Du changed slightly. He never expected that the restriction formations of Longshe Mountain would be arranged in this kind of place. Logically speaking, where the main altar of a power is, there must be restrictions all over the periphery. The same is true for the upper floor, and the power will be even greater, but there are generally no formations in places like the middle open space. After all, warriors living here also need room to move. If a disciple accidentally touches the formation, how can it be not an oolong? That's why when they saw this open space just now, the old man surnamed Du and others rushed over happily. Unexpectedly, what was thought to be a safe harbor was actually set up with a formation. Longshe Mountain is just a small hill, so there is no reason to set up so many restraining formations, making it look like the enemy will attack at any time. Did they know that they would have today? The old man surnamed Du didn't know Yang Yan's thoughts and weirdness. The reason why there are so many prohibition formations in Longshe Mountain, covering layer upon layer, with almost no dead ends, is entirely because she wants to awaken the hidden formation knowledge and weapon refining knowledge in her mind, for the sake. Only by constantly arranging formations can Yang Yan get more secrets of formations. In a word, the formation of Longshe Mountain cannot be judged by common sense. After falling into the phantom formation, the old man surnamed Du didn't have much panic, because his strength is not weak, he said with a wild smile, "It's too small to look down on me if I want to put this old man to death for a mere phantom formation. I didn't say I was going to kill you with the illusion array." Yang Kai smiled secretly. "Then what do you want to do? If you have any means, you might as well use it, don't hide it." The old man surnamed Du smiled proudly. "Today, this old man will let you see the gap between you and me." "Well, don't be impatient, I'll come as soon as I go." Yang Kai nodded slightly, and after he finished speaking, his figure quickly faded away, and it was so weird that he was about to disappear in the sight of the old man surnamed Du. "Want to run?" The old man surnamed Du was furious, and with a movement of his divine sense, a scarlet light suddenly hit the place where Yang Kai was standing. But the movement was still a bit slow, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, and the scarlet light also disappeared in a flash. The old man surnamed Du's face was extremely gloomy. Actually let him run away, this phantom array is not easy. He had no idea how the other party escaped from his field of vision and divine sense, but what exactly did the other party want to do by playing tricks like this? There was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and the old man surnamed Du suddenly became excited, turned his head and looked around, his face turned livid in an instant. The 2 void returning mirrors and 4 or 5 Saint King realms who had been following him had disappeared at this moment, as if he was the only one surrounded by the phantom formation. Thinking about what Yang Kai said just now, the old man surnamed Du immediately understood what he was going to do. His heart was full of shock and anger, he roared hysterically, and at the same time took out a one-handed axe with an astonishing evil spirit, and poured it into the Saint Yuan fiercely. Slashing in the void, trying to break the illusion in front of him. He didn't dabble in formations, so naturally he didn't know how to break the phantom formation in front of him, so he could only use the most brutal method. The grade of the one-handed axe secret treasure is definitely not low, it should be a virtual grade middle grade secret treasure, although this kind of secret treasure of the Dark Star cannot be refined, it can also be obtained from some ruins, so even if it is rare, it is still possible not for nothing. After pouring in the holy yuan, the one-handed axe shot out a jet-black gigantic light, which was more than 10 feet long, bombarded in the void, and there was a buzzing sound, which sounded amazing. But such an attack is obviously not enough to destroy the phantom formation, not to mention that the formation is still presided over by Yang Yan. After 3 or 5 choppings, the Saint Yuan was consumed a lot, but he made no contribution. The old man surnamed Du stopped his movements with a gloomy face, but waited vigilantly. He believed that the enemy would appear again. Sure enough, about the time of a cup of tea, a faint phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately, the phantom gradually solidified, revealing Yang Kai's figure. The eyes of the old man surnamed Du were fixed on his face and clothes for a moment, because there were a lot of fresh bloodstains there, which seemed to be splashed on it, and there was a faint ghost in the blood. As a person from Wansho Mountain, the old man surnamed Du is naturally very familiar with this breath. It is the smell of monster blood. And the only ones who have monsters with them are warriors who were born in 10,000 Beasts Mountain. What happened to my disciples? The old man surnamed Du looked at Yang Kai with an ugly face and asked in a deep voice. Why do you ask knowingly? Since I'm back, what do you think about them? Yang Kai sneered. It was just 2 void return first layers, and 4 or 5 Saint King stages. On the site of Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai wanted to solve the problem. They don't have to do anything. After all, when he was at the 2nd level of the Holy King, he was able to kill the 1st level of Return to the Void, and now he is assisted by the Yangan control formation, and the timing and location are all in his favor. If there is still a change, then all these years of cultivation will be in vain. Although there were some speculations in his heart, when Yang Kai admitted it himself, the old man surnamed Du gritted his teeth, nodded every word and said, Okay, dare to slaughter my disciples, I will never die with you in Wansho Mountain. Having said that, the face of the old man surnamed Du calmed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very surprised. He didn't expect this old guy to be able to calm down his anger. It seems that his Xinxing cultivation base is good, and he is not a soft persimmon that can be kneaded casually. Extremely rampant. What happens to Wansho Mountain in the future is none of your business, but old guy, you have no future, because you are going to die here today. Provided by students. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1401 Fierce Battle. Hearing Yang Kai's crazy words, the old man surnamed Du laughed loudly. You don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. I am afraid that you were still breastfeeding when the old man ruled the world, and you dare to speak so brazenly. Let the old man teach you how to communicate with you. The elders speak. As soon as the words fell, a scarlet light shot from the front. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and instinctively sensed the danger coming, but he clearly didn't see any signs of the old man surnamed Du making a move, and he didn't know what this attack was. How come? Suspicious in his heart, but didn't have time to find out, he took out the purple shield in a hurry and placed it across his chest. With a loud bang, Yang Kai couldn't help stepping back a few steps. With a loud bang, his chest was filled with chi and blood. Although he was fine, he was very afraid of this strange attack, because the force contained in this hit is really too great. If it is a person with a slightly weaker physical quality, even with a purple shield for protection, I am afraid that he will suffer a lot. And when the old man surnamed Du saw the purple shield, he couldn't help showing a fiery look in his eyes, and exclaimed, Void level top rank defensive secret treasure. He has good eyesight, and he immediately saw the extraordinariness of this purple shield. Originally, when the purple shield was first refined, it was only a low grade, but it was refined by Yang Yan several times, and after adding materials to repair it, it has become a virtual top grade. This level of secret treasure is a rare commodity on Gloom Star. The old man surnamed Du has a high status in Wansho Mountain, and his cultivation base is also at the 2nd level of returning to the void, but the secret treasure he owns now is only of the highest level. Middle grade, I found it by chance from an ancient ruin. Yang Kai, a mere Saint King realm, actually took out a false high-grade secret treasure, and it was also a defensive type, which made him jealous, and at the same time, his greedy heart arose. If he can kill this kid this time, then this secret treasure will belong to him. Jinshi Chengji only wanted the black gold, but he didn't say he wanted the property on this kid, and the other party was such a high-end treasure when he made a move, God knows if he has anything better. Thinking of this, the old man surnamed Du's heart was burning, his eyes flickered with murderous intent, and with a move of his divine sense, another scarlet light blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also didn't dodge this time. It wasn't because he was too big, but because he really wanted to know where the opponent's attack came from, and his spiritual sense was pushed to the extreme, and he watched without blinking. After a while, he couldn't help showing surprise. Because he discovered that the attack in the form of scarlet light was not the method of the old man Wan Shushan at all, but the tongue popped out by his blue-eyed blood toad. No wonder it has such great strength. This blue-eyed blood toad is a 9th-level monster, and its tongue is one of the most elastic parts of its body. It is understandable that it can knock itself back. The moment Yang Kai saw through the clues, that scarlet tongue hit the purple shield again, but this time Yang Kai was prepared for it, but with a slight sway of his body, he counteracted the force, and when he was about to strike back, he saw a smug smile appeared on the face of the old man surnamed Du on the opposite side, and he stretched out his hand to pat the blue-eyed blood toad under the seat. The holy yuan poured into its body continuously, and said heavily, "Come here." At the same time, Yang Kai felt a huge suction from the shield in his hand, dragging him forward. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly discovered that the scarlet long tongue of the blue-eyed blood toad had produced countless tiny suction cups. It was using these suction cups that its long tongue could suck the purple shield, and then drag it back pull. The old guy actually wanted to steal his secret treasure. Yang Kai understood the other party's intention in an instant, sneered, and a group of pitch-black magic flames appeared in his hand, which revealed a violent and incomparable heat, and directly grabbed the scarlet long tongue. The boy is looking for death. Seeing this scene, the old man surnamed Du was not only not angry, but was overjoyed. The blue-eyed blood toad he kept in captivity was not only rough-skinned and thick, extremely resistant to beatings but also full of poison. Not to mention the long tongue, a mere Saint King realm wants to grab the blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue with his hands. It's like an old birthday star hanged himself, and his life is too long. Stab. A strange sound came out, and there was a burning smell. The poisonous tongue of the blue-eyed blood toad was grasped by Yang Kai, and the magic flame rolled and wrapped half of the tongue. An anthropomorphic look of pain came from the two animal pupils of the blue-eyed blood toad, and the cheeks bulged and made a gurgling sound. How is it possible? The old man surnamed Du showed a horrified look on his face. He never expected that his monster would suffer a big loss in this confrontation, but the other party acted as if nothing had happened, watching the black flames running down his tongue like a prairie fire. The old man surnamed Du finally realized that something was wrong. The black fire of the other party seemed to be extraordinary. Not only was he not afraid of the poison, but he was also extremely difficult to deal with. Immediately, he gave an order to his monster in his heart, and the blue-eyed blood toad immediately released the purple shield that was sucked, and at the same time retracted the long scarlet tongue. In the blink of an eye, the long poisonous tongue disappeared, and the cheeks of the blue-eyed blood toad bulged a few times, and then opened its mouth wide, spitting out a mouthful of black blood from it. "Dare to hurt my monster." The old man surnamed Du was about to burst into tears. He thought it was a good show of killing people and seizing treasures, but he didn't expect that he would steal the chicken and lose the rice. After the black fire was drawn into his belly, his dependent monster the beast was clearly injured. Pointing his hand in anger, the lumpy pustules on the body of the blue-eyed blood toad suddenly exploded countless, spurting streams of multicolored and unpleasant-smelling venom from the inside. Those venom twisted slightly in midair, and turned into a spray in the shape of a small arrow. He shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai showed a dignified look. Even if he hadn't tried it himself, he knew that these venoms were not easy to contaminate. His complexion turned cold, and he threw a small furnace cauldron casually. Void King Class Refining Furnace. As soon as the smelting furnace appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat. It spun, and opened up against the wind. In an instant, it became a furnace with a height of several feet. Flying out of it, he opened his mouth and spewed out a fiery red glow, facing the countless poisonous arrows. The firelight and the venom collided, and the piercing sound could be heard endlessly. The face of the old man surnamed Du changed again, and he looked at Huo Nao Qiling greedily and fearfully, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Yang Kai was calm and composed, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The strength of the artifact spirit was much stronger than before, and it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a ninth-order monster. An attack with astonishing evil spirit suddenly came from the front, but it was the old man surnamed Du who saw that his monster was entangled and couldn't escape, so he had already taken the initiative to attack Yang Kai. It is a black on. Faced with the power of the opponent's secret treasure, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to trust him. Although fighting here, his Saint Yuan flow will be suppressed, but the opponent is still a void return 2 layer, and he will fight against this kind of enemy head-on. It is also the first time to open. With 10 fingers flicking, one after another demon flames flew out, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, these demon flames suddenly transformed into the appearance of flying birds. One after another, they rushed towards the evil Mang. The art of controlling Yuan. The eyelids of the old man surnamed Du twitched. He actually saw such a clever art of controlling Yuan from a Saint King 3rd layer warrior. Control to this peak state, not to mention the Holy King state. But the reality was before his eyes, and he couldn't help but not believe it. The flying bird transformed by the magic flame merged with the evil light in an instant, and after the rumbling sound, both disappeared invisible. So what if you are proficient in yuan control? In front of the old man, you can only let me slaughter you. The old man surnamed Du's face turned violent, and an invisible force centered on him in the roar, and spread to all around, directly Yang Kai wrapped in it. A feeling of stagnation spread, as if it was extremely difficult to even move a finger. Potential. Moreover, it is the potential of a warrior in the second level of returning to the void, which is much stronger than that in the first level. This alone, the old man surnamed Du was not satisfied. After suppressing Yang Kai with force, he threw the one-handed axe in his hand forward, poured a sage into it, and shouted in a low voice, "Go!" After the one-handed axe absorbed the old man's holy energy, more evil spirit suddenly gushed out from it, and the axe itself was shaking, turning into a pitch-black giant python with a length of more than 10 feet. The giant python shook its head and tail, extremely ferocious, opened its mouth wide, and flew towards where Yang Kai was standing, as if it wanted to swallow him in one gulp. The old man surnamed Du showed a ferocious smile. As a second-level void-returning realm, he had to go all out to deal with a third-level Saint King, which really annoyed him a lot. It's worth the shot. With a confident look on his face, he was ready to watch the scene where Yang Kai's body was smashed to pieces. A few golden lights suddenly flickered, and immediately, the golden light filled the entire sky, and under the cutting of this golden light, the old man surnamed Du felt the momentum he condensed, like countless small stones being thrown from a calm lake, and it was very fast. It quickly became chaotic and could no longer suppress the other party. This kid can even break the power of the void return mirror. And that golden light looked vaguely familiar, but the old man surnamed Du couldn't remember where he saw it. It's not to blame him for being ignorant, it's because the golden blood threads cultivated by Yang Kai are quite different from those of the demon blood sect. Condensing the magic blood thread is to use some tricks to increase the power of one's blood, or directly absorb the essence of the enemy's blood. In this way, although it can also increase the power of the magic blood thread, it is somewhat mixed and impure, and it also gives people a dark and mysterious feeling. But Yang Kai's golden blood thread is formed by the golden blood in his body, it is extremely pure, and it is more orthodox than the magic blood thread. If the middle-aged man from the demon blood sect came, maybe he could see the clues, but the old man surnamed Du didn't have such good eyesight. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1402 The Fish on the Cutting Board. The power of the momentum was broken, and Yang Kai broke free from the invisible quagmire in an instant. Sheng Yuan poured the purple shield in his hand and threw it forward. The shield immediately burst open and turned into a khaki sandstorm. The wind and sand blew up, covering the sky and avoiding the earth, and immediately wrapped the pitch-black python transformed from the opponent's one-handed axe secret treasure. Indistinctly, there was the hissing sound of the giant python coming from inside, and the huge figure of the giant python rushed left and right in it, but it was not so simple to get out of trouble. After all, the grade of the purple shield itself was lower than that of the purple shield. The one-handed axe is a bit taller, and the sandstorm power contained inside is the main defense, so it is no problem to trap the pitch-black python. Secret treasures will not fight on their own. The entanglement between the purple shield and the one-handed axe is completely a confrontation between Yang Kai and the old man surnamed Du, who competes for the strength of the spiritual consciousness and the subtlety of the secret treasure. The face of the old man surnamed Du changed greatly, because after this fight, he suddenly found that Yang Kai not only possessed the foundation that was not inferior to himself, but even the strength of his spiritual consciousness was unimaginably strong, far surpassing the warriors of the same level. "Where the hell are you?" The old man surnamed Du exclaimed. He couldn't believe that a boy with no background and no sect could have such a powerful strength, let alone the most elite disciple of the Holy King realm in Wanshou Mountain didn't have such strength, even Zontianmeng and Leitezong, it is impossible to cultivate them. On Gloomy Star, there is only one place that can cultivate such sky-defying warriors, and that is Xingdi Mountain. This kid must have come down from Xingdi Mountain to practice, right? Recalling all kinds of information about Yang Kai, the old man surnamed Du was beating drums in his heart. If not, how could he have so many tricks to restrain himself everywhere? That's a lot of nonsense. Yang Kai didn't want to answer him. Just now he had been in a passive defensive situation. It wasn't that he was not strong enough, but it was the first time he had fought against a martial artist of this level. I didn't dare to be greedy for merit, so I wanted to test the strength of the opponent. Now that the result has come out, it is natural to turn defense into offense. As the voice fell, a long sword with tumbling magic flames appeared in his hand. The long sword was completely condensed by the holy yuan, and it was pitch black and boundless, as if it could swallow all the light around it. Go! A shocking sword light more than 10 feet long struck towards the old man surnamed Du like a rainbow piercing through the sky. Feeling the lethality contained in the sword light, the old man surnamed Du gave a strange cry, and hurriedly dodged to the side. Before he could gain a firm foothold, another sword light swept over, as if the other party didn't care about the squandering of his own holy yuan. The old man surnamed Du died with all his souls, and it was inevitable to dodge this time. He gritted his teeth, took out a small square shield from his space ring, opened his mouth, and sprayed a mouthful of blood on it. The shield spun up and down in an instant, and during the rotation, a phantom of a shield that looked very strong emerged from it like a rune, golden in color, and blocked in front of him. Every warrior has at least one defensive secret treasure, and the old man surnamed Du is no exception. After all, some attacks are really inconvenient to resist. This small, square shield is his defensive treasure. Even though it is only a low-grade void level, it is also the pinnacle work of the void-level craftsman enshrined in Wanshou Mountain. The old man surnamed Du is usually reluctant to use it and treat it as a treasure on weekdays. But now, it has to be taken out. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the 10-foot-long pitch-black sword light hit the shield, and the rune-like shadow of the shield flickered, but it was still guarding the front as if it were solid. The old man surnamed Du shook his body and took a few steps back, but his expression was extremely happy, because the sword light was completely resisted by his secret treasure, and he was very satisfied with the strength of his defensive secret treasure. But in the next moment, his joy froze on his face, and his eyeballs were rounded. He saw the same sword lights in front of him flying over one after another. Each of them was astonishingly long, each of them was as black as ink, and each of them was rolling with scorching black fire. Half the sky. The old man surnamed Du felt a chill in his heart. Is this kid sick? How can a warrior squander Saint Yuan like this during a battle? Isn't he afraid of his powerlessness? No matter what level of warrior they are, they will carefully calculate every part of their strength when fighting. After all, no one can guarantee whether this battle will be a protracted one. Butchered. Such is Yang Kai's reckless attacking fighting style, although the old man surnamed Du has never seen it, but there are very few, and the few times he has seen it is also when the enemy knows that there is no hope of surviving, trying to hold himself back in a life and death struggle, but unfortunately no one succeeded in the end, and they were all killed by him. This kid looks like he wants to fight for his life. Could it be that he is a lunatic? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed in his mind. The old man surnamed Du was hit just now, and his body was shaken. At this moment, he had no time to think about other things, so he could only desperately pour his own holy energy into the small shield in his hand, praying that it would help him hold the line. The phantom of the golden shield shines brightly, dazzling people's eyes. The next moment, there was a rumbling sound of collision, and the body of the old man surnamed Du kept retreating under the forceful pushes one after another. And one after another, they rushed forward continuously, endlessly. Click! The crisp sound made the old man surnamed Du's face turn pale instantly, and when he fixed his eyes, he suddenly found that the phantom of the golden shield in front of him had actually cracked a gap, and the tiny gap quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, something like a scene crisscrossing like a spider's web. No matter how strong the defense is, it can't stop the endless attacks. Not even the big formation of Longshe Mountain can escape this iron law, let alone a mere small defense shield of low-level defense. Not good, the old man surnamed Du exclaimed in his heart, and hurriedly threw the shield in his hand forward, and at the same time quickly pulled away and dodged to the side. At the critical moment, he could only abandon his precious little shield, which didn't have the special power contained in Yang Kai's purple shield. There was a crash. Without the infusion of his Saint Yuan, even if the grade was high, the small shield was just a dead thing. It was swept by Yang Kai's sword light, and it was directly smashed into pieces, and the fragments were burned by the magic flame in an instant, turned into ashes, but this moment of blocking finally allowed the old man surnamed Du to escape, and flashed 30 feet away. Looking coldly at the place where he stood, Yang Kai held his left hand empty, and while the Saint Yuan was tumbling, a pitch-black spear had taken shape. Go! Yang shouted in a low voice. The pitch-black spear trembled slightly, and suddenly disappeared from where it was, and when it reappeared, it was already above the head of the old man surnamed Du, stabbing him obliquely. The heaven-punishing spear among the 9 heavens' divine skills, Yang Kai has already mastered the use of it, and its power is quite extraordinary. The old man surnamed Du hadn't recovered from the thrill just now, and now he was in danger again. His heart was full of shock and anger, and while roaring, he raised his hands flat and lifted them up fiercely, and a large amount of holy energy came out visibly with the naked eye. A curtain of light formed above his head, narrowly blocking the fatal blow from the heaven-punishing spear. But this was not over yet. Energy surged in the void. Suddenly a huge slap appeared, and slapped him head-on, causing the old man's eyelids to twitch. The palm print covered the sky and seemed to block all his escape routes, which made him feel hopeless. Cover the sky with one hand, cover the sky with one hand. With a bang, the palm print was slapped hard, the ground trembled suddenly, and an imprint covering an area of several tens of feet appeared on the ground. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that it is a palm print. But Yang Kai frowned, turned his head suddenly, and looked not far away. Over there, the old man surnamed Du stood there at some point, his complexion pale, coughing lightly, his whole body was extremely unstable. Yang Kai revealed a look of surprise and surprise. He didn't know what kind of secret technique the other party used to escape from his own methods and ascend to heaven. From the looks of it, Void Return 2-layer warriors really shouldn't be underestimated. Boy, do you really want to die with this old man? The old man surnamed Du looked at Yang Kai with resentment and fear, and asked coldly. At this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. Even without the suppression of the formation here, he couldn't kill Yang Kai, maybe the other party could fight him. But now being suppressed by the weird formation here, he can't exert 70% of his strength, and he is not his opponent at all. Except for the first few attacks, he has been avoiding defense for the rest of the time, in a panic. Especially the scene just now. Thinking of the old man surnamed Du, he broke out in cold sweat. If he hadn't made a quick decision and used a secret technique that greatly damaged his strength to escape, he might have been severely injured at this moment. Being severely injured in this kind of place, one can guess what fate awaits him without even thinking about it. But the secret technique is not used casually. After this battle, whether it is victory or defeat, several years of recuperation are unavoidable. The old man surnamed Du has already retreated. The treasure is touching, so he has to enjoy it with his life. As for how to appease Elder Feng's anger, it is not something he needs to consider right now. If he stays, he is afraid that he will really fall here. Burning together. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai had a playful look on his face, and said disdainfully, "It's up to you." The sarcasm and ridicule in the words are obvious. If it were another time, the old man surnamed Du would definitely not let it go. He has never been ridiculed by a warrior of the Saint King realm, but at this moment. You think the old man is already a fish on the cutting board, boy, the old man admits that you are strong, but the old man is not that easy to kill, or let this matter go, you let the old man go, and the old man will never come to Longshe Mountain again. How? Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate terms with me? Yang Kai grinned, and said coldly, I'll treat you like a fish on the chopping board, so what? Provided by it da do doum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1403 Demonization. Boy, you have to forgive others and forgive others. If you really want to fight this old man, be careful not to break your mouth and teeth. The old man surnamed Du growled sternly. Oh, then I want to see, your body can break a few of my teeth. Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and he did not back down. The enemy has come to his home, how could Yang Kai beg for mercy and let him leave safely? He had already made up his mind to kill all the people who broke into Longshe Mountain. People were bullied and Ma Shan was ridden by others. It was time for Longshe Mountain to show its fangs. Hearing Yang Kai's answer, the old man surnamed Du's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, he gritted his teeth and said, Are you really going to be so decisive? Yang Kai didn't speak, but held up the long sword in his hand, and another sword light slashed forward, telling him his own answer with practical actions. You forced me to do this. The old man surnamed Du's face suddenly became terrified, and he stood on the spot without dodging or avoiding, treating the sword light as nothing, as if he was not afraid at all. Yang Kai raised his brows, his face turned serious, he didn't think the other party was begging for death. Judging from his words just now and his current expression, it was clear that the other party still had some means to suppress the bottom of the box, since he dared to make such a big deal, must have the confidence to block this blow. At this point, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, and with a flick of his fingers, a space blade had already shot towards him silently. Yang Kai didn't intend to let the other party use the method of pressing the bottom of the box, but only prepared to use the space blade to make a final decision. The pitch-black sword light was in the front, and the space blade was behind. The old man surnamed Du didn't notice it at all, but he still stood there without moving. Instead, he took out a jade box from his own space. The jade box was opened, and there was a blood-red pill the size of a longan inside. The old man surnamed Du picked up the pill, threw it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it with a thud. I don't know if it's an illusion, when he took this pill, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of nostalgia and struggle in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was missing. At the same time, the pitch-black sword light had already struck 3 feet in front of him, and it was about to bombard him. But at this moment, a colossal object suddenly fell from the sky, accompanied by a loud noise and the trembling of the ground. This colossal object blocked the old man surnamed Du. Stab. The sword light bombarded the body of this behemoth, and there was a piercing sound, and there was a painful gurgling sound. Blue-eyed blood toad. At a critical moment, the old man surnamed Du actually summoned his blue-eyed blood toad back. Although this monster is of the 9th rank, its strength is not as good as the fire bird's. The only advantage is that it has rough skin and thick flesh. In such a short period of time during the battle with the killing firebird, the blue-eyed blood toad was completely covered in scars from being burned by the flames. Huge blisters replaced the original bumps on its body, and countless colorful venoms came from it. It dripped from its wound, and the smell was sickening. Even so, it still didn't die. If it were the 9th level monster beside it, it would have died by now. It was already full of scars, but Yang Kai hit him with a sword light, and there was a long gap in the body of the blue-eyed blood toad, and the white bones could almost be seen. But the old man surnamed Du didn't feel anything about it, as if this monster wasn't the one he had kept in captivity for many years. He stretched out his hand and patted the back of the blue-eyed blood toad, pouring holy energy into it desperately. Silently, the space blade that was following the sword glow also arrived, and there was a foot-long crescent-shaped gap in the abdomen of the blue-eyed blood toad in an instant. The targets attacked by the space blade will all be exiled into the void, so the injuries caused by the space blade cannot be recovered at all. The power of Yang Kai's space blade is certainly not small, and the strength of the blue-eyed blood toad's body should not be underestimated. This attack barely pierced his body, and the power of the space blade dissipated invisible. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt a bit sorry. If the space blade could advance 2 feet, maybe he could kill the old man surnamed Du in one fell swoop. It's obviously useless to think about it now. No matter how rough the blue-eyed blood toad is, it will definitely die after suffering such a serious injury. As its owner, the old man surnamed Du seems to have suffered backlash. When he was desperately agitating Sheng Yuan, a mouthful of blood spurted out involuntarily. After coming out, he immediately looked at the blue-eyed blood toad in shock. His eyes were extremely horrified. Sensing that the monster vitality connected to his own life is rapidly dissipating, the old man surnamed Du urges Sheng Yuan more and more violently. Visible to the naked eye, the body of the blue-eyed blood toad swells rapidly, and soon becomes chubby, as if at any time, may burst. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and gave the fire bird artifact spirit an order in his heart, and accompanied by a crisp bird song, a red light rushed towards that side quickly. Before the chi spirit rushed over, there was a sudden explosion. Amidst the sound, the blue-eyed blood toad turned into a blood mist, leaving no bones left, and the colorful poisonous mist and venom filled the sky. Frightened by this, Qi Ling hurriedly circled and flew straight into the sky. But the old man surnamed Du had a ferocious expression on his face, and stood there with a happy face, enjoying the baptism of the poisonous mist and poisonous venom, not to mention what kind of kung fu or secret technique he had used to absorb all the venom and poisonous mist into his body inside. At the same time, he made a big move, grabbed the inner alchemy of the blue-eyed blood toad, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it. A series of accidents happened in the blink of an eye, and Yang Kai was dumbfounded. After absorbing the blood mist and the inner alchemy of the blue-eyed blood toad, the appearance of the old man surnamed Du also undergone a terrifying change. On the exposed skin, lumps of flesh appeared, smelly poisonous water continuously flowed out from the flesh, which looked exactly the same as the previous blue-eyed blood toad. The old guy was already ugly, and now his image was even worse. Not only that, but his 2 eyeballs also seemed to have turned blue, as if there was some mystery hidden in it. The most ridiculous thing is that his cheeks on both sides are also swollen high like the blue-eyed blood toad, which looks extremely funny. But Yang Kai couldn't laugh at all, because the aura of the old man had increased a lot compared to before, and it gave him a very dangerous feeling. Okay. The old man surnamed Du suddenly laughed a few times, staring at Yang Kai coldly with a pair of blue eyes. If you can force this old man to become a demon, you deserve to die. Demon eyes. Yang Kai raised his brows. Although this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, it should be the untold secret of Wanshou Mountain. After all, the warriors of Wanshou Mountain have been dealing with monsters and beasts all year round. Can't do this kind of thing. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that this old man with the surname Du is not completely human anymore, he can be regarded as half human and half demon. Moreover, there are not only the fluctuations of the Saint Yuan in the body, but also the fluctuation of the monster Yuan. The combination of the two is terrifying. This must be a secret technique with great consequences. Maybe it can't be reversed. Yang Kai immediately made a judgment, otherwise the old man's surname Du would not have used it until now. After all, the Holy Yuan and the Demon Yuan are two different things, it is impossible to coexist in one body. Yang Kai's guess is right, the demonization secret technique of Wanshou Mountain is indeed a serious disaster, and there is no way to reverse it. Even if he succeeds in suppressing the violent movement of the demon element afterwards, most of the old man's cultivation base will have to be abolished, and he can't do it anymore. Fight with others, otherwise the demon will come back, and he will die without a doubt. He was also driven into a hurry, otherwise how could he be so desperate? The opponent's imposing manner was monstrous. Yang Kai was not afraid, and with a move of his hand, the Firebird artifact spirit had already circled over, one person and one artifact spirit, rushing over there and staring at it. The old man surnamed Du didn't intend to waste time, his cheeks puffed up as soon as the demonization was over, he let out a sigh of relief, and a green poisonous arrow shot out from his mouth leisurely, straight towards Yang Kai. After being demonized, he was able to use the ability of the blue-eyed blood toad. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, since he would not stand still, he would dodge to the side in a flash. Unexpectedly, the poisonous arrow suddenly exploded in midair, turning into countless fine venom, and exploded in all directions. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only condense his own Saint Yuan to form a protection on his body surface. Stinged, the venom collided with the Holy Yuan, and actually corroded the magic flame shield into tiny holes. After being demonized, the venom also seemed to become much stronger. Before Yang Kai could investigate carefully, a dangerous aura came from the air. Yang Kai was shocked, and pushed upward with a backhand palm, and Sheng Yuan came out violently. A strong force came from above, and Yang Kai fell under the pressure, but when he looked up, how could there be any enemies in the sky? Only in the perception of divine sense, I discovered that the old man surnamed Du was jumping around him at an unimaginable speed, looking for his own flaws, and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. This kind of speed is not something a human can possess. It seems that the old man with the surname Du has inherited the jumping ability of the blue-eyed blood toad after he turned into a demon. This is a bit tricky. The opponent is so fast, it is not easy to hit him. But now he is playing 2 against 1, and Qi Ling is a good helper, and he also has the advantage of suppressing the formation, so he is not panic, and he gave Qi Ling an order during the transmission of spiritual thoughts. The Firebird immediately burst open and turned into countless small flying birds. These flying birds looked exactly the same as the Qi Ling, but their size was countless times smaller. These flying birds are densely packed, covering a huge space. Suddenly, a few birds chirped, and the whole body burned. On the other side, the old man surnamed Du showed up helplessly, with a trace of resentment flashing across his face. He didn't expect Yang Kai to use the artifact spirit to check his tracks, and he didn't check for a while, revealing his whereabouts. A few golden threads suddenly shot out from the front, turning into a golden light covering the sky and covering him. There was a sharp aura coming from the golden thread. Once it was cut by it, the fate would not be much better. The face of the old man surnamed Du changed, his eyes became bright green, and he stared at Yang Kai. An invisible force burst out from his sea of consciousness and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Divine Consciousness Toxin. After being demonized, the sea of consciousness of the old man surnamed Du has also mutated. He can use the powerful method of Divine Consciousness Toxin. Once it is contaminated, it is as difficult to get rid of as Tarsus maggots. It is even more unpredictable, it can be described as extremely vicious. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1404 Old Man Xie Li. Seeing the old man surnamed Du looking at him recklessly, Yang Kai was not surprised but delighted. His left eye suddenly became as deep as the sea, and golden pupils appeared. World Exterminating Demon Eye. The pure golden pupil is narrow and long, making people daunting. Without any thought of resistance, it seems that this eye has become the master of the world. And on this golden pupil, there is still some inexplicable glow lingering vaguely. Glazed Divine Light. It was after refining the glazed bead that Dai Yuan gave him that he had fused a little power. Although the glazed light hadn't completely merged with the world exterminating demon eye, Yang Kai could already use its power. The demonic eye of exterminating worlds is the innate supernatural power of the great demon god. It is not obtained through hard work, but it is born with it, and its power will increase with the growth of the person who possesses it. This world-exterminating demon eye is in Yongkai's hands, but it can continue to exert even stronger power. An invisible vortex faintly appeared in that golden pupil, and a strong suction force came out from that vortex. The old man surnamed Du was shocked. At this moment he felt that his soul was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but feel a feeling of wanting to be killed. The illusion of sucking away. This discovery made him look horrified, and he quickly practiced exercises silently to suppress the throbbing and fear in his heart. But this is not over yet. The inexplicable glow lingering around the golden pupil produced a strange power at this time. Under the influence of that power, the old man surnamed Du suddenly found that the soul that had just stabilized was turbulent again. Not only that, this time, even his own body seemed a little out of control. The world-extinguishing demon eye has the effect of devouring the soul of an elite warrior. Yongkai relies on it to comprehend the martial arts of heaven and earth beyond his own realm in advance, so no matter how fast he advances, there will be no flaws in his state of mind. There will be no disadvantages of unstable mood. And Luli Shengguang has the power to restrain the body and restrain the soul, and restrain the power of the 5 elements. The superposition of the two should not be underestimated. However, Yongkai's current strength is not high, and the effect of stepping up to deal with a strong man like the old man surnamed Du will be discounted, not to mention that the old man surnamed Du has been demonized at this moment, which is more difficult to deal with than the general void return to layer. So it's just a short effort. The old man surnamed Du got rid of the double deterrence of the world-exterminating demon eye and the glazed divine light. But it was enough. Within this breath time, Yongkai had shot out more than a dozen spatial blades, attacking the old man surnamed Du, and waited for his eyes to recover and his body to regain freedom. The black blade-like attack hit right in front of him. The soul of the old man surnamed Du was all dead. He let out a loud roar, and 2 layers of light curtains flashed from his body. Superimposed together, it looks very thick. Of the 2 layers of light curtains, 1 layer is condensed by his own pure holy energy, and the other layer is transformed by the demonic energy of the blue-eyed blood toad. But 2 layers of protection can't stop the cutting of the blade of space. Silently, more than a dozen space blades passed by where he was standing, cut through his body, and flew several tens of feet away before gradually disappearing. But the old man surnamed Du stood there with a face full of astonishment, looking at Yongkai in horror. Immediately, he lowered his head and looked at his body. He only saw a lot of blade-shaped holes in his body. Through those holes, he could clearly see his broken organs, wriggling viscera, and bright red blood pouring out from those incisions like fountains. The power of space, the old man surnamed Du murmured, his body crashing. It fell apart and turned into a pool of minced meat. On the old face, the 2 eyeballs were staring round, as if he couldn't believe that he was planted in such a place until he died. Looking at his corpse, Yongkai exhaled slightly. This battle was really not easy, even though Yang Yan presided over the formation to suppress the opponent's strength, but after using the demonization secret technique, this old guy can also play far beyond the usual level. If it weren't for his many means, he might not be able to kill him. The suction power came out from the eyes of the Mie Shimo, and it devoured the soul of the old man named Du. This is the soul of a void return 2-layer warrior. It was very helpful for Yongkai to understand the power of the situation, and he would not miss it. But after this battle, Yongkai had some vague judgments about his combat power. Judging from the current level, it is no problem to confront the Void Return 2-layer martial artist head-on, but whether he can kill it depends on the opponent's ability. As for the Void Return 3rd layer, it seems to be a bit reluctant, but there is no real fight, and Yongkai is not good at judging. On the other side, without the control of the old man's spiritual sense, the black python transformed from his one-handed axe secret treasure also showed its original shape and fell to the ground. Yongkai moved his hand, first took back the purple shield, then picked up the one-handed axe to play with, and threw it into the space ring. Standing in place and silently investigating for a while, Yongkai quickly understood the current situation of Dragon Cave Mountain. The intruders were basically killed. Somewhere more than a dozen miles away, another enemy at the 2nd level of Return to the Void was caught in a bitter fight, but his opponent was 3 1st-level Return to the Void. Through the auras of these people, Yongkai quickly judged that the enemy should be a strong man of the Demon Blood sect, and needless to say the 3 Void Return 1 layers, they were obviously Chonghaoan and Ning Shangchen. Although the realm of the 3 of them was a bit lower, there was no problem besieging the middle-aged man of the Demon Blood sect in Longshe Mountain. Yongkai felt that the situation was one-sided, and the enemy would lose and die sooner or later. Ning Xiangchen would swim in this muddy water, and he was standing on the side of Longshe Mountain, but it was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. After all, I don't have much friendship with this senior, I just talked a few times in the Emperor Garden and his party. Although I know that he intends to make friends with me to borrow the fire bird, but Yang Kai is not disgusted. After all, the other party there was no malice at all, he just asked for something, and in the end he readily agreed to his request. It was an unintentional move at the time, but at this time, a reinforcement was brought in for Longshe Mountain, which was considered unintentional. Otherwise, Changqi and Haoan alone would be powerless to kill the enemies of the demon blood cult. Of course, it doesn't matter if there is Ning Xiangchen in Longshe Mountain, but this discovery made Yang Kai feel much happier. No longer paying attention to that side, Yang Kai turned his gaze to another place, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and immediately walked towards that side. In that strange illusion where there is no sun, moon and stars, and the world is barren, Xie Li sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression calm. He had tried for a long time, but he still couldn't break the formation in front of him. At this moment, he was very decisive, knowing that there is no way to break through with my own ability, so I simply don't waste time anymore, but recharge my energy and wait for work. He knew that the phantom array was not lethal, and if he wanted to kill himself, the enemy would always show up by himself. As the most powerful member of the Xie family, Xie Li's heart is indeed good, but the few Saint King realms who follow him don't have such good concentration. At this moment, they all look at Xie Li eagerly, hoping that he can point out a clear way out. But Xie Li remained silent, they had no choice but to dare not ask rashly, they were like ants on a hot pot, anxious and bewildered. Suddenly, Xie Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up, his eyes shot out a terrifying light, and he stared intently not far in front of him. When he got up, the void in front of him suddenly swelled with a layer of ripples. Immediately, a figure passed through there strangely, as if piercing through a transparent water curtain, and came to the Xie family with ease, in front of. Looking at this person's face, Xie Li's eyes shrank, and his murderous thoughts were like waves. Of course he recognized Yang Kai, after all his son Xie Hongwen died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai. Xie Li never wanted to avenge the murder of his son, but he was considered a weather-beaten person anyway, he did not take it rashly came to Longshe Mountain to find Yang Kai to avenge. After all, there was Qian Tong standing behind Yang Kai at that time, showing off his bravery for a while. Even if he succeeded, he would have to be buried with him. If this is the case, it would be too much to lose. So he has been patient and has been looking for opportunities. I have been lucky and failed, and finally waited until today's moment. Now that the enemies meet, they are naturally extremely jealous. But Xie Li was still able to hold his breath, he just stared at Yang Kai, and didn't act rashly. Intruding into this illusion, Yang Kai glanced at it, and summoned the weapon spirit indifferently. The fire bird spread its wings, and the fireballs the size of washbasins smashed towards the few Saint King Realm warriors overwhelmingly. Go down. Pity these Saint King Realm warriors who have been trapped for so long, they have been upset for a long time. How can there be any room for resistance when they are attacked by Huo now, whose strength is comparable to the void-returning mirror expert? The defensive secret treasures sacrificed hastily could not withstand the onslaught of those fireballs at all, and they were shattered and turned into pieces in the heat wave and impact. He fell to the ground screaming and was burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, several warriors at the Saint King realm were all killed, without any effect being exerted. But Xie Li didn't change his face, as if the one who died was not a disciple of his own family, he just looked at Yang Kai coldly. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Is this the first time you and this old man have met?" "Old man Xie Li, you must be no stranger." Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "I know you are Xie Li, and I also know why you are here, but I just want to ask a question." "Yes, before dying, this old man can fulfill your wish." Xie Li snorted coldly, as if he was quite confident in his means. "No shame." Yang Kai grinned, "Forget it, I don't care about this with you, you just need to tell me where Lu Yi is, and I'll give you the whole body." Lu Yi, Xie Li frowned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to ask this question at such a time, but a complicated look flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head immediately. "I don't know, probably dead gone." "Is it dead?" Yang Kai was noncommittal, it was impossible for Lu Yi to die so easily. He had cut off one of his arms in the flowing flame sand field, but even so, this time when he saw him again, his arm grew back. This made Yang Kai unable to understand. Open HoloLens bracket proportion fast update proportion no pop-up window proportion plain text proportion close HoloLens bracket. Chapter 1405 blew himself up. It is impossible for a person who can regenerate a broken arm to die so easily. Yang Kai faintly felt that Lu Yi was not an easy person. But the people who are still alive in Longshe Mountain at this moment, apart from Xie Li in front of him, are only the middle-aged man from the Demon Blood sect. If Lu Yi broke in, there would be no reason not to be discovered. Yang Yan and Wu Yi, they are always monitoring the movement of Longshe Mountain. This bastard is very shrewd. He didn't come in. Yang Kai hated his teeth. You only have this question. Xie Li showed an impatient look. Yes. Yang Kai grinned at him. Then you can go to hell. Xie Li's face revealed a stern look, and he let out a deep drink. The majestic Saint Qi came out through his body, which was faintly visible to the naked eye. Immediately, there was a burst of crackling sound in his body, and his body shape followed suit. It soared in a circle, the muscles all over his body piled up, glowing with a strange bronze color, and shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow from the string. Yang Kai's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect that Xie Li would actually want to fight him in close quarters, but he didn't think too much about it. The other party had a deep hatred with him, so it was naturally more satisfying to use this method. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stood there and stared at him indifferently, stretched out his hand, and a golden thread had already pierced the air. Xie Li didn't dodge or dodge, but slowly stretched out a fist. The fist seemed to be slow and fast, glowing with golden light, seemed to contain some powerful power, and greeted the golden silk. In the blink of an eye, his fist collided with the golden blood thread, and what surprised Yang Kai was that his incomparably sharp golden blood thread was blocked by the opponent's fist. Not only that, but also an inexplicable force penetrated past the golden thread to yourself, making your blood surge. As soon as you fought against Yang Kai, he realized that this Xie Li was more difficult than the old man named Wanshou Shandu just now. As expected of a strong man from Shadow Moon Palace, his background alone is extraordinary. If Xie Li and the old man surnamed Du were to fight alone, the other party would definitely not be an opponent. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and when he was about to use another means to stop him, there was a sudden change. Xie Li, who was rushing towards him like a rainbow with murderous intent, suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he had encountered some accident. His face showed pain and confusion, and immediately after, his shining eyes were covered with a layer of numbness and blood-red color. Yang Kai frowned, subconsciously thinking that the other party was playing some tricks, but he felt something was wrong for a while and didn't know what was wrong with the other party. And at this moment, Xie Li had rushed to 5 feet in front of him, with a clear murderous intent, cutting Yang Kai's skin like a blade. The next moment, Xie Li's body was a strange blood-red color, and his aura was violent and turbulent, becoming extremely chaotic, and blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth and ears, and his eyeballs widened, as if they were about to crack their orbits when it came out. It looked terrifying. This is... Yang Kai looked at this sudden scene in amazement, and soon remembered something. His face changed drastically, he tapped his hand, and the purple shield flew out in response, turning into a violent sandstorm, killing him wrapped in it. At the same time, the artifact spirit Firebird also jumped down from the sky, and transformed into a flame-light curtain with a cry, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just finished all this, and Xie Li had already rushed into the flame-light curtain transformed by the weapon spirit Firebird. The scorching flames covered his whole body, turning him into a burning man in an instant, but Xie Li seemed to be unconscious, still rushing towards Yang Kai without fear of death, and muttering words in his mouth. His expression was extremely ferocious. The flame-light curtain shrank, hindering Xie Li's advance, and finally slowed down his speed a lot. And Xie Li's body was faintly reaching its limit at this moment. The skin all over his body was cracked, blood was constantly oozing out, and it was dried under the scorching high temperature. A loud noise came out, and Xie Li's body and the huge Saint Yuan contained in his body suddenly exploded. The unimaginable impact centered on his position and spread in all directions. The light in the surrounding space flickered wildly, and the phantom array arranged here couldn't stand the impact of such energy. It only lasted for a few breaths before it burst through, revealing the original scenery of this place again. The flame-light curtain that originally wrapped Xie Li's body was also torn apart, and the impact was scattered and invisible. Fortunately, the spirit of the weapon has no entity. Even if it is hit like this, it will not cause any serious problems. Regained its original appearance again, with an anthropomorphic frightened expression in its eyes. The entire Longshe Mountain shook at this moment, and the energy fluctuations soaring into the sky could not be covered even with layers of protection. Qian Tong and Fei Zhe too, who were 50 miles away, stood up suddenly, staring at Longshe Mountain in surprise. Old Fei, this is... Qian Tong's face was serious. Someone blew himself up. Fei Zhitu said in surprise. Well, and looking at this breath, it seems to be that guy Xie Li. Not at all, Xie Li is at the second level of returning to the void. Even if he falls into the formation, he won't be able to reach this step. Go and have a look, there seems to be something wrong. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he flew towards the direction of Longshe Mountain in a flash. Fei Zhitu frowned, smiled wryly, and had no choice but to keep up. Speaking of which, the current situation of Shadow Moon Hall is not good. It is really better not to get involved in this matter, but after seeing that Yongkai has a remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit, Fei Zhitu can't compare it with the ordinary people. Saint King Realm treats everyone equally, and subconsciously has the idea of establishing a good relationship with him. Coupled with the fact that Qian Tong was obviously on Yongkai's side, he naturally didn't want Yongkai and Longshe Mountain to suffer any losses. Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner looked at each other, and also followed without hesitation. A group of 4 people flew into the air and hurried away. Before they reached Longshe Mountain, they saw countless rays of light flying towards the same target in all directions. Obviously, they were all powerful people from various forces who had been watching from the sidelines. After noticing the movement in Longshe Mountain, they were all shocked and ran over to find out what happened. On the other side of the Luluman, Gong Aofu was also speeding along with Dai Yuan and Yin Sudi, but unlike Gong Aofu and Yin Sudi's indifference, Dai Yuan showed an anxious look on her face, and hesitated for a long time, gritting his teeth. He asked, "Master, what happened over there? Why are there such terrifying energy fluctuations?" Gong Aofu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy in her heart that Dai Yuan cared so much about Longshe Mountain. She didn't want to answer at first, but seeing Yin Sudi also looked at her suspiciously, after thinking about it, she said, "It seems that someone blew himself up, otherwise we wouldn't there may be such a movement." Self-explosion? Who blew himself up? Yin Sudi raised her eyebrows and said excitedly, "Could it be that Longshe Mountain is outnumbered, and that guy Yongkai has nowhere to go?" Hearing what she said, Dai Yuan couldn't help but her pretty face turned pale, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Gong Aofu shook her head slowly. "No, that kid is not yet so capable of making such a big commotion. The person who blew himself up must be at the same level as a teacher." Void Return to Layer. "No way," Yin Sudi exclaimed coquettishly. "There are only 3 Void Return to Layer people who have entered Dragon Cave Mountain, and everyone is extremely powerful and famous. How could they choose to blow themselves up? As a teacher, how could I know? Didn't you see so many people rushing there? I'm afraid they didn't know it before they went to investigate, but look at this aura, it looks a bit like the one from the Shadow Moon Palace." "Bit. Shadow Moon Palace, isn't that?" Yin Sudi's pretty face changed. "Master, is that really the case?" Dai Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Gong Aofu turned her head to look at her, and woke up in a cold voice. "Whether it is true or not, what does it have to do with you? This matter is over, you can go back to the Luluman to retreat, and I will not order you to go out easily in the future." "Yes." Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly, and nodded obediently. Although Gong Aofu was very satisfied with her apprentice's attitude, she still had doubts in her heart. What kind of danger was hidden in this small Dragon Cave Mountain? How could a Void Return to Layer realm be forced to explode? At the same time, Yang Yan's face changed drastically in the Longshe Mountain Stone Mansion. Even though she was hiding in the stone mansion, she could still clearly feel the violent energy fluctuations outside. At this moment, the entire stone mansion was pattering down gravel. Yongkai was almost in the very center of the danger, and he didn't know if something happened to him. Hastily shot out a Saint Yuan, poured it into the gold and silver array in front of him, and after detecting Yongkai's aura, Yang Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yongkai didn't die, it's just that his breath was a bit disordered. Just when she wanted to check Yongkai's situation carefully, Wu Yi exclaimed from the side, "Sister Yang Yan, there are many strong people approaching our Dragon Cave Mountain, why manage?" Yang Yanmei narrowed her eyes, and looked into the array, and found that many light spots were approaching Longshe Mountain at an extremely fast speed, and many of those lights were very bright, obviously only produced by void returning third layer warriors' reaction. Roughly counting, there are at least a dozen of them, and this is not all. So much. Yang Yan's face darkened. With so many strong people approaching, even if Shadow Moon Palace wanted to intervene, it probably wouldn't be of much help. Although Qian Tong and Yongkai had a good relationship, they couldn't be enemies with so many people. We'll drag him down too. After pondering for a while, Yang Yan's expression became cold, and he shouted coquettishly, "Open all the formation restrictions, and those who dare to trespass on Longshe Mountain will be killed." Wu Yi was stunned, and immediately nodded, while his hands were constantly changing. One after another holy yuan was poured into the formation plate, and soon, the entire Longshe mountain was covered by thicker mist, and there was a gust of wind inside. Qianyu, take them to the basement. Yang Yan's voice was cold. Are you going to use that? Qianyu's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Yang Yan smiled wryly. I hope not, but it's better to make preparations early. You have also done it when refining it, so you know what to do now. I know. Qianyu nodded slightly, and immediately walked out. After a while, all the warriors hiding in the stone mansion came out, and followed Qianyu to a certain place in Longshe Mountain. Little, Yang Yan called softly, and the next moment, a little guy like a stone puppet appeared in front of her, silent and extremely strange, with a pair of round eyes curiously looking at Yang Yan. Inflammation. You go too. Yang Yan waved his hand, and the stone puppet disappeared once again. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1406 Traps. Yang Kai frowned, standing somewhere in the Dragon Cave Mountain, covered in blood, looking embarrassed, staring blankly and strangely not far ahead. On the ground in front of it, there was a huge deep pit, and countless pieces of meat were scattered around the pit, which looked extremely terrifying. This is obviously the result of Xie Li's self-destruction. But Yang Kai couldn't believe what he saw just now. Why did Xie Li choose to blow himself up? No matter how much enmity he has with himself, he doesn't look like the kind of person who would sacrifice his life for revenge. What's more, the battle between him and him has just begun. Doesn't he have the confidence to defeat him at all? Only those who are driven to a dead end will choose this extreme method to die with the enemy. Otherwise, the enemy will not die after the self-detonation. Wouldn't it make the loved ones hurt and the enemy happy? Yang Kai subconsciously suspected that Xie Li was playing some tricks, thinking that everything just now was an illusion. But the huge crater in front of him and the fierce energy impact just now clearly have the effect that only a martial artist of that level can self-destruct. Just disappeared. Are you sick? While Yang Kai was cursing inwardly, a hint of palpitation flashed in his eyes. The Void Return 2-layer expert blew himself up only 3 to 5 feet away from him, and the terrifying energy swept away. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed something wrong and had prepared in advance, he might really have to be buried with him this time. The 2 layers of protection formed by the artifact Firebird and the purple shield finally weakened the power of the opponent's self-destruction to about 60%. In this way, when the aftermath hit, Yang Kai also felt like he was sailing in a storm. A canoe on the sea is in danger of sinking at any time. Fortunately, his physical body is strong, and the golden blood also has a strong recovery ability. At the critical moment, a space crack was torn, and most of the aftermath was swallowed into the crack. At this moment, his image was a bit of a mess, but it wasn't a big deal. In other words, Xie Libai is dead. But Yang Kai still frowned tightly. Without the slightest excitement, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Unless Xie Li's head is rusted, he can't make such a stupid choice. Xie Li has always been a deacon in the Shadow Moon Palace, and his cultivation level is not bad. Such a person is undoubtedly very shrewd. He will definitely not use self-detonation to launch an attack. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out 10,000 times. Thinking about the change in Xie Li's expression before he blew himself up, Yang Kai became even more confused. Just when he had no clue, the mutation happened again. In the huge pit, a piece of flesh and blood that belonged to Xie Li's self-explosion suddenly squirmed strangely, and immediately a blood-red light shot out from it. At the same time, 4 or 5 identical blood-red rays of light shot over from all directions. Looking at the location, it was the place where several Xie family Saint King Realm warriors who had been killed by Yang Kai before died. As soon as these blood-red rays of light appeared, they all rushed towards Yang Kai's position, extremely fast, and silently. When Yang Kai found out, they had already rushed in front of them. Yang Kai's face changed, although he didn't know what these blood-red rays of light were, but he also noticed their strangeness, stretched out his hand in front of him, and a Haoshan shield formed leisurely, blocking it in front, and immediately, Yang Kai's hand gold in the blood trembled and cut towards the blood-red rays of light. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and the extremely sharp golden blood thread cut the blood-red rays of light back and forth hundreds of times in an instant. But only a weaker ray of light was scattered, revealing its true colors. It looked like a silkworm chrysalis. Its body was cut into countless petals, and dissipated in the world, as if it had never appeared before. And the rest came at an even faster pace. Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment, and hurriedly pulled back, but the speed of those rays of light was undoubtedly faster, and they rushed to the clear sky shield in the blink of an eye, and the thick clear sky shield seemed to be nothing, unable to stop their advance at all. Several blood-red rays of light flashed into Yang Kai's mind, and his spiritual defense couldn't stop him at all. Oops! Yang Kai's face sank, and he immediately closed his eyes, escaping his mind into the sea of consciousness. The next moment, the spirit body appeared in the sea of consciousness. He turned his head and looked around, and soon found the trace of the intruder. It was exactly the same as the thing I saw just now. It was like a silkworm chrysalis, it was blood-red, floating quietly somewhere above the sea of consciousness. When Yang Kai found them, they all burst into light, and immediately gathered and merged in the middle, and in the blink of an eye, several weird things like silkworm chrysalis merged into one. A somewhat familiar breath exuded from it. Lu Yi. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Even though he had only fought against Lu Yi once, Yang Kai still remembered his aura, because this person was too weird. What he didn't expect was that Lu Yi was hidden behind the blood-red light. Could it be that Xie Li's self-explosion was also controlled by Lu Yi? Otherwise, how could a Void Return 2-layer expert choose such an extreme method at the beginning of the battle? And one of the blood-red rays of light clearly shot out from a certain piece of Xie Li's flesh and blood. Thinking of the change in Xie Li's expression before he blew himself up, Yang Kai faintly felt that his guess was correct. If this is the case, then Lu Yi is too amazing, he can even control Void Return 2-layer powerhouses. Where the hell is he? In an instant, Yang Kai raised his evaluation of Lu Yi to a higher level, never daring to underestimate him. Staring intently at the bloody silkworm chrysalis in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This thing should be condensed by the power of spiritual consciousness, not an entity. How can the power of spiritual consciousness be so powerful in Lu Yi's mere Saint King realm? He couldn't believe it. Yang Kai's guess is not wrong. Xie Li has indeed been controlled by Lu Yi, as a person who stood at the peak tens of thousands of years ago. Although Lu Yi is now swimming in shallow water, his cultivation level is not outstanding, but he can master it. All kinds of secret techniques are far from being comparable to ordinary void-returning mirrors. No matter how shrewd Xie Li is, he would never have imagined that Lu Yi could actually plant 10,000 poisonous evil GU on him. Through this GU, Lu Yi secretly controlled the fate of Xia's family, Hexen Gate, Luyun Valley, and many warriors he subdued. He didn't intend to let Xie Li seek revenge on Yang Kai, or kill Yang Kai from the beginning. His initial plan was to control Yang Kai through the 10,000 poison evil GU, and get back his own things from Yang Kai. In the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai obtained his precious item, and Lu Yi always wanted to take it back, but now he finally found a chance. His original intention was not to let Xie Li blow himself up to kill Yang Kai, he just wanted to severely injure Yang Kai so that he would have no power to resist. It's just that the tricks are exhausted, and I didn't expect Xie Li to choose the way of hand-to-hand combat to approach Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai's strength, his plan would probably come to nothing. After all, once Yang Kai died, he would never want to take back his own things. The 10,000 poisons in evil GU is not a poisonous insect, but condensed by him with the secret technique of spiritual thoughts. It is extremely weird and impossible to defend against. Now several 10,000 poisons and evil gus are combined into one, and their power is even greater than before. It can be said to be used to control a 3-layer holy king. Realm warriors are simply something that can be easily captured. In the sea of consciousness, Yang Kai stared at the silkworm chrysalis-like thing with a suspicious expression. Although he didn't recognize the myriad poison evil GU, Yang Kai also knew that it was not a good thing, and with a thought, the tumbling seawater below poured out like a flame, enveloping the silkworm chrysalis. The silkworm chrysalis did not intend to resist, allowing the seawater to attack, and was soon wrapped tightly. The powerful fire of consciousness kept burning the silkworm chrysalis, but it didn't seem to respond, only the red light flashed on its body, as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. He secretly felt that he had underestimated this ghost thing. The fire of his own consciousness could not cause too much damage to it. Thinking of this, he no longer did useless work, stretched out his hand, and the seawater fell again. Just when he was about to use another method, the blood-colored silkworm chrysalis flickered leisurely and turned into a blood-red light, rushing straight towards his soul and spirit body. How could Yang Kai let it succeed? In this sea of consciousness, he is the master, he can control everything. With a cold snort, fiery red spears condensed from pure spiritual power appeared strangely, shooting at the blood-colored silkworm chrysalis overwhelmingly, but the silkworm chrysalis was extremely dexterous, swaying back and forth slightly, and unexpectedly avoided all attacks. Open. So difficult. A stern look flashed across Yang Kai's face, and the world-exterminating demon eye suspended above the sea of consciousness suddenly opened, and a golden light shot out from the huge golden pupil, covering it downwards. The bloody silkworm chrysalis avoided it a few times, but it still couldn't avoid it, and was instantly enveloped in it. The rapidly flickering 10,000 poison evil Gu immediately quieted down, as if it had been frozen in place, its plump body twisted around, and there was a strange creaking sound, which seemed extremely uncomfortable. Lu Yi's method is really good. He can control so many void-returning mirror warriors with the 10,000 poisons Gu, and serve them, but he also underestimated Yang Kai, and actually wanted to use the 10,000 poisons Gu to control Yang Kai. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, there is such a gifted supernatural power as the Mishi demon eye. The greatest effect of the Mishi golden light is to purify the power of other people's consciousness. The 10,000 poisonous evil Gu is condensed from the consciousness, so it is naturally restrained. There was a piercing sound, and the blood-red mist evaporated from the surface of the blood-colored silkworm chrysalis. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get rid of the golden light. Yang Kai watched coldly from the sidelines, his expression neither surprised nor happy, but he was very surprised in his heart. He didn't know how strange Lu Yi's spiritual power was. Shrouded in the world-killing golden light, this blood-colored silkworm chrysalis would not melt immediately. See, it looks like it will take a lot of work to solve it. The night was long and dreamy. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and issued a command in his heart. The next moment, from the seven-colored treasure island in the sea of consciousness, suddenly there was a buzzing sound, as if countless mosquitoes were flying towards this side rapidly, waving their wings, and it was clearly visible that a black cloud was rapidly approaching over there. Soul Eater. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1407. The entire army was annihilated. Soul-devouring insects, the ancient insects, have been cultivated by Yang Kai so far, and they have been nourished once with rare treasures such as Zishi, and the power they can display now is not the same as it was at the beginning. They have been able to easily devour the spiritual power of the warriors of the Saint King realm, and they can even cause some interference to the warriors of the void-returning mirror. However, Yang Kai seldom used them, because Yang Kai could kill the idle enemies easily, and the powerful enemy Soul Eater couldn't play much role, so they were rarely dispatched by Yang Kai's men. But this does not mean that the Soul Eater is useless, its power lies in massacres. But at this moment, it is just right. The soul-devouring insects like to devour the power of consciousness the most, and it is also to blame Lu Yi for being unlucky. The soul's secret skills condensed with their own secret techniques are generally invincible, but this time they were restrained by Yang Kai. The magic eye and the soul-eating worm, which one is not the nemesis of the poisonous evil Gu? In the blink of an eye, the cloud of soul-eating insects flew to the front, even though it was shrouded in the golden light of exterminating the world. The blood-colored silkworm chrysalis was only struggling a little, but when the soul-eating insect appeared, it trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy stand up. The Soul Eater didn't care about this, and under Yang Kai's control, it rushed towards the myriad poison evil Gu. Cracking, as if something was being bitten. The soul-devouring worms came and went quickly, and after only a moment, they returned the same way and headed towards the colorful treasure island, but at this moment, they were shrouded in the world-killing golden light by the poisonous evil Gu and disappeared. It had clearly been devoured by the Soul Eater. Yang Kai glanced around with his spiritual mind, and after confirming that there were no hidden dangers left in his sea of consciousness, he nodded slightly and escaped from his spiritual body. At the same time, in a side room of the Xie family general altar more than 200 miles away from Longshe Mountain, a young man with a handsome face suddenly turned pale, and opened his mouth to spit out a mist of blood, with a look of surprise on his face. He lost his voice and said, "How is it possible? This person is naturally Lu Yi. He is very smart, or he is cautious by nature, so he didn't participate in the siege of Longshe Mountain at all, but sat firmly in Xia's house and waited for the news. After all, if things can be done, it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. If it doesn't work out, it won't help if he goes." Based on this consideration, Lu Yi waited in the distance from the beginning to the end. But just now, the inexplicable heart palpitations came out, and the 10,000 poisonous evil Gu that he relied on the most was actually killed. This 10,000 poisonous evil Gu was planted on Xie Li's body, but it took Lu Yi a lot of thought. After all, Xie Li is a strong man at the second level of returning to the void. It's not that simple. To this end, Lu Yi also paid a little of his natal spirit. But now, the natal spirit disappeared, and Lu Yi, as the master, naturally suffered a certain degree of backlash. The injury was not serious, but it was not serious, and a month or two of recuperation was indispensable. Lu Yi's expression instantly turned ferocious, and what he thought to be foolproof actually caused waves, and judging from the last few clues fed back by the one poison evil Jiu, the other party was actually killed by Yang Kai. As for what method he used, Lu Yi didn't know. No matter how strong his secret technique was, he couldn't monitor the situation in Yang Kai's consciousness. See. Okay. Lu Yi grinned in a low voice, I have underestimated you. A mere Saint King realm can actually hurt me. It seems that I won't be too lonely in the future. It's interesting. After muttering for a while, Lu Yi's expression darkened, and he snorted again. A bunch of trash, they've done more than fail. If it wasn't for my deity to take over and rebuild, how could I use you? It looks like it's not suitable to stay here for a long time, that's all. Saying so, Lu Yi stood up, quietly left from the Xie family general altar, and disappeared in a random direction. Although he is the young master of Luyun Valley, he didn't take this identity seriously at all. Since Duosh returned to Luyun Valley, he has subdued all the people in the valley. In order to practice evil skills, there are 9 disciples in the sect being sacrificed by blood. Even Lu Yi's relatives with this body were not spared. The current flowing cloud valley is basically empty, so he naturally doesn't plan to go back. Anyway, with his means, the Dark Star is as big as he can go. It is serious to find a good place to recover his cultivation first. As for Yang Kai, there is always a moment to seek revenge from him. He still does not believe that his treasure will refined by Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation level is too low. Even if the thing is refined by a Void King Realm powerhouse, it will not be successful in a few years. He must have hidden it somewhere. Lu Yi took it for granted, but he never imagined that Yang Kai actually had such a treasure as Wen Shenlian. Yang Kai really didn't have the ability to refine that thing, but Wen Shenlian absorbed it. It was because of absorbing the huge energy in that unknown crystal that Wen Shenlian was able to evolve into the final form of 7 colors in one fell swoop, and let Yang Kai comprehend the life of the lotus. Occult. On the other side, Yang Kai opened his eyes, released his divine sense, and searched inside Longshe Mountain, and soon realized that the battle between Changqi and the others had ended, and Changqi and the others were meditating to adjust their breathing. The 3 of them were facing the middle-aged man from the Devil's Blood sect. Although the other party was also a strong man at the 2nd level Void Return Realm, his strength would be greatly reduced when fighting in Dragon Cave Mountain. They were often named Haoan and Ning Shangchen. After a violent beating, and being harassed several times by Yang Yan's control formation, he inevitably fell here. So far, all the enemies who broke into Longshe Mountain were all killed, and no one was spared. As for Dragon Cave Mountain, there were only 4 people in battle. 3 at the 1st level of returning to the void, and 1 at the 3rd level of the Holy King. Although I dare not say that there will be no one in the future, it is basically unprecedented. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Standing in place, Yang Kai thought for a while, reached out and took off his tattered clothes, took out a new set of clothes and put them on, wiped off the blood on his body, and then Shishi ran towards Changqi and the others. The soul of the old man named Wansho Shandu was devoured by him with the world-exterminating demon eye, and Xie Li was not spared after he blew himself up. There is also a strong soul of the demon blood sect over there. Yang Kai certainly will not let it go. Presumably after devouring and merging the soul energy of these 3 people, he can attack the Void Return Mirror. After a short time, Yang Kai came to Changqi and the others, glanced at the corpse of the demon blood sect powerhouse lying in the pool of blood, and quietly swallowed his soul into the sea of consciousness. His arrival obviously alarmed Changqi and the others. The 3 of them opened their eyes, and when they saw that it was Yang Kai, they all showed joy and stood up. Old Ning, you've worked hard this time. Yang Kai cupped his fists at Ning Shangchen. The other party stood on Longshe Mountain's side without hesitation this time, and killed many enemies for him, which made Yang Kai feel good about him. No matter what his intentions are, what he intends to do, it is true that he is helping himself. Ha ha, Ning Shangchen laughed out loud. Although he had gone through a great battle, his complexion looked good and he was obviously not injured. Yang Xiaoyu, you are welcome. I have lived a lifetime, and it is rare to encounter such a grand event. It has been a long time since I have such passion. After that, I would like to thank Xiaoyu Yang for providing me with this opportunity, which made me feel much younger. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Old Ning is serious. If in the future Ning Lao has free time, he can often come to Longshe Mountain, and I will definitely sweep the couch to welcome you. Ning Shangchen's eyes brightened, and his smile became brighter and brighter. Yang Kai's words obviously did not treat him as an outsider, and he suddenly felt that this effort really paid off, but he was not satisfied, but asked tentatively, often it's better to stay here than to stay here, I don't know how my little friend likes it. Yang Kai glanced at him unexpectedly. Ning Xiangchen meant to join Longshe Mountain. After thinking about it, Yang Kai understood why he made this choice. This time he helped Longshe Mountain kill the enemy, offended 10,000 Beast Mountain, offended Demon Blood Sect, and offended Luyun Valley of Hexen Gate. Although he is a void returning mirror, he has no family, no sect, and no shelter. Maybe someone will seek revenge at any time. Rather than this, it would be better to simply tie it directly to Longshe Mountain. The facts are indeed true. Although Ning Xiangchen has been free and happy all his life, he is a bit lonely when he is old. He usually wants to chat with someone and exchange his cultivation experience, but there is nowhere to go. Today, he saw the majesty of Longshe Mountain. Naturally, I want to join it and seek a place for the aged. Moreover, the only two void returning mirrors in Longshe Mountain have the same strength as him, are not of high background, and have a good temper. If you join in, you don't have to worry about being excluded. Based on these considerations, Ning Xiangchen said such words, and it was the result of deliberation, not a momentary fever. He is not a young man, and he is not so impulsive in his actions. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with some unease, wondering if the other party would accept him. Old Ning has such a heart, the juniors are naturally very welcome. Yang Kai's face turned serious, but old Ning can think about it. Now Longshe Mountain is not a peaceful place, maybe. Before Yang Kai finished speaking, Ning Xiangchen waved his hand with a smile and said, my little friend wants to say, I can guess to some extent, but the person who buried half of the neck in the loess is nothing to be afraid of, just afraid of not knowing when it's time to die. No one knows, the corpses are in the wilderness. If I can die in Longshe Mountain, it will be my blessing, and this is a good place to be buried. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and the other party had already talked about this, so he naturally wouldn't refuse anything, nodded immediately and said, okay, then Ning Lao will be my enshrinement of Longshe Mountain in the future, and enjoy with Chang enshrinement and Hao offer equal treatment. Haha, Ning takes orders. Ning Xiangchen laughed and clasped his fists. Chang Qi and Haoan continued to congratulate each other. Although the three of them had known each other not long ago, they felt a little sympathetic to each other after going through such a side-by-side battle. During the conversation, Chang Qi and Haoan even revealed the following: the wealth of Longshe Mountain and the treatment that the worshippers can enjoy made Ning Xiangchen's eyes brighten and his heart was extremely hot. When he was fighting with the middle-aged man from the Devil's Blood sect just now, Ning Xiangchen could tell that Chang Qi and Haoan had backgrounds that were far beyond his own. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1408 A Hero Comes a Boy. Every secret treasure of Changqi and Haoan, no matter it is offensive or defensive, is all high grade, and the elixirs they take are so good that Ning Xiangchen is heartbroken and envious. I have a pity that I have been precarious all my life. The best secret treasure I have is just a low-level fake. In order to repair it, I have to visit and buy materials. Just now Changqi gave him a few pills for recovery, but he was not willing to take them, so he quietly kept them. When he thought that he could have these things, Ning Xiangchen felt that his choice was right. There was a lot of joy and laughter here. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, and his happy face sank again. Changqi observed his words and expressions, wondering, what's the matter? A lot of distinguished guests have come to visit, let me go and have a look. Yang Kai sneered. Honored guest. Changqi and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, but they quickly guessed, and immediately frowned, followed Yang Kai towards the layman. The dense mist covering Longshe Mountain rolled continuously again, and parted to the two sides, revealing a passage leading directly to the interior. After a while, the figures of Yang Kai, Changqi and the other four were revealed there. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked at the four of them, and when they found that Yang Kai and the others were unharmed, they were all stunned, and then their expressions changed: surprise, doubt, suspicion, shock, disbelief, and so on. However, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu raised their brows. Their reactions were quite different from those of others. They both breathed a sigh of relief secretly, and nodded towards Yang Kai without any trace, as a greeting. What a big battle! Ning Xiangchen stood behind Yang Kai, swept his eyes and exclaimed. Outside the protective formation of Longshe Mountain, countless strong men came at this moment, floating in the air in twos and threes, all of them peeking inside with curious eyes. Needless to say, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, Ning Shangchen also saw Zan Tianmeng Mo Shaosheng from Leitai sect, Cheng Pengxuan from Leitai sect, Jin Shi from Demon Blood sect, Feng Pozi from Wanshou Mountain, Gong Aofu from Lulaman. In addition, there are Li Huo sect, Qianshan sect, Shuang Xinggu, Haidian and other people from all walks of life. Even Yan Pei and Ren Tianrui's black-faced masters and apprentices from Jubaolo are here. These people each led their disciples, forming a semicircle, surrounding Longshe Mountain, and each party exuded a palpitating aura. There are as many as 10 or 20 people in the top 3 level void returning realm alone, and there are countless other void returning second layer realm and 1 level ones. Longshe Mountain seems to have suddenly become a sweet pastry. Ning Shangchen gasped, feeling panicked. Not to mention the strength of so many strong people who came here, the sect forces represented by them alone have included more than half of the first-line sects in the entire Gloomy Star. Especially the gazes of Jin Shi and Feng Pozi, when they looked at Yang Kai, they almost burst into flames. Anyone could see the monstrous anger of the two of them. After all, many people from their sect participated in the attack on Longshe Mountain this time, especially the old man with the surname Du and the middle-aged man. Now that Yang Kai appeared safely, they have not heard from them. It is not difficult to guess their fate. How? But, does Longshe Mountain really have such a great ability? Kill all the enemies that break into it. Not only Jin Shi and Feng Pozi are suspicious, but everyone else is thinking about this problem. But if those people are not dead, how could Yang Kai show up here? During the period when the Longshe Mountain Protective Formation was closed, what happened inside? Everyone is at a loss. Although the people who came here are all strong, no one dares to underestimate Longshe Mountain anymore, but when they look at the large mountain guard array and internal restrictions on Longshe Mountain, they all feel ashamed. The face is hot. Without him, the mysteries of these restrictions and formations are infinite. If you can find out the people who set up the formations and capture them back, then the formations in the main altar of your sect will definitely be greatly improved and improved. Junior Yang Kai, I have seen you seniors. Yang Kai shouted loudly, with an expression neither humble nor overbearing. I don't know if you seniors are coming to Bishan. You are far away, please don't take offense if you are negligent. The expressions of the powerhouses of the major forces moved, but no one answered. After all, before this, not many people had any friendship with this Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai. Most of them came here because of curiosity. There are also some people who want to hear news. As for Yang Kai's mere Saint King realm, they haven't taken it seriously yet. Only Qian Tong chuckled and said heartily, you don't have to worry about it, we old fellows just have nothing to do when we're full, so we just came to take a look. With Qian Tong's one sentence, he swept away all the people in the boat, causing many strong men to stare at him fiercely. Oh, so that's the case. Yang Kai grinned, and said calmly, that may be to disappoint the seniors. The Longshe Mountain is thin and sparsely populated, and the scenery is not very good. I am afraid there is nothing to see. Such an obvious order to chase away guests can be heard by deaf people, and Yang Kai almost didn't tell them where to go back and forth. But since so many strong men came, how could Chou Yinmao leave without asking about his stature? The others didn't care. Jin Shi and Feng Pozi would definitely not let it go. Thinking of this, most warriors turned their eyes to Jin Shi and Feng Pozi, waiting for their answer. Up to now, Jin Shi and Feng Pozi can't stay out of the matter. The former snorted coldly, stared at Yang Kai with a majestic face, and shouted impatiently, boy, old man, let me ask you, where are those people who entered the mountain before going? Gone. It turned out to be Senior Jin Shi. Yang Kai looked like he had just discovered him. His face was very respectful, but his tone was casual. You mean the group of people from the Xie family? Jin Shi coughed lightly. That's right, the old man just asked the Xie family, where are they now? Although everyone knows that people from the demon blood cult participated in this operation, Jin Shi will not be foolish enough to admit it, because it is obvious that the attack on Longshe Mountain this time is the grievance between the Xie family and Yang Kai. Participating in the operation, yes, they are all disciples of the Xie family, no outsiders. Senior, if you care about those people in the Xie family, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Yang Kai raised his mouth slightly. How do you say this? Jin Shi's heart suddenly jumped. Hee, Senior Jin Shi, why bother to ask questions knowingly? Those people dared to trespass on my Dragon Cave Mountain in an attempt to harm the younger generation. The younger generation will naturally send them to the underworld. The younger generation is not a good-tempered person. Yang Kai's expression gradually turned cold. There was a sound of gasping for air, and everyone's expressions became extremely shocked. Although everyone had already guessed in their hearts, and secretly felt that the group of people who broke into Longshe Mountain might be in danger, but at this moment, after Yang Kai himself confirmed it, they still couldn't believe it. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu almost stared out their eyes, and the expressions of the other strong men were not much better. They all looked like they were seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Among that group of people, there were more than 30 void returning mirrors, including 3 at the void returning second layer realm, and 200 at the Saint King realm. With such a force invested in the small Dragon Cave Mountain, the entire army unexpectedly annihilated. How can that be? Dragon Cave Mountain has such a powerful force. If this is the case, then this small mountain can already rank among the second-tier powers. It's up to you all to talk nonsense, just rely on you. Feng Pozi has always had a bad temper. Seeing Yang Kai being so rampant, a hint of anger appeared on her old face, and she slammed the dragon's crutches into the void, obviously unwilling to believe Yang Kai's words, instinctively felt that the opponent should have trapped the intruder with a formation. Senior Feng doesn't believe it. Yang Kai squinted at her. Ignorant child, I have lived for most of my life, but I have never heard such a good joke. Feng Feng's face changed wildly as soon as she finished speaking, because she saw a one-handed axe in Yang Kai's hand suddenly, and her expression was casual playing around. Mother-in-law, that's... The face of Feng Yan, a young girl who had been standing beside Mrs. Feng, also changed, because she saw that the one-handed axe was clearly the secret treasure of the Elder Du, and it was a middle-ranked secret treasure of the virtual level. He cherishes it so much that he is so reluctant to show it to others. If it wasn't for the death of the Elder Du, how could this kind of secret treasure fall into Yang Kai's hands? From this point of view, the old man surnamed Du has really fallen. Even if the second layer of Void Return Realm is dead, others will definitely not be able to survive. Mrs. Feng can no longer question anything, the facts are in front of her eyes, any further questioning would be self-deception. Yang Kai sneered and said, although my Dragon Cave Mountain is not big, I am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. The seniors are here today, and this junior dares to say that if there are any blind people who dare to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, the Xie family will end up with the idea. Boy, are you threatening me? Jin Shi took a step forward and asked viciously. Old Ghost Jin, Qian Tong snorted coldly, where did you hear that Yang Kai meant to threaten you? He only said things that don't have long eyes. Could it be that your demon blood sect wants to bully the small with the big? Bullying. He immediately saw that Jin Shi wanted to make use of the problem. How could he give him a chance? Not to mention that Qian Tong has always been on the side of Longshe Mountain. The current experience and embarrassing situation of Shadow Moon Hall alone made Qian Tong very angry. Now that he has the opportunity, of course he will retort and vent his anger. Hearing what he said, Jin Shi glanced at Qian Tong and frowned, but it was inconvenient to pursue anything further. After all, this was still the site of Shadow Moon Palace, so he was a bit scrupulous. Okay. On the other side, Mrs. Feng gritted her teeth and shouted, sure enough, you are a hero, but the old man underestimated you, you are very courageous. Yang Kai grinned. Thanks to Senior Feng's praise, many people said so, but this junior doesn't know how brave he is. Pooh. A chuckle came from the side, but it was Dai Yuan from Luluman who couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled coquettishly. Gong Aofu couldn't help but glared at her as a warning. Yin Sudi also looked displeased. HMPH, why are you so proud? This kid looks lawless, and sooner or later something will happen. Sister, you'd better not have any entanglements with him. You don't need to take care of my affairs, as long as junior sister takes care of herself. Dai Yuan replied nonchalantly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1409. Why is she here? Your junior sister is right. Gong Aofu snorted, it's not a good thing for a young man to be too sharp. He died young, and as a teacher, you are not allowed to have any contact with him, so as not to cause trouble for my Luluman. Master. Dai Yuan was shocked, and when she was about to say something, Gong Aofu looked at her with dignity. Why, you don't even listen to Master's words. Dai Yuan bit her thin lips lightly, and it took a while before she responded, Disciple, I would like to follow Master's instruction. Seeing this, Gong Aofu looked away in satisfaction. On the other side, 2 women stood together, both of them looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, one of them was charming, while the other was pure and charming, but both women were frowning slightly at this moment, as if they were a little worried look. The strength of the two of them is not high, they only have Saint King realm, and they are still standing among a group of people, so Yang Kai didn't notice it. If Yang Kai saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize that these two people are Qian Tianzong's Shen Shitao and Sister Luing. With Shen Shitao, Yang Kai had dealt with several times, and the other party invited Yang Kai to join Qian Tianzong again and again, wanting him to participate in the sect trial, but Yang Kai declined. Thanks to them, Yang Kai was able to meet Qianyu in Black Crow City, redeem her, and bring her back to Dragon Cave Mountain. As disciples of Qianshan sect, the two of them also came to Tianyan City to participate in the auction with their master this time. They originally intended to visit Yang Kai at Longshe Mountain, but these days they were entangled in trivial matters and they never found the opportunity. The master came here to watch the excitement. Seeing the dire situation in Longshe Mountain, Shen Shitao and Luing were naturally secretly anxious. Yang Kai gave them a good impression, and even saved their lives in the burial valley. The two women are not ungrateful people, but their strength is low, and they have no right to speak at this time. Senior sister, he seems to be in a bit of trouble this time. Luing said softly. Shen Shitao nodded subconsciously, her eyes were farther than Luing's, and she knew that if Longshe Mountain was not handled well this time, it might be the end of eternal doom. Then tell me, can he escape this disaster? Luing asked again. I don't know that. Shen Shitao smiled wryly. If she had enough strength, she would definitely not be stingy to help, but she is only a Saint King realm, and she can't do much at this time. Lips, thoughtfully, it's just that his luck has always been good, I don't know if he will be favored by heaven this time. Although the two women spoke softly, they were clearly heard by a middle-aged man in front of him. This man's cultivation level was not bad, and he was also a strong void returning third layer like Qian Tong and others, but his long hair was stronger than the woman's. It was also dark and beautiful, with waist-length, stalwart figure, and Confucian robes, which seemed a bit wild and unruly. He turned his head, with a gentle smile on his face, he waved to Shen Shitao and Luing. The two women looked at each other, hurried forward, and saluted respectfully, Master. This person is the Grand Elder of Qian Tianzong, Mo Yu, who is also a well-known figure on Gloom Star, comparable to Qian Tongfeijitu and others. Originally, Shen Shitao and Luing were not qualified to worship him, it's just that in the flowing flame sand field, the two women made great contributions and brought back countless holy crystals for the sect, so they were accepted as disciples by Mo Yu. Girls grow up very fast. The secret treasure of defense that Shen Shitao used in the burial valley, the Zhugong Tianluo umbrella, was given by him. Do you know this young man? Mo Yu asked pleasantly. Shen Shitao and Luing looked at each other, who dared to lie in front of the master, and the former immediately said, Yes, master, he is the very lucky friend I mentioned to you before. Oh, is that the person with great luck you mentioned? Mo Yu raised his brows, showing an interested look. Yes, that's him, hee, this is quite interesting. The theory of luck is nothing but illusory. A person has good luck and bad luck, and it is impossible for him to have good luck forever. This is the reason for the so-called prosperity. Mo Yu seemed to be talking to himself, seemed to be teaching Shen Shitao again, but the latter did not dare to interrupt, and could only listen respectfully. Mo Yu glanced at her lightly, then chuckled. Did you expect your teacher to say something nice for him? Shen Shitao's delicate body shook, and she said quickly, I dare not, even though I am a woman, I know the seriousness of the matter, so I dare not let master go into this muddy water. Well, you're fine. Mo Yu nodded slightly. Now that the situation is unclear, the old man will naturally not easily step into this muddy water. He looks middle-aged, but in fact he is quite old, and there is nothing wrong with calling himself an old man. When the topic changed, Mo Yu said with a smile, but the old man is very curious, how lucky is he to make you admire him so much? This time he was able to save himself from danger, and the old man believes that he is really blessed with great luck, so you can communicate with him more and move around more in the future. Yes, Shen Shitao's expression brightened, but when she thought of the worrisome situation now, a trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. Anyway, Yang Kai saved her, but now she can only watch but can't help, she is somewhat uneasy and guilty. But if he can't make it through the current test? Well, if he can't make it, there's nothing left to do, you just sit and watch the show with the old man. Mo Yu chuckled. Shen Shitao and Luing looked at each other, but they could only stand aside and watch the changes. In Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai stood behind the mountain protection formation, clasped his fists slightly and said, The seniors are here today. Logically speaking, the junior should invite you to sit in the mountain, but the mountain has just experienced a battle, and the junior still has many the matter needs to be dealt with, so I ask the seniors to forgive the junior for not being well received, and the seniors please go back. He didn't want to chat with these people anymore, so he naturally wanted to drive them away. Everyone understands what he means, but no one makes any moves, especially Jin Shi and Feng Pozi, who looked at Yang Kai almost wanting to eat people. To fight. But it is impossible for them to leave just like that. After all, the two sects have suffered heavy losses this time. If they really leave like this, where will they put their face in the future? Yang Kai also understands this truth, but no matter what, first put out his own attitude. If they are really desperate to make a move, then he has a reason, and Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu can intervene in it. Time will not affect Shadow Moon Palace or anything. Seeing that no one was leaving, Yang Kai sneered, and said loudly, "What? Could it be that the seniors are also like the Xie family, and have taken a fancy to this small mountain like the junior? Boy, don't talk about these things. Since the old man and others are here, as a junior, shouldn't you invite us in to rest? This is the way of hospitality." Jin Shi snorted coldly. Many strong men nodded slightly when they heard the words. Although they have no grievances with Yongkai and Longshe Mountain, this time they came here purely to watch the fun, but after learning about the wonderful restrictions and formations in Longshe Mountain, they all gave birth to the idea of going in for a look. So even if they knew that Jin Shi had other plans, they all agreed with him at the moment. As long as they enter Longshe Mountain, with Yongkai's ability, can he stop them from studying formations and restraints? As for whether Longshe Mountain will attract wolves into the house and cause disasters, how can they care? Old Ghost Jin, are you still shameless? People have already made it very clear that there are many things that need to be dealt with in this mountain. It is inconvenient to entertain guests, and I have already apologized in advance. You still want to say this? Do you want to bully the small? If you really want to rest your feet, Tianyan City is 50 miles away, and you will be with me, and I will entertain you. Qian Tong looked at Jin Shi with displeasure. Anyway, this is also the site of Shadow Moon Palace. If you don't give Yongkai face, then you don't take Shadow Moon Palace seriously, which makes Qian Tong very annoyed. Naturally, I want to go to Sky Fate City, but this kid is so conceited, he really doesn't care about me. Jin Shi looked unwilling to let it go. Don't make excuses here. If you want to make trouble, the old man will accompany you. Qian Tong let out a low voice, his expression turned bad. Sensing Qian Tong's resolute attitude, Jin Shi frowned. He didn't quite know what the relationship between Qian Tong and Yongkai was, and he didn't hesitate to offend himself to stand up for him, but now it seems that if the entanglement continues, things will definitely not go well. Up. But it's not right to leave like this. Consciously or unintentionally, Jin Shi glanced at Mrs. Feng, but saw that the other party had a gloomy face, looking at Yongkai with murderous intent in his eyes. His heart moved, and when he was about to drag Mrs. Feng into the water, suddenly a wave of the shocking coercion struck from far and near. Jin Shi's complexion changed, he swallowed the words that came to his lips, and turned his head to look. The same goes for everyone else. There were more than a dozen or 20 strong men present at the void-returning third layer, but even with their tyranny, they sensed that the coming person was not easy to mess with, and they all showed expressions of horror. Only Yan Pei's old face showed a look of astonishment, and he murmured, "Why is she here?" As if the visitor should not appear here. A blue light in the distance approached quickly, and after a while, the blue light flashed and stopped a dozen feet away from the crowd, and then the blue light dissipated, revealing two figures hidden in it. One male, one female. The woman is the head, wearing a green palace attire, with her long hair rolled up behind her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. Long. This woman in court dress looks about 30 or 40 years old. She is beautiful, although she is old, but her face is well maintained, her skin is fair, and she can be broken by blowing bullets. Even a girl in her 20s or 8 years old is nothing more than that. 10 fingers are slender, and her figure is enchanting, arousing people's daydream. But at this time, no one dared to underestimate this woman, because the aura that made everyone change color was emanating from this woman. That is an aura even stronger than the ordinary void return third layer. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 14:10 They deserve to be killed. Chapter 14:10 deserves them to be killed. And behind this woman, there is a man standing. This man is quite strange, with a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, narrow and slender eyes, it seems that he can't open them, there are only two gaps, a mouth full of buck teeth, like a rabbit people laugh. This man looked extremely wretched, standing together with the alluring woman in front of him, formed an extremely sharp visual conflict, the woman was more and more beautiful, and the man was ugly. However, from the positions of the two of them, it can be seen that this buck-toothed man should be the junior or disciple of the woman in palace attire, because he is one position behind the other, standing in midair with a respectful expression, as if only a woman would follow her lead. It seems that his strength is also at the void return 1 layer, but the Saint Yuan fluctuations faintly emanating from his body are much thicker and purer than the general void return 1 layer. When he saw the woman, Yang Kai's face sank. He didn't know what the other party was. If she was an enemy, then this time it was really difficult. Facing this woman in palace costume, Yang Kai felt a little depressed. This kind of feeling is something that Jin Shi, Feng Pozi and others cannot bring. It can be seen from this that the opponent's strength is superior to Mrs. Jin Shifeng and others. But when he saw the buck-toothed man, Yang Kai showed surprise again. Because he knew this person, this buck-toothed man was actually Jie Qi, who used the Star Emperor token to exchange spiritual pills with him after the Jubaolo auction last time. Yang Kai had a deep impression on him. Without him, when this guy saw Yang Yan, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Not only was he very afraid, but he was also quite odd, and he called himself Little Seven. How could Yang Kai forget such a person with special appearance and strange behavior? He still remembered that after exchanging the elixir, the other party also said that if possible, his elder would come to visit him in Yang Yan. Thinking about it this way, the woman in palace attire was Jie Qi's elder, and the panacea he wanted to exchange for the Star Emperor token was also prepared for this woman. Is the opponent an enemy or a friend? Yang Kai frowned, his expression uncertain. However, the appearance of these two people managed to attract everyone's attention, which eased the tense atmosphere a lot. What's more, when those strong men from all major forces saw this woman's face clearly, they all showed expressions of disbelief, and what's more, they were terrified, as if they were extremely afraid of this woman in palace costume. Even Mo Xiaosheng of Zontian League and Cheng Pengxuan of Lei Taizong were like this. They both looked at each other with fear, and secretly had a headache. As the two giants on Gloom Star, Zontianmeng and Lei Taizong will not pay attention to anyone, except for the mysterious Xingdi Mountain. And Mo Xiaosheng and Cheng Pengxuan are the great elders of the two major powers, with high positions and superior strength, which makes the two of them so afraid. Yang Kai observed the words and expressions, although it is not clear whether the person who came was an enemy or a friend, and what kind of background, but also knew that this woman in palace clothes must be a famous person. How could it be her? On the side of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong also looked like he saw a ghost, squeezed his eyes twice, and his eyelids twitched. Fei Zhe too opened his mouth like a hippopotamus, and his appearance was not much better than Qian Tong. Elder, who is this senior? Wei Gucheng asked curiously from the side. The lady dressed in palace clothes showed up. Without saying anything, she suppressed all the strong people present with absolute momentum, which made Wei Gucheng very upset, doubt, but also an inexplicable excitement. The strong should be like this. She is the first suzerain of Xingdi Mountain. Qian Tong answered casually with bitterness in his mouth. Wei Gucheng was shocked, and looked at the woman in palace costume with even more admiration, as if he didn't expect this senior to have such a great background. Xingdi Mountain is the most mysterious and powerful force on the gloomy star. No one knows how many strong people they have, and no one knows how much background they have, but it is said that Xingdi Mountain is the inheritance of the Star Emperor, so even the two giants Zontianmeng and Lei Taizong felt a head short when facing Xingdi Mountain. Fortunately, Xingdi Mountain will not fight for anything, and they rarely appear on Gloom Star. Otherwise, how can this Gloom Star have room for other sects to develop? It has long been unified by Xingdi Mountain. Although Qian Tong's words were light, they still fell into the ears of the woman in palace attire. The other party turned her head slightly, and a pair of phoenix eyes glanced in this direction. Being stared at by her like this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling a little bit numb. Forced a smile. The younger generation of warriors may not recognize this woman in palace attire, but none of the powerhouses present at the Void Return level 2 or above know this woman's name, and even know her terrifying methods. Qian Tong became more and more uneasy about the many major events that happened when he was in charge of Xingdi Mountain. How did she appear here? I haven't been born for a long time, I never thought I'd see so many old friends when I came out. The woman in palace attire suddenly parted her vermilion lips, and her voice was pleasant to the ear, making one feel refreshed and refreshed. Xiao Chen, Xiaobi, you two are here now at this level, it seems that these years have not been in vain. This woman in palace attire is silent if she doesn't make a sound, but when she makes a sound, it will be earth-shattering. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, the senior elders of the stars of the Shadow Moon Palace, turned into Xiaochen and tips in this woman's mouth. The eyeballs of countless Saint King Realm warriors dropped all over the place, and many people couldn't help laughing secretly. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu couldn't laugh, they looked at each other, and hurriedly bowed and clasped their fists together. I've met Senior Sister Yi, but I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, Senior Sister Yi is still as handsome, congratulations. That's all. The woman surnamed Yi waved her hand indifferently, and there was no joy, anger, sorrow or joy on her pretty face. Saying so, he turned his head to look to the other side, waved and said, Xiao He, come here. Over there, Ren Tianrui, known as the little black face in Jubaolo, responded reflexively when he heard the words, and just when he didn't understand why this senior would call him, he saw his master Yan Pei striding out with a big face. With a smile on his face, he quickly rushed to the woman's side. Ren Tianrui blinked his eyes, suddenly awakened. It turns out that my own master also gradually grew from a young black face to an old black face. That senior wasn't calling for herself at all, she was clearly calling for her master. Yan Pei met Senior Sister Yi. What orders does Senior Sister Yi have? Yan Pei asked respectfully. What happened here, why are there so many people gathered? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly, and asked slowly. It's like this. As the chief auctioneer of Jubao Building, Yan Pei's eloquence is naturally top-notch, and in a few words, he described the general situation of this place, concisely and without repeating details. Although she didn't explain it too clearly, with the shrewdness of the woman surnamed Yi, she didn't know the twists and turns. Hearing this, he snorted with displeasure. The big bully the small, the strong bully the weak, they deserve to be killed. Saying so, he gave Jinshi and Feng Pozi a cold look, and these two strong men who were already at the top of the gloomy star frowned, showing displeasure on their faces. They do care about the name and prestige of the woman surnamed Yi, but that happened more than 100 years ago, and now they have grown to the third level of void return, so the other party's lack of face naturally makes them a little annoyed. What's more, today's woman surnamed Yi does not represent Xingdi Mountain. The woman surnamed Yi disappeared more than 100 years ago. It was rumored that there was a conflict with Xingdi Mountain. Since then, there has been no news. In other words, she is now alone. No matter how famous she is, can she still compete with a sect? Anger is all about anger, but Jinshi and Feng Pozi didn't intend to explode on the spot. After all, they still don't know the purpose of the other party's visit, so it is unwise to make enemies hastily. After asking clearly about the reason for the conflict here, the woman in palace attire suddenly cast her beautiful eyes at Yang Kai, and asked the buck-toothed warrior beside her, Xiao Qi, is he the one you mentioned? Jie Qi nodded respectfully. Yes, master, it is this person. Where is your lord? The woman surnamed Yi frowned slightly, and muttered to herself in a very soft voice. Even with the cultivation of everyone present, no one could hear clearly, otherwise it would definitely cause an uproar. Looked thoughtfully at the formation protecting the mountain in Longshe Mountain, the woman knew it, and thought to herself that the lord must be behind the formation. Thinking of this, she showed a warm smile, and slightly nodded at Yang Kai. Is your name Yang Kai? Yang Kai was apprehensive, but his expression was neither humble nor overbearing. He clasped his fists and said, This junior is Yang Kai. I don't know if senior is coming to be Shan. What advice can I give? I don't dare to teach you. The woman surnamed Yi pursed her lips and smiled. The peerless and enchanting style made everyone look stunned. The martial artist with a weak heart and a slightly lower strength couldn't move his eyes away, as if there was something wrong with this woman. There was some invisible attraction, which seemed to attract their eyes. I am here this time only to meet a person, and if I am not wrong, that person should be in this mountain. If it is convenient, can you ask the little brother to open the big formation and let me go in? Her attitude was gentle, without the slightest hostility, and she used a deliberative tone, but Yang Kai frowned tightly, unable to make a decision for a while. Who is the person she wants to see? Yang Kai also guessed. It is nothing more than Yang Yan. After all, Jie Qi was too shocking when he saw Yang Yan last time in the treasure building, and before he left, he also said his elders will come to visit. I have no friendship with them, and the one they want to visit is undoubtedly Yang Yan. It's just, the origin of the other party is unknown, whether it is an enemy or a friend is not clear. How can Yang Kai open the big formation easily? In case the other party has any unruly intentions towards Yang Yan, wouldn't that be leading the wolf into the house? With the other party's means, he really entered Longshe Mountain, and no one in the mountain could stop the warriors, so Yang Kai hesitated for a while. Seeing that the woman surnamed Yi was talking to Yang Kai in such a pleasant manner, and even used the word please, Qian Tong and the others were all dumbfounded, and they were all dumbfounded. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 14:11 5 Elements of Reiki. The arrogance and tactics of this woman surnamed Yi, Qian Tong and others have experienced it deeply when they were young. As the suzerain of Xingdi Mountain, she is already the top master, and she has not been seen for more than 100 years. I'm afraid it has reached the point of returning to the basics, and it can be said that there are absolutely very few people on Gloomstar who can fight her alone. She shouted and shouted at herself and others, but she had a gentle expression on Yang Kai, a junior. Is there a mistake? Qian Tong and the others felt unreal for a while. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's fear, the woman surnamed Yi didn't urge her. She said after a little thought, well, I won't force you to open the big formation, can you let me in that a few words for the girl named Yang Yan? I have no ill intentions towards you, and I just came here to confirm one thing. Sure enough, he was looking for Yang Yan. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, nodded lightly and said, if you just say a few words, then there is no problem, Senior will take care of it. Saying so, he stretched out his hand to touch the space ring, took out a communication compass and threw it towards the other party, but the woman surnamed Yi did not see any movement. The communication compass flew directly in front of her, and she gently grasped it in her hand. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the woman surnamed Yi closed her beautiful eyes, poured her spiritual thoughts into the communication compass, and communicated with Yang Yan in the mountain belly. As time passed slowly, all the people present, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, no matter their origin, all dared not take a breath, as if they were afraid of disturbing the woman surnamed Yi. And as time went by, the delicate body of the woman surnamed Yi trembled slightly, and the expression on her face was also constantly changing. First she was panicked and apprehensive, and then became surprised and excited, with an imposing manner as powerful as a tsunami. It spread around her delicate body in a controlled manner. All the fighters at the Saint King realm trembled. Under the influence of this momentum, they actually had the illusion of wandering in the gate of hell, as if a woman surnamed Yi thought that she would fall the next moment. Warriors who have returned to the first or second level of the void also have to use their skills to resist. Only the strong ones at the third level are not affected by it, but they are also secretly shocked. Although they are also at the third level of returning to the void, which is the same as the woman surnamed Yi, but none of them can reach her level. This is clearly a sign of great success. In other words, if it weren't for the suppression of the dark star's heaven and earth law, the woman surnamed Yi would have already been a strong person at the Void King realm level. If the Void Returning Mirror wants to advance to the Void King realm, it must achieve great success in its own momentum, which was not satisfied by all the people present. Aware of the gap between themselves and the woman surnamed Yi, everyone felt sorry for each other, and Jinshi and Mrs. Feng looked at each other, and they were even more grateful. Fortunately, they had suppressed their anger just now and did not have any conflicts with each other. Otherwise, even with two enemies and one, it is unknown whether they can retreat completely. After a long while, the frightening aura was relaxed, and the woman surnamed Yi opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of radiance, her pretty face was slightly red, exuding a dazzling brilliance as if she had encountered some great happy event. Yang Kai clearly felt that her breathing was a little short, and there was a rush of heartbeat in the other party's delicate body. What did she communicate with Yang Yan? Yang Kai is full of doubts. Everyone else was also very curious, wondering who in Longshe Mountain could change such a strong man's mood like this. You must know that a strong person like her would never have such strong mood swings if she hadn't encountered some major event. And the woman surnamed Yi took a few deep breaths to calm down the excitement, then looked at Yang Kai Dao, and asked softly, "Little brother, can this communication compass be sent to me? I can exchange something with you." Yang Kai smiled. There is no need to exchange, it's just a communication compass, seniors can take it if they want. At this moment, he has also confirmed that the other party has no malice towards Longshe Mountain, and it is very likely that he has some relationship with Yang Yan, that is to say, the other party is a friend rather than an enemy. With such a powerful reinforcement coming all of a sudden, it was too late for Yang Kai to be overjoyed. How could he care about a communication compass? The value of this thing is not worth mentioning, it is only used to transmit messages. If you want, Yang Yan can refine countless. That's the case, thanks a lot, my concubine. The woman surnamed Yi was not a procrastination person, she was very happy when she heard the words, and happily put the communication compass into her space ring. At this moment, everyone could see that it had something to do with the woman surnamed Yi being someone in Longshe Mountain. Jin Shi, Feng Pozi and the others all had ugly expressions as if they had eaten a dead fly. They have been putting pressure on Yongkai and Longshe Mountain just now, but now if the woman surnamed Yi really joins Longshe Mountain, they have to retreat. For the sake of those disciples who died, it is extremely unwise to fight against such a strong man, unless their heads are rusted, they will do that. Thinking of this, both Jin Shi and Feng Pozi started to think about quitting. After all, the matter of revenge has a long future, so it is better to find out the relationship between this woman surnamed Yi and Longshe Mountain first. Really saved by him. On Qiantianzong's side, the great elder Mo Yu's eyes were shining brightly, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Just now he was still teaching Shen Shitao that the theory of luck was nothing but ethereal, it wasn't true, but in the blink of an eye, this unsolvable scene unexpectedly turned around. This kid's luck, isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? I just said that his luck has always been very good, and it really is like this. Chen Shitao was also inexplicably excited, on the one hand, because Yang Kai saved the day, and on the other hand, because the idea she firmly believed in was confirmed, no one was happier than her. On the other side of the Lulaman, Dai Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but Yin Sudi's pretty face was cold and upset. I had expected to see Yang Kai's disheveled face, begging for mercy on his knees. How could he have killed a woman surnamed Yi, and this woman had made so many strong men present fearful. Seeing that this good show is about to end, how could Yin Sudi be reconciled? A bunch of trash, she was slandering in her heart, but she was powerless, she was just a newly promoted void returning mirror. No matter her cultivation base or her seniority, she was inferior to the masters present. At this moment, there was no room for her to intervene or speak at all. What? Could it be that there is some heaven-defying treasure here? Everyone gathered here, what is your intention? After the woman surnamed Yi finished talking with Yang Kai, her pretty face turned cold, and she looked around fiercely, drinking coquettishly. Hearing this, many strong men took a step back one after another, showing embarrassment, but Qian Tong laughed loudly. Senior Sister Yi is joking, there is no heaven-defying treasure here. Since that's the case, if you don't leave, is it possible that I have to drive them away? The woman surnamed Yi raised her brows upside down, with an unhappy expression on her face. Let's go now, let's go. Qian Tong said quickly, while saying, he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned a grateful look. With Qian Tong taking the lead, the other forces who came to watch the excitement naturally didn't want to stay any longer. They only made the woman surnamed Yi unhappy, and they clasped their fists at her and wanted to turn around and leave. Jin Shi and Mrs. Feng couldn't help themselves, seeing what happened, can only retreat unwillingly. Seeing that a turmoil was about to subside, but right here, a sudden change emerged. The spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth suddenly fluctuated, and then became extremely chaotic. Everyone showed a horrified look, instinctively thinking that the woman surnamed Yi had shot dishonestly, and looked at her in shock, but after seeing it, they were shocked again and again. Because the woman surnamed Yi herself also paled, and stood there with a surprised expression. It's not that she made the move, but that something really happened. Rumbling. There was a violent noise in the sky, and the source of the sound seemed to be nearby, but also seemed to be far away in the sky, making it unpredictable. Looking up following the sound, everyone's eyelids shrank and their eyeballs trembled. Because in the sky, where the Emperor Garden was located, there was a scene of dancing silver snakes, lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world was approaching. Emperor Garden has been floating directly above Dragon Cave Mountain since it was born out of nowhere. For such a long time, it has not moved. However, many experts on Gloomy Star have teamed up to break through once, and suffered heavy losses in the end, but they have no way out. Enter. In the end, I came to a conclusion that although the Emperor Garden had already appeared, it was not yet time to open it, so it was impossible to break into it by force. All major forces have sent disciples to station near Tianyan City to monitor the dynamics of the Emperor Garden, and send news back when the Emperor Garden is opened. But I don't want to. The Diwan, which has always been stable, has changed at this moment. No one knows what this means. After all, Diwan is the other courtyard of Emperor Xingkong, and the secrets involved are too deep. At this moment, in the sky, where the Emperor Garden is located, electric snakes are densely packed, wandering around erratically, and the rumbling sound seems to tear the world apart. And as the voice came from there, the spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth became more and more chaotic and violent. Then, 5 color light clusters took shape leisurely, filled the heaven and the earth, and slowly moved towards the place where the Emperor Garden was located. Fly to the position. 5 elements spiritual chi. Someone exclaimed, and there were many strong people present, so they could easily see what these 5-color light clusters were. It was clearly formed by the gathering of 5 elements spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Looking left and right, everyone was terrified, with wonderful expressions. Because as far as the eye can see, all the sights that can be seen are this kind of 5-color light group, and even in the position that cannot be seen, there are a large number of 5-element spiritual energy gathering light groups that slowly float up. The light clusters formed by the auras of the 5 elements seemed slow, but they were actually gathering towards the Emperor Garden at an extremely fast speed, as if there was some attraction coming from there. Gradually, the Emperor Garden, which was visible to the naked eye, disappeared. That day, in the sky, a huge multicolored glow enveloped the Emperor Garden, and louder humming sounded from inside, making the world tremble. Could it be the opening of the Emperor Garden? Someone exclaimed. Even though it was just an unfounded guess, it made everyone's eyes shine. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 14:12 Changes in the Emperor Garden. All major forces have their disciples stationed near Tianyan City, waiting for the moment when the Emperor Garden opens. No one can explain the scene in front of me, but it is indeed possible that the Emperor Garden has opened. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help being agitated, their bodies trembling, and they began to pay more attention to the movements of the Emperor Garden. Excited to be excited, but no one dared to step forward to take a peek. The aura fluctuations from the original location of the Emperor Garden made people shudder. I'm afraid that before he got close to the Emperor Garden, he was torn into powder by the violent heaven and earth spiritual energy. Even the woman surnamed Yi didn't dare to make any changes, but just stood there with an uncertain expression. The expressions of Yang Kai, Chang Qi and the others were equally wonderful. The 4 of them stood in the protective formation of Longshe Mountain, looking up, their expressions constantly changing. Suddenly, a fragrant wind hit, and there was another person beside him. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly saw Yang Yan ran out from inside at some point, standing beside him at this moment, looking up at the sky. It's not the opening of the Emperor Garden. Yang Yan murmured softly, with a calm expression, but unfortunately only Yang Kai heard her words, and even Changqi and the others were attracted by the changes in the world at this time. Noticing what she was saying. Then what is this? Yang Kai hurriedly asked, but he was confused when he was concerned. He just forgot that Yang Yan was a distraction of Starry Sky Emperor. She should know something about the situation of Emperor Garden. Since Yang Yan said that this is not a sign of the opening of the Emperor Garden, he must have his own basis. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not the opening of the Emperor Garden, but it seems to have something to do with entering the Emperor Garden. Yang Yan frowned tightly, and seemed to be a little unclear. After all, she is not the Emperor's body, and many memories are. It is understandable that the incomplete state is not clear. Yang Kai frowned, but didn't ask any more questions. But when she noticed Yang Yan's appearance, the woman surnamed Yi showed a happy expression on her face. With a flash of her figure, she suddenly came to the front of the mountain guard formation, staring at Yang Yan respectfully and excitedly. Just when she was about to say something, Yang Yan stopped her. I'll talk about it later, you come in first. Saying so, he waved a ray of holy energy and poured it into the large light curtain in front of him. The light curtain immediately cracked a hole, allowing one person to pass through. The face of the woman surnamed Yi was slightly red, and she looked flattered, and said respectfully, yes. At the same time, with a sway of her delicate body, she squeezed into the mountain guard formation, and the buck-toothed warrior Zhe Qi naturally followed closely behind, with a submissive face, glanced at Yang Yan from time to time, and then quickly looked away, as if afraid of his own gaze. It's like desecrating the other party. Chang Qi, Haoan and Ning Shangchen finally turned their attention. At this moment, they all opened their mouths and looked at the woman surnamed Yi mechanically and dully, with incredible expressions on their faces. The 3 of them stood beside Yang Yan, so they could clearly hear how the woman surnamed Yi answered just now. This made them unable to believe their ears, and they looked at each other in dismay, all a little deranged. Is there a mistake? A woman with the surname Yi, who is so powerful and of high status, actually obeys orders like a subordinate when facing Yang Yan. What is the situation? Although Yang Kai was also a little surprised, the situation was much better than Changqi and the others. After all, he already knew Yang Yan's identity, and he secretly guessed that the woman surnamed Yi had something to do with the Starry Sky Emperor's body, otherwise, she would not may have this performance. Although there are some doubts in his heart, this is not the time to understand. Yang Kai can only press down his doubts, and ask when he finds an opportunity in the future. Glancing at the buck-toothed warrior, Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists at the other party. Brother Zhe, we meet again. Ahem. Zhe Qi looked uncomfortable, turned sideways and saluted, and said, Xiao Qi, just call me Xiao Qi. Although he didn't understand the relationship between Yang Kai and Yang Yan, he didn't dare to trust him at the moment. After all, his master was short in front of Yang Yan. If he wasn't humble, wouldn't it be his master's fault? Regardless of the position. This is a matter of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. How could he do it? The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and he didn't say anything more. His strength is only at the 3rd level of Saint King. Although this buck-toothed warrior looks young, he is already at the 1st level of Void Return. No matter what, I can't call Xiao Qi directly by his name. For a moment, everyone's eyes once again turned to the Emperor Garden in the sky. The buzzing sound was endless, and the entire sky was covered by violent electric snakes, countless of them. The small ones were as long as a foot, and the big ones were like dragons. In the world, shrouded in the multicolored rays of light, the Emperor Garden is looming, making it hard to see clearly. There are only countless electric snakes and electric dragons rolling and scurrying. The spirit energy of the 5 elements between the heaven and the earth continuously gathers into clusters, floats upwards, and gathers towards the place where the Emperor Garden is located. Such visions are not only near Longshe Mountain and Tianyan City, but also in the entire Gloomy Star. Almost everyone has witnessed such a grand occasion with their own eyes. Under the powerful pressure of this sudden change in the world, even those who are strong in the 3rd layer Void Return realm feel that they are as weak as ants. Somewhere in Gloomy Star, there is a majestic mountain with a height of 10,000 zhang. This high mountain has a beautiful scenery, with jagged rocks, but there are many pavilions and pavilions in the mountain. It seems that it should be the head altar of a certain sect. Xingdi Mountain, the tyrannical existence that makes the entire Gloomy Star turn pale. It is a behemoth that surpasses Zontianmeng and Leitezong. Although it is famous, the style of Xingdi Mountain is extremely low-key, and few people will go out and walk around, so it is very difficult for warriors on Gloom Star to see warriors from Xingdi Mountain. At this moment, in a palace at the highest point of Xingdi Mountain, a half-grown old man with a calm expression and no energy fluctuations in his body, who looked like Immortal, was sitting cross-legged. At the moment when the change of heaven and earth appeared, the half-aged old man leisurely opened his eyes, and looked deeply towards the direction of the Emperor Garden. There was a gleam of divine light in those eyes, as if he could pass through layers of obstacles and look directly at the Emperor. The movement of the garden. After a while, he raised his brows and said to himself, "Is the Emperor Yu going to appear?" After finishing speaking, the half-old man was overjoyed, and immediately stood up. The moment he got up, a domineering aura that was not inferior to the woman surnamed Yi spread around him, centered on him. With a flick of his figure, the person disappeared in the same place, and when he reappeared, he had already come to a place hundreds of feet away. At this moment and here, a young man with an indifferent expression was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, stunned. He stared intently at the 5-color aura mass floating up from the mountain. Seeing the half-aged old man appear, the young man was startled, and quickly got up and bowed down. The disciple has seen the master. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this indifferent young man at a glance. It is the cold martial artist he has seen twice in the flowing flame sand field. This person showed great power at the place where the soul-cleansing water was located, occupying the best position, making Ku Chengfeng angry and afraid to vent his anger, and on the 4th floor of the flowing flame sand field, he had a face-to-face meeting with Yang Kai. At that time, he was attacking Taishuanzong's guardian formation. If there is any martial artist of the same level on Gloom Star that Yang Kai cares about, Lu Yi is one, and this coldness is also one. However, Leng Qing has now been promoted to the 1st level of returning to the void, which is somewhat different from the 3rd level of the Holy King at that time. Well, please send an order to let all the elders go out. The half-grown old man ordered lightly. Startled coldly, he clasped his fists and said, "Disciple, dare to ask Master why you want the elders to go out." The half-aged old man was not angry, but explained, "The Emperor Yu is about to appear, let the elders go to intercept it. This matter is related to the quota of entering the Emperor Garden, so they must not be careless, even if it is to grab, they must grab some back." Yes. Although Leng Qing listened in a daze, she didn't dare to ask any more questions, and quickly took orders to retreat. After the coldness left, the half-grown old man held his chest and coughed lightly, his face turned slightly pale. He was actually injured, and he didn't know who could have such a powerful method to injure such a strong person. Since the Emperor Jade appeared, it must not be long before the Emperor Garden was opened. Damn it, it was just such a time to be injured by that bitch. The half-grown old man had a ferocious look on his face, secretly annoyed. I don't know who the bitch he is talking about is. Near Longshe Mountain, all warriors are paying close attention to the movements of the Emperor Garden. The sudden change lasted for about half a day, and there was a sudden change. This shocked everyone, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes and pay more attention. I saw that in the sky, the multicolored rays of light that had been enveloping the Emperor Garden faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disintegrated and disappeared. At the same time, the buzzing sound also stopped, and the spirit energy of the 5 elements between the heaven and the earth also returned to calm, as if the previous accident had never happened. While everyone was astonished, they sized up the Emperor Garden again, but at the next moment, they all let out exclamations of surprise. Because the Emperor Garden looks a little different from before, it looks much bigger than before, and there are many more buildings that have not been seen before, as if those buildings have been hidden and unknown until this time the changes in the world were revealed again. This discovery made everyone startled and uncertain, and they didn't know whether such a change was good or bad. Yes, there is more than one Emperor Garden. Yang Yan murmured thoughtfully on his face, there are half of the Emperor Garden in other places, and the Emperor Garden is only complete when the two are combined into one. Only then will the Emperor Garden be officially opened. After hearing her words, Yang Kai turned his head to look, but saw Yang Yan's brows were tightly wrinkled, as if she was deep in thought. At this moment, the Emperor's Garden looked even more majestic, magnificent, and invisible power emanated from there, making everyone tremble. The power of the Emperor. After the transformation, the power of the Emperor's prestige exuded by the Emperor Garden was even more terrifying than before. The Emperor's prestige was imposed on everyone, so that they did not dare to make any changes, and only heard the sound of swallowing saliva. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at 87,453,198. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 14:13 Bone Erosion Lihuo Lamp. The power of the Emperor shrouded everyone, and everyone had difficulty breathing, and their hands and feet were cold. At this time and here, no matter how high or low the cultivation base is, no matter how old or young, in front of the power of the Emperor, any strong person seems to have become a 3-year-old child. An existence aloft. The Emperor Wei alone has such power. If the great Emperor is still alive, just a single thought can shatter the bodies of all the people present. That is definitely beyond the level of Void King realm. Fortunately, the power of the Emperor's prestige did not last long. After about a stick of incense, the invisible power gradually faded until it disappeared completely. It's beautiful, and they all look like they have lingering fears. Without waiting for everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, the mutation will start again. A humming sound that resounded through the heaven and earth came from the Emperor Garden. It was deafening. What's the matter? Some people exclaimed with a bitter face. Today's repeated accidents really made them tremble with fear, for fear that something bad would happen to the Emperor Garden. Looking up, I saw a beam of light shot out from the position where the Emperor Garden was located, and it seemed to be falling down directly downwards. The beam of light was only as thick as an arm, but it seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Can't look straight ahead. Yang Kai's complexion turned livid in an instant. No one else, because the direction that this powerful and unpredictable beam of light radiates is exactly my own Dragon Cave Mountain. The Emperor Garden has been suspended directly above Longshe Mountain, and this beam of light is also falling straight down. At this moment, Longshe Mountain bears the brunt of it, and it is impossible to avoid it. Although the mountain protection formation is great and the interior is heavily restricted, but whether it can resist this beam of light, Yang Kai has no confidence at all. He looked at Yang Yan in desperation, and saw that she also had a depressed look on his face, so he knew immediately. Things are not going well. In the blink of an eye, the intense attention from the Emperor Garden came into contact with the large formation of Longshe Mountain, which could stop more than 30 void-returning mirror masters from attacking the large formation that has not been broken for 2 days and 2 nights. The curtain of light, like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melted away. Silently, a hole was pierced through the mountain protection formation, and the color of the light curtain flickered wildly, and it became dim in an instant. Immediately, the beam of light fell into a certain part of Longshe Mountain, and disappeared suddenly. Faintly, there was a good energy fluctuation coming from there. Countless eyes looked at the inside of Longshe Mountain, with different personal expressions. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, some were greedy, some were afraid. No matter what the beam of light is, it is undoubtedly that it shot out from the Emperor Garden. This is what everyone saw with their own eyes, and at this moment, after the beam of light disappeared, it seemed that something was left behind. Everyone wants to know what the hell that is. Is it a treasure, or the entrance to the Emperor Garden? No matter what it is, it makes people jealous and makes people want to take a peek. The appearance of this beam of light made Longshe Mountain once again the focus of attention. At this moment, the protective array of Longshe Mountain has been broken. If there was not a woman surnamed Yi standing there with awe-inspiring phoenix eyes, the scene would have been chaotic long ago, and the balance could be barely maintained only because of the deterrent power of the woman surnamed Yi. But how long it can deter them, no one can guarantee. After all, the matter is of great importance this time, and the woman surnamed Yi is alone. No matter how strong she is, she cannot stop everyone. The woman surnamed Yi herself seemed to realize that something was wrong. Invisible power emanated from her delicate body. The seemingly weak delicate body stood there, but there was an aura of being in charge of one man. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched, his mouth full of bitterness. The situation has developed into what it is now, and no one would have expected it. For the present plan, we must either retreat and let these strong men go to the Dragon Cave Mountain to see what's going on and satisfy their curiosity, or block them forcefully and not allow anyone to enter the mountain. Occupying the things left by the beam of light alone, there is no other way to choose other than this. It is impossible to stop it. The tiger can't hold back the pack of wolves. How can the woman surnamed Yi alone be able to stop the impact of so many strong people present? Dodging is not Yang Kai's style. Others are curious about what is left behind after the beam of light disappears. He is also curious. Observing the words and seeing the eyes of the powerhouses of the major forces, Yang Kai knew that he had to make a choice, otherwise if he waited for them to act first, he would lose the initiative. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sent a voice transmission to the woman surnamed Yi, and the latter raised her eyebrows, showing a look of surprise, and immediately nodded slightly indiscernibly. The two had just reached a consensus, and Mo Xiaosheng from Zhentianmeng over there couldn't hold back his curiosity. He took a step forward, clasped his fist solemnly and said, "Senior Sister Yi." Before he finished speaking, the woman surnamed Yi raised her brows and shouted coquettishly, "Don't even think about it." At the same time, Yang Kai's body flickered, and he had already retreated rapidly. While his figure was blurred, a layer of ripples appeared in the surrounding space. The power of space. Mo Xiaosheng shrank his eyes, staring at Yang Kai's gradually disappearing figure in amazement, are more sensitive to fluctuations than anyone else. Seeing Yang Kai not hesitate to use the power of space to retreat back, he instantly understood what his idea was. While surprised that Yang Kai was so proficient in the power of space, he yelled in his mouth, "Dare you, kid!" He is indeed afraid of a woman surnamed Yi, but apart from this woman, other people in Longshe Mountain are not in his eyes at all. Yang Kai, a mere Saint King realm, wants to get ahead of so many strong people. How can he tolerate it? While speaking, Mo Xiaosheng also stepped out, his figure gradually blurred. Like Yang Kai, he also used the power of space. "Come out," the woman surnamed Yi shouted tenderly, stretched out Qianqianyu's hand, and shook it fiercely towards a certain place in the void. The horrified elder of Zhentianmeng. He didn't seem to have expected that the method of the woman surnamed Yi was so powerful that even his own method of suppressing the bottom of the box could be easily broken. The weak balance and tranquility were broken by Yang Kai and Mo Xiaosheng. The powerhouses had been eyeing Longshe Mountain and wanted to go in and take a look. Seeing this good opportunity, why would they hesitate? They used their body skills one after another and rushed towards the place where the beam of light fell. No one wants to leave. The woman surnamed Yi swayed her delicate body, the brilliance flickered, and a secret treasure like an oil lamp appeared out of thin air, suspended in front of her, and immediately the woman stretched out her hand, swept the wick, and a flower she pinched the flame glowing blue on her fingertips, flicked it, and the blue flame flower flew forward at an extremely fast speed. The blue fire grows against the wind, and in the next moment, it transforms into a giant bird with a length of more than 10 feet, which looks majestic and has an astonishing momentum. Fight towards the strong. Erosion bone Lihuo lamp, the knowledgeable man exclaimed in surprise, his complexion changed drastically, and he hastily sacrificed his strongest defensive secret treasure to guard in front of him. And when the words corrosion bone Lihuodeng were uttered, the other people also looked terrified, and retreated one after another, not daring to take the lead lightly. Without him, the bone erosion lamp's name is too resounding, and it is one of the few Void King level secret treasures on Gloom Star. Secret treasures of this level cannot be refined with the refining level on Gloomy Star. They are all handed down from the ancient times, and their power is unpredictable. Contamination. Once contaminated, no matter how high the cultivation base is, the fate of falling is inevitable. Although the woman surnamed Yi is alone, but with this secret treasure, her own strength is not far behind even if it is not as good as the Void King realm. Who would dare to find her bad luck at this time? All of a sudden, many strong men were ashamed, panicked, hiding in places, and the scene was extremely lively. However, although the woman surnamed Yi is very good, it is very difficult to deal with so many strong people at once, and there are many enemies with the same level as her, and her face turns pale after one blow. With her level of cultivation, it would be a huge load to envoy this King Void secret treasure. Miss Yi, do you really want to be an enemy of so many of us? Cheng Pengxuan of Lei Taizong looked at the woman surnamed Yi with an ugly face and asked in a deep voice. The woman surnamed Yi glanced at him lightly, and said coldly, "If you all stand still, I will naturally not trouble you, but if you dare to forcibly break into this mountain, ask me if I will agree." What a big tone. Could it be that Ms. Yi really thinks that I am made of mud? Mo Xiaosheng also stood up with a gloomy face. Just now he wanted to chase Yang Kai but was blocked by this woman, conscious of face if you make a big mistake, you will never let it go. This palace is not made of mud, I don't want to say the same thing a second time. The woman surnamed Yi was extremely tough. Mo Xiaosheng and Cheng Pengxuan looked at each other and nodded slightly. Although the two usually don't fight each other very much, and have fought against each other for countless years, they naturally have to stand on the same front at this time, and because they are quite familiar with each other, they can know what the other is thinking with just a look. If that's the case, the old man will be offended. Mo Xiaosheng let out a long roar, and suddenly a short ruler appeared in his hand. This short ruler actually emitted shocking energy fluctuations, turned into a stream of light, and blasted towards the woman surnamed Yi. The moment Mo Xiaosheng made a move, Cheng Pengxuan also made a move. Yi Chong has many dreams, they are not willing to be blocked here by a woman surnamed Yi, they all want to break through her defense quickly and break into Longshe Mountain to find out the secrets, so the first move is their most powerful secret treasure and the strongest attack method. What Cheng Pengxuan sacrificed was a secret treasure of the Great Seal, which turned into a colossus, and pressed down on the woman surnamed Yi. Jin Qi from the Devil's Blood sect, Feng Pozi from Wanshou Mountain, and Void returning mirrors from other sects all joined the attack sequence without hesitation. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 14:14 I'm thinking about it. Although the name and strength of the woman surnamed Yi are daunting, she is only one person. How can she stop so many powerful people present joining forces? Only Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu stood in place with gloomy expressions, not moving. Based on the relationship between the two of them and Longshe Mountain, naturally they would not trouble the woman surnamed Yi, they were more worried about the situation on Yang Kai's side. In addition to them, there are two groups of people who have not moved. One group is the members of the Qianshan sect headed by the elder Mo Yu of the Qianshan sect, and the other is several women headed by the elder Gong Aofu of the Lulaman. The former didn't know what he was thinking, just smiled at the corner of his mouth, and looked into Longshe Mountain with great interest, as if he was enjoying a good show, and put on a posture of watching from the sidelines. Although the latter wanted to break into Longshe Mountain forcefully, Gong Aofu was only a second-level void returning realm after all, and her strength was slightly inferior. Seeing that the woman surnamed Yi was showing off her masculinity, she could only stand there anxiously, unable to catch her. Except for these people, almost all other people, regardless of their level of cultivation, are desperately rushing into the interior of Longshe Mountain. Most of them don't necessarily want to be enemies with the woman surnamed Yi, but they are too curious about that beam of light. The secret hidden after the shot was revealed. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the woman surnamed Yi was besieged by many void-returning third-layer powerhouses, they tried their best to bypass the battlefield and rush into the mountain. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Jie Qi, Chong Qi, Haoan, Ning Shangchen and others naturally also took action one after another, sacrificing their secret treasures to stop it. All kinds of Saint Yuans shuttled and burst out, and a shocking melee was staged in front of the Longshe Mountain Protector formation. This battle started quickly and ended quickly. After all, there were too many enemies. The woman surnamed Yi and the other four void returning mirrors could not stop everyone. When the woman surnamed Yi was entangled, Mo Xiaosheng once again exerting mysterious space power, his figure became blurred on the spot. This time the woman surnamed Yi really couldn't stop him anymore, she could only watch helplessly as he disappeared in place and rushed into Longshe Mountain. Damn it! The woman surnamed Yi gritted her silver teeth. In a daze, more void-returning mirror powerhouses slipped through the net. They all got rid of her entanglement, and rushed towards the mountain while shaking their bodies. The woman surnamed Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. If she was a Void King realm expert, it would not take much effort to stop this group of people, but she is only a third-layer Void Return realm, even though one foot has stepped on after entering the realm of Void King realm, but under the oppression of the Dark Star's laws of heaven and earth, she was still unable to break through the last layer of constraints, and the strength she could display was greatly reduced. It was pointless to continue entanglement. The woman surnamed Yi moved her hand and held the bone erosion lamp in the palm of her hand, her delicate body swayed, wrapped up Yang Yan, and rushed towards the mountain following the pace of others. She was gone, and the others were naturally unwilling to stay and followed. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked at each other, they both frowned, looked worried, sighed helplessly, and also followed in. On Qian Tianzong's side, Mo Yu thought for a while and said, "You guys stay outside," the old man goes in and has a look. Judging from the situation, a great battle may break out later, and Mo Yu will not let his disciples follow him in again, so as to take risks lightly. "Master," Shen Shitao suddenly called out. Mo Yu glanced at her, and said with a pleasant smile, "Do you have anything to say?" Chen Shitao bit her red lips lightly, and said with some anxiety, "Junior brother Yang has saved my life and that of junior sister Luing, if possible, please master, to take care of me." She mustered up the courage to say these words. After all, Mo Yu is her master, and she has no right to ask him to do anything. What's more, the matter this time is too complicated. When she said these words, she was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by master. "How did you know that?" Mo Yu just pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, I will do my best, but don't expect too much, this time, hee." Mo Yu didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. He clearly felt that the situation in Longshe Mountain was not good this time. But Shen Shitao and Luing were overjoyed, they kept thanking each other, bowed down, and when they got up again, Mo Yu had disappeared. The two women looked at each other and exhaled lightly. They never expected that master would be so easy to talk to. Regardless of the final result, they have already done what they should do if they can muster up the courage to ask for Yang Kai's help in front of Mo Yu. On the other side, Gong Aofu also told Yin Sudi and Dai Yuan to wait outside, while she broke into Longshe Mountain alone. She walked all the way without hindrance, but Gong Aofu could still feel that there were restrictions and formations all over the mountain, but these restrictions and formations had been destroyed at this moment. There were so many strong people rushing in before, no matter how many restraining formations here, they can't stop their pace. What's more, there is no one in Longshe Mountain to preside over the formations, so they can't exert too much power at all. Gong Aofu was secretly startled, and after a short time, she came to a certain place in Longshe Mountain, where a large number of void-returning mirror powerhouses gathered. Many of them were in the third layer of void-returning realm, surrounded by a semicircle in such a large area, and the very center is the place where the beam of light from the Emperor Garden descended before. At this time, there was a young man standing there proudly, with an indifferent expression. It was the Lord of Dragon Cave Mountain, the warrior Yang Kai of the third level of the Saint King. Gong Aofu only glanced at him, and was instantly attracted by something in his hand. It should be a jade tablet, square, half the size of a palm, pure and flawless, with a light red streamer inside like the fish swim in the water and look amazing. With Gong Aofu's eyesight, she couldn't tell what material the jade tablet was made of, but felt an inexplicable power emanating from the jade tablet. Countless pairs of eyes stared greedily and curiously at the jade tablet. Could this be something that fell from the Emperor Garden? Gong Aofu was quick-witted, and immediately thought of this possibility. A beam of light shot down from the Emperor Garden before, and after the beam of light disappeared, it was clear that something was left in place, and Yang Kai came over first. If there is anything to discover, it must be this jade tablet, otherwise how can people be so greedy and coveted? Gong Aofu's guess was right. With the help of a woman surnamed Yi, when Yang Kai rushed here, he only found this jade tablet, but before he had too much time to study, Mo Xiaosheng had already broken through. After being obstructed by the woman surnamed Yi, he rushed here. It's not that the woman surnamed Yi is incompetent, it's really hard to beat with 2 fists and 4 hands. It's not difficult for her to defeat Mo Xiaosheng, but it's another matter to prevent him from leaving. Unbelievably weird. In an instant, the situation turned into an embarrassing situation where everyone looked around, but Yang Kai was not afraid. Without him, push him into a hurry, try to bear a little risk, just tear the space and leave. Although there are many enemies present, he is 50% sure to escape safely. With this kind of confidence, of course he would not be afraid of anything, not to mention, there is a woman surnamed Yi standing on his side, so he may not be without strength. This little brother. The silent atmosphere was broken by Mo Xiaoshang. He stared at the jade card in Yang Kai's hand with his eyes shining brightly, and tried to put his tone as calmly as possible. Can you give me the jade card in your hand? Let the old man take a look at the cards. No matter what the jade token is, since it was exiled from the Emperor Garden, it must have something to do with the Starry Sky Emperor. How can the value of something related to the Emperor be so low? Not only Mo Xiaoshang had the idea to take a closer look, but so did other people, but Mo Xiaoshang was the first to bring it up. Let you see, Yang Kai grinned and said sarcastically, isn't that meat bun beating a dog, and there is no return. Against Tianmeng, Yang Kai has no good feelings at all, so he is not polite when speaking. Mo Xiaoshang's face darkened in an instant, and he said in a cold voice, boy, keep your mouth clean. I just want to take a look. Do you think that as an old man, you will covet something from a junior like you? Isn't it? Yang Kai curled his lips, if not, why did you chase here? Saying so, Yang Kai directly stuffed the jade token into his space ring. The complexions of many strong men suddenly turned ugly. The so-called treasures belong to those who are capable. Although this strange treasure that fell out of the Emperor Garden landed in the Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was the first to get it, but he was a mere one. What kind of virtue can occupy this kind of thing in the third level of the Holy King? Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he put the jade token into the space ring. In doing so, he obviously did not take himself and others seriously, which is really annoying. On another occasion, people don't mind killing people to seize treasures. This kind of thing is common, everyone has done it more than once, but this is Longshe Mountain, and there is a woman surnamed Yi here, they are somewhat afraid. Especially after seeing the power of the woman surnamed Yi's bone erosion Lihuo lamp. Little brother, if you can hand over this jade card to the old man, I can bid 100 million holy crystals. What do you think? Compared with Mo Xiaoshang's hypocrisy, Cheng Pengxuan of Lei Taizong was much more forthright, knowing that things that may be for nothing, immediately try to buy them at a high price. In his mind, 100 million holy crystals is definitely an astronomical figure for the small Dragon Cave Mountain. This young man may not be able to see so much wealth in his lifetime, as long as the other party is smart enough to know that holding that jade card is tantamount to a hot potato, you will never reject your proposal. 100 million. Yang Kai raised his brows, seemed to be moved, and pondered for a moment. Well, I will think about it. Cheng Pengxuan was overjoyed, and asked, then I wonder how long it will take little brother to think thoroughly. The night is long and the dreams are many, of course he thinks the sooner the better. Maybe 10.5 months, maybe 3 years or 5 years, who can say for sure, the matter is important, juniors have to think carefully, seniors might as well go back to Thunder Typhoon Sect first, how about waiting for news from juniors? Yang Kai tilted his head looking at him with a sincere look. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 14-15 Another twist. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Cheng Pengxuan's old face immediately collapsed. Anyone who is not blind can see Yang Kai's perfunctory. If he really leaves like this, he may never get that jade token forever. Cheng Pengxuan was very angry in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. This person occupies the position of the great elder of Lei Taizong, his status is respected, and the city is extremely deep, so he will not let his emotions be revealed because of this kind of thing. Brother Cheng, Brother Mo, why bother talking nonsense with this kid? Since he doesn't put me in his eyes, then he will snatch it away. Jin Shi of the Devil's Blood sect snorted coldly, how dare a mere Saint King realm to seize the rare treasure in front of us, I don't know what it means. Anyway, he and Longshe Mountain have already broken their skins, so there is no need to be polite when speaking. He wished to drag Cheng Pengxuan and Mo Xiaoshang into the water to deal with Longshe Mountain. Although he was afraid of the strength of the woman surnamed Yi, if everyone attacked together, even another woman surnamed Yi would definitely not be an opponent. As long as Yang Kai was killed, not only would he be able to snatch the jade token, but he would also be able to snatch the profound gold, which kills two birds with one stone. How could Jin Shi let it go? There are many people who have the same idea as him, but no one nodded in agreement except Mrs. Feng from Wanshou Mountain. Mrs. Feng was quick to speak. Hearing this, she threw the dragon's crutches in front of her and said coldly, "Old Ghost Jin's suggestion is good, I agree with it, what do you guys think?" Although they could guess what Jin Shi and Feng Pozi were planning, no matter whether it was Mo Xiaoshang, Cheng Pengxuan, or the powerhouses from other forces, they couldn't help but feel a little moved. The current matter cannot be resolved peacefully at all. Since you want a rare treasure, you can only grab it by force. Mo Xiaoshang and Cheng Pengxuan looked at each other, and they both saw each other's plans. Whoever dares to strike is against me, and I will never die with him as long as I live. The woman surnamed Yi looked around coldly, and said in a low voice. Quite a few people looked away with great headaches, feeling sad in their hearts. On the other hand, Jin Shi gave a long laugh, looked at her sarcastically and said, "Miss Yi, have you not been born for a long time, and you have been pedantic in the mountains? Do you really think that with your own strength, you cannot let so many people in the room go? In the eyes, Miss Yi, this old man reminds you, if you are burned, it is better to retreat bravely." A faint threat, not to mention binding everyone present together with ulterior motives, trying to form a situation where there are many enemies and few enemies. If you want to die, I will be the first one in this palace to fulfill you. The woman surnamed Yi stared at the golden stone with her phoenix eyes, and the bone erosion Lihuo lamp appeared again, hovering above her head, ready to go. There was a change in front of Jin Shi, although his tone was rampant, but seeing this virtual king-level secret treasure was still a big headache, but for the jade card, for the black gold, he couldn't back down. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mrs. Feng was also standing by his side, and a dignified look appeared on the old woman's old face, and she said loudly, "Miss Yi, although you are skilled, you are only a third-level void returning realm. Since I haven't been born for a long time, why do I have to wade into this muddy water? Why don't I just leave? Another day, my old body and others will come to apologize in person." What he said was neither humble nor overbearing. It not only gave the woman surnamed Yi face, but also did not lose her identity. As long as the other party still has the intention of reconciliation, it is not difficult to make a choice. Hearing what she said, Mo Xiaoshang, Cheng Pengxuan and the others also nodded in agreement, tried to persuade her, and looked at the woman surnamed Yi expectantly, hoping that she would make the right choice. It's a pity that the result made them disappointed and annoyed. The woman surnamed Yi came out of the mountain this time just for Yongyan. The Longshe mountain where Yongyan is located is in trouble now, how could she ignore it? No need to talk nonsense, if you really want to do it, just do it, as long as you can bear the anger and revenge of this palace. I don't know if you have so much energy to protect me alone. The comprehensiveness of their respective sects. The attitude and stand of the woman surnamed Yi were extremely resolute. Okay, shameless. Jin Shi's face flashed a stern look. Since that's the case, Miss Yi can't blame me for being cruel. While speaking, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from his body, and a phantom of a golden cicada suddenly appeared from behind. Jin Shi waved his hand, and countless dark strange insects formed by condensing his own holy essence leisurely took shape. The buzzing sound was endless, overwhelming the woman surnamed Yi. The kung fu practiced by Jin Shi is the golden cicada magic formula, which was inherited from the ancient demon clan. It is extremely powerful and should not be underestimated. Feng Pozi also threw the dragon-headed walking stick in her hand forward, and the holy yuan poured into it. With a twist and a shake, the leading dragon-headed walking stick turned into a hideous dragon covered in scales, tens of feet long, opened wide with a bloody mouth. He bit down on the head of the woman surnamed Yi. Now that the matter has developed to this point, there is naturally nothing to say, either not to do it, or to do it absolutely. The strong people present are all decisive people, and they are afraid that the woman surnamed Yi will escape this catastrophe and wait for an opportunity to retaliate in the future, so as soon as he made a move, he had the stance of killing the woman surnamed Yi. The moment Jin Shi and Mrs. Feng made their move, Cheng Pengxuan and Mo Xiaoshang also joined the battle without hesitation. The former's Great Seal's secret treasure, and the latter's short ruler, both emitted astonishing energy fluctuations and attacked the woman surnamed Yi. The battle this time is a bit different from just now. Just now, everyone only wanted to get rid of the entanglement of the woman surnamed Yi, so most of their attention was not on her. But now, they are fighting with the idea of beheading the woman surnamed Yi. The strength that comes out is much higher than before. 4 void-returning third-layer realm powerhouses besiege a woman surnamed Yi. Even if she had a Void King-level secret treasure like the bone erosion Lihuo lamp, she was a bit stretched for a while. But as expected of the previous suzerain of Xingdi Mountain, a tyrannical figure who has been famous for hundreds of years, even if he fell into a disadvantage in the moment of fighting, he was not so easy to deal with. Blossoms of blue flames flew out of the bone erosion lamp, and counterattacked at the four of them respectively, making them flustered for a while, looking terrified. Looking at this posture, the battle between the 5 top powerhouses will be indistinguishable for a while. However, Jin Qi and the others had already achieved their goals. The only woman surnamed Yi that Longshe Mountain could take out was entangled, and the others were just fish on the chopping board. Zongqiang thought so wishfully. Seeing that the woman surnamed Yi was entangled, the other strong men were naturally unwilling to be lonely, and rushed to Changqi and others. Now there are hundreds of people in the void returning mirror in Longshe Mountain. There are warriors in the 3rd and 2nd levels of the void returning realm everywhere. The secret treasures they use are all refined by Yang Yan himself, and they are so powerful that there will be no danger to their lives for a while. Moreover, at this critical moment, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu also came in. The two of them would not just watch the people of Longshe Mountain being besieged, not to mention that they have a good relationship with Yongkai. This place is still Shadow Moon after all. The site of the temple, Dragon Cave Mountain, is protected by the Shadow Moon Palace, so many strong people are bullying the weak under their noses, bullying the weak with more, and it also gives them enough reasons to stop it. However, the two of them could only entangle some enemies each, and they were unable to separate themselves, and they were secretly anxious. Almost everyone was involved in the dispute in this flash of lightning. When everyone's attention was attracted, Yang Yan grabbed the magic weapon with both hands, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the world. No one knew her. Where did you go? With the help of the prohibition here and the power of the formation, Yang Yan escaped easily. But Yongkai encountered a big trouble. The woman surnamed Yi and Changqi and others were all entangled, and even Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, who had been taking care of him, had no time to take care of him, and he was returned by more than a dozen in an instant. The virtual mirror was stared at. The dozen or so people stared at Yongkai covetously, with greedy expressions on their faces. They all rushed towards this side, wanting to be the first to kill Yongkai and take away his space ring. As long as you can grab the space ring, that is the first achievement. Brother Yang, you go, Xuaner and I are here to delay them. At the critical moment, two figures rushed in front of him, but it was Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner who saw something wrong and came in front of him. No time to say anything, Yongkai just cast a grateful look. He is not worried about the safety of Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner. After all, these two are the elites of Shadow Moon Palace, and their reputation spread far and wide among the younger generation. It is still possible. What's more, these enemies may not have the courage to really kill Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner. If something happened to the two of them, then Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not let it go. In an instant, close combat, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner teamed up, the secret technique released and the surging Saint Yuan wrapped the four enemies into the battle group, so that they could not interfere with Yongkai, and Yongkai breathed a sigh of relief. In the current situation, smearing oil on the soles of his feet is undoubtedly the most correct choice, but how could Yongkai ignore his friends and helpers and escape alone? Standing on the spot with a stern expression, he waved his hand, and a refining furnace flew out spinning and spinning. This virtual king-level refining furnace opened up against the wind, and in an instant, it became a huge monster with a height of several feet. From the furnace, a fiery red strange bird flew out screaming, and with its wings curled, it dragged several enemies into it. Among the monstrous flames, Qiling Firebird's current combat power is no less than that of the General Void Return 3rd layer, so it is no problem to deal with these enemies. On the other hand, Yongkai himself had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, reached out his hand into the refining furnace, grabbed something, and dragged it out with difficulty. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation came out from the refining furnace. This fluctuation was so strong that the faces of the remaining enemies changed drastically. Although they don't know what Yongkai is going to take out of the refining furnace, they will not watch helplessly. On the way to attack, one after another, secret treasures are sacrificed, and secret techniques are formed, overwhelmingly smashing at Yongkai. Come. Yongkai frowned, stretched out his hand, and immediately a purple shield appeared in front of him, turning into a violent sandstorm, covering his figure. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 14-16 Ancient Psychic Tree. All kinds of attacks and secret techniques clashed with the sandstorm in an instant, the wind and sand splashed, and the purple shield's defensive power was outstanding, but the number of enemies who attacked Yongkai this time was too many, and all of them were strong void return mirrors. The secret treasure sacrificed is so powerful that it is not comparable to ordinary warriors. The protection of the purple shield will be broken in just 2 breaths, and it looks precarious. Yongkai's face was slightly condensed, and just as he was about to deploy another means to protect him, an attack that changed the color of the world suddenly seemed to attack from the front, and the attack was just a beam of light, which seemed to be aimed at Yongkai. But when it blasted in front of the purple shield, it messed up the power of many secret treasures and secret techniques. In an instant, Yongkai's pressure was greatly reduced. This incident caused him to raise his eyebrows. He looked towards the source of the attack, and saw a middle-aged Confucian-robed man with long hair reaching his waist and looking unrestrained. He stood there with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. What does the other party mean by this? Yongkai couldn't figure it out. The others didn't understand even more, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "Elder Mo, what are you doing?" This middle-aged man with long hair down to his waist is the great Elder Mo Yu of Qiantianzong. His personal strength is not inferior to Mo Xiaosheng and Cheng Pengxuan, and he is even better than Jin Shi and Mrs. Feng. He is also famous, prominent person. Hearing this, Mo Yu smiled calmly. What else can I do? Momo has taken a fancy to the treasure in this kid's hand, but he just wants to kill people to seize the treasure. What's wrong? The person who spoke frowned, although his expression was resentful. But there is no time to pursue it. Judging from the attack just now, Mo Yu was indeed attacking with the intention of killing people and seizing treasures, but judging from the results, the other party did Yongkai a big favor, because his attack resolved most of Yongkai's attacks. I don't know whether Mo Yu was on purpose or not, so annoyed, he could only remind loudly, Elder Mo, you can take action, but can you take it easy? Mo Yu smiled lightly, and didn't say anything more, but looked at Yongkai with interest. I am also looking forward to it. Longshe Mountain was in a dire situation before. Seeing that he was about to be doomed, but he didn't want to kill a woman surnamed Yi at the critical moment. If it wasn't for the last incident in the Emperor Garden, Longshe Mountain should have been calm at this time. But because of the changes in Emperor Garden. However, Longshe Mountain was once again pushed to the forefront, and the situation is more dangerous than before. He wants to know, will Yongkai's luck end here, or will he be lucky again to resolve this crisis? As the great elder of Qiantianzong, naturally, he would not be so boring. He really believed in the theory of luck, but Yongkai saved the lives of 2 disciples under his sect. Mo Yu himself was not a person who could not discriminate between grievances and grudges. Since he had agreed to Chen Shitao's request, of course he also will do my best. If there is no Shen Shitao, Mo Yu doesn't mind throwing stones into the pit, and he is also moved by the strange treasure of the Emperor Garden. And if Yongkai is really dead, he will be the first to snatch Yongkai's space ring. After one blow, he didn't make another move, but watched the changes quietly. Most of his attention was attracted by the Void King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. The strong energy fluctuations emanating from it made him very surprised, and he didn't know what was hidden inside it. And the group of enemies who were staring at Yongkai had already regrouped at this moment. Their secret treasures were buzzing, and they were about to launch a new round of attacks. At this moment, a burst of piercing sound suddenly came from the side. Accompanied by the piercing sound, a scorching power enveloped the audience. At the same time, golden attacks like long whips descended from the sky. Towards these enemies slapped their heads and covered their faces. Every blow is so powerful that it makes people suddenly change color. These enemies who were originally planning to attack Yongkai were horrified, and they all shot to resist. This is. Mo Yu's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at the location of the source of the attack in disbelief, and suddenly found that it was a towering tree with a height of more than 10 feet and dense branches and leaves. The big tree had a brilliant golden color, dazzling people's eyes. At this moment, as the branches swayed, countless golden leaves fell like rain, turning into streaks of golden light, attacking the enemy group like flying knives and sharp arrows. Those whip-like attacks were clearly formed by the branches of this ancient tree. What shocked Mo Yu was not the attack of the ancient tree, but that there was a clear facial feature on the thick trunk. At this moment, the facial features were distorted and looked extremely angry. The force with which the branch was pulled down and the attack launched by the golden leaves, each blow was not inferior to the full-strength strike of a warrior at the first level of the Holy King. The dense attacks came down, and the scene looked horrifying. Even if a strong man like himself falls into it, he will be in a hurry, let alone other people. At this moment, the enemies gathered in front of Yongkai are rarely the top strong men of the Void Return 3-layer, shrouded by these strange attacks. If it weren't for relying on the large number of people, I'm afraid there would be casualties immediately. Ancient psychic tree, Mo Yu exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that there are such treasures in Longshe Mountain. Especially this ancient psychic tree is actually a rare yang-type spiritual tree. Although trees are also a kind of living beings, it is hard for trees to open their minds. Mo Yu has lived for so many years, and he has only heard of the existence of ancient psychic trees. He has never seen them with his own eyes. See it once. A psychic ancient tree is at least 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years old. This is a rare and heaven-defying treasure. If you use a refining tool, you can definitely refine an extremely powerful secret treasure. What made him even more dumbfounded was that this ancient psychic tree possessed such a powerful offensive power. How can that be? Ordinary psychic ancient trees don't have much strength even if they grow intellect. When encountering powerful warriors, they can only use special magical powers to hide their breath and avoid disasters. But this ancient psychic tree in Longshe Mountain has turned into a sharp weapon in battle. The branches and leaves have become the means of attacking the enemy. Go through in a short time. This Dragon's Cave Mountain, some sea water is unfathomable. Mo Yumu's spirit was shining brightly, and he became more and more excited. The sudden power of the divine tree also surprised Yang Kai for a moment, but soon he was relieved. The divine tree had already activated its mind before he got it. It is a high-level spiritual tree. With no less than 10 drops of golden blood, it is not difficult to explain such growth. Thinking of this, Yang Kai grinned grinningly. Boy, take your life. An angry shout suddenly sounded, and immediately there was a circle of ripples in the void not far in front, and a warrior with a ferocious expression dressed in the service of Zhan Tianmeng rushed out of thin air. Judging from the energy fluctuations on his body, this person already has the powerful strength of returning to the second layer of the void, and he is very good at hiding his body, sneaking in and lurking when everyone's attention is attracted by different things. Not far from Yang Kai, took the opportunity to launch a fatal blow. It has to be said that this person has good calculations and knows how to grasp the timing. At this moment, Yang is happy to relax. At this time, the sneak attack can increase the chance of success out of thin air. The lion fought the rabbit with all its strength. Although this person was powerful, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai at Longshe Mountain's home court. He was thunderous and broke out with all his strength. The speed of the two was suddenly pulled closer, and a long sword with a cold light in this person's hand stabbed straight at Yang Kai's chest. The wind pierced Yang Kai's skin sorely. Yang Kai still stood there without moving, but there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, seemingly unmoved. Something is wrong. The void returned two-layer strongman felt a sudden in his heart, and subconsciously felt bad, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with him. He just felt that if he made a sudden attack again, he might be the one who would suffer. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and the man's expression turned violent. Not only did he not intend to stop, but he poured his holy energy into the sword even more violently. The sword light soared, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Mo Yu stood not far away, staring at Yang Kai for a moment, wanting to know what support he has. Facing the surprise attack of a void return two-layer expert, he is so confident. The answer was revealed in an instant, and when the enemy's attack fell, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, dusty and inconspicuous, only 2 feet high, only reaching the position of Yang Kai's knee. Mo Yu raised his brows, greatly surprised, staring at the gray figure carefully. He couldn't recognize what it was for a while. It looks like a stone, but it has 4 limbs and 5 sense organs. Its face is simple and honest, its nose, mouth and ears are as if carved out, with sharp edges and corners, but its 2 eyes are extremely energetic, its waist is bent, and its hands reach knee length. Extremely weird. Can stubborn stones also psychic? Mo Yu could hardly believe his eyes. What surprised Mo Yu the most was that he could not detect any energy fluctuations or breath of life from this thing. Is this alive or dead? The stone puppet answered Mo Yu's doubts with actions. Facing the sneak attack of the void returned second-tier martial artist, the stone puppet opened its mouth, and spat out a pitch-black stick from it. Immediately, it stretched out a hand, grasped the stick, and walked forward carelessly. Sweep. Sweeping out with a stick, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the aura of the sky and the earth within a few miles seemed to be stirred. The corners of Mo Yu's eyes twitched. With his eyesight, he could see how powerful this seemingly random sweep was. Ordinary attacks could not produce such power. The warriors of the Zontian League. I'm afraid they will be unlucky, Mo Yu thought to himself. What he expected was not bad at all. Although the warrior of the Zontian League has the second level of returning to the void, he can also see the power of that stick, but now it is difficult to get off the tiger, and it is impossible to avoid it. He can only desperately encourage Sheng Yuan, the long sword in his hand buzzed, shooting out infinite brilliance, to be continued. Chapter 14-17, 1 Power Drop 10 Sessions. The dazzling brilliance was just a flash, and it seemed to be blown out by some attack. Immediately, there was a crackling sound, and the not low-grade secret treasure long sword Yi in the hands of the warriors of the Zontian League came into contact with the pitch-black stick, and it broke suddenly. Come on, fragile. How is this possible? This person's eyeballs trembled violently. This secret treasure of his own is at least of the false grade. Although it is known for its sharpness and elegance, it is not too strong, but it is not so easy to be destroyed. This secret treasure has been with him for decades, has killed countless enemies, and nourished it with his own saint energy and spiritual sense, which can be regarded as the secret treasure he relies on most. But I don't want to be ruined here. At the same time as the pain in the flesh, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He didn't know how powerful the black stick was, but he just swiped it out at will, destroying his long sword. If he was hit head-on, how could he die? Exist? Thinking of this, a flash of determination flashed in the man's eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue and spewed out a mouthful of blood mist. His plan was good, but he really underestimated the weirdness of the pitch-black stick. This pitch-black stick is undoubtedly the sky-shaking pillar that Yang Kai brought out from the Emperor Garden. According to Yang Yan, the whole body of this stick is made of sky crystal black iron, and this material is Void King grade. The refining material itself is extremely heavy, and a piece as big as a palm weighs 10,000 catties. It is extremely strong, and there are few methods in the world that can damage it. Even Yang Kai himself would never even think about moving this heaven-shaking pillar. I don't know who made it, so that this secret treasure has the ability to change the size at will. When the puppet in the Emperor Garden used the Tiansha pillar, it was more than 10 feet long, and it was finally given to the stone puppet and swallowed by it, belly. At this moment, the stone puppet is taken out to defend against the enemy, and the stone puppet is also suitable for its own body shape. The shaking sky pillar is only 1 foot long, but it does not mean that it is only this size. Watching the warrior of the Zontian League spit out a mouthful of blood mist and then avoid the range of the attack, the stone puppet's round eyes flashed a gleam of light, and the shaking sky pillar in his hand grew a little out of thin air, once again smashing the enemy covered into the attack range, sweeping out without diminishing momentum. This turn of events made the warriors of Zontian League look desperate. In desperation, they could only mobilize their Saint Yuan desperately, and put up protection outside their physical bodies. Snapped. A light sound came out, and the shaking sky pillar hit the warrior's body, and the seemingly dazzling body-protecting holy element collapsed like a bubble, and the body of the Zontianmeng warrior twisted to an unimaginable degree, and a burst of bones broke. The sound came out, making one's scalp tingle. Blood spewed out from the mouth, mixed with the fragments of the internal organs, and the warrior himself was swept away by the shaking sky pillar like an arrow off the string. He was seriously injured in one blow. Although he didn't die, the injury was definitely not light. If he was only facing Stone Puppet, he might not have no chance to escape, but how could Yang Kai miss this good opportunity to beat the dog in the water? The golden blood shot out, turning into golden light, covering it in his body under attack. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and blood mist shot out all over the sky. Being in midair, the second level of returning to the void has lost all vitality. In the blink of an eye, a void returned second layer martial artist was killed on the spot, and the death was horrific, which made the expressions of the rest of the people change drastically, and they were filled with shock and anger. In fact, logically speaking, the scene just now was not too dangerous. I can only blame the bad luck of the warriors of the Zontian League. They met the stone puppet holding the shaking pillar, and the shaking pillar that changed the length at will hit him. A surprise, impossible to guard against. This is the biggest culprit of his instant fall. If he had known this in advance, he would definitely not be so careless. But it's too late to say anything now. After killing the enemy, the stone puppet let out a howl like a beast's roar, and its small body swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a stone giant with a height of about 3 or 4 feet. Correspondingly, the stone in its hand, the shaking pillar, has also become much longer. Boom boom boom. After transforming, the stone puppet stepped forward with big feet, charging forward with full momentum. The stone giant with a height of 3 or 4 feet, combined with the heaven-defying secret treasures such as the shaking Tianju, can exert combat power. Even if it encounters the third layer void return realm, he has to temporarily avoid the edge. Even the space was frozen, and being entangled by the divine tree, the many enemies who couldn't escape were in bad luck. 1 or 2 screamed strangely, and they did not hesitate to use the secret technique that greatly damaged their vitality to escape from the stone puppet's sight. But how could the divine tree satisfy them? The long whip transformed from countless branches was danced airtightly, wrapping all the enemies in it. The stone puppet took this opportunity to show its might, and shook the Tianju with a stick, but all the enemies who were swept away spurted blood and were in a panic. Shaking Tianju itself weighs hundreds of thousands of catties, but it is as light as nothing in its hands. Even without the infusion of holy yuan, it is an incredible killer. Except for those who are strong in the Void King realm, the Void Return Mirror can only dodge. This is the reason for one forced to drop 10 sessions. The stone puppet does not need to be proficient in any secret technique, just this earth-shattering power makes the world pale. Warriors at the first level would die if they touched it. Occasionally, a lucky enemy survived after being hit by a stick, but they were just dying, and their lives were easily harvested by a few golden leaves of the sacred tree. Only the strong at the second level can block the next blow, and those at the third level don't dare to take it lightly and dodge hastily. The corners of Mo Yu's eyes twitched and his lips trembled, standing not far away. This Dragon's Cave Mountain, what kind of dragon's den and tiger's den is it? First there was the ancient psychic tree, and now there is the shocking appearance of the stone giant. It is a novel scene that has not been seen in 180 years, and today it is a feast for the eyes. Mo Yu is not an ignorant person, on the contrary, as the elder of Qiantianzong, he is well informed and knowledgeable, but what he saw today made his heart sway. The ancient psychic tree and the stone giant alone could be worth tens of thousands of troops, not to mention that the kid named Yang Kai didn't seem to make a move until now, and he didn't know what he was doing. Although Yang Kai didn't make a move, but those who can possess the two great pets, the ancient psychic tree and the stone giant, must have the same means, and they must not be measured by the idle Saint King third layer. For a moment, Mo Yu felt a little rejoiced. He was glad that he had listened to his apprentice's request and had no direct conflict with Longshe Mountain. Otherwise, this Liang Ziji would only have disadvantages and no benefits for Tianzong. That ancient psychic tree was okay, although it was extremely powerful, it was a spiritual tree after all, and it was difficult to move. It was remarkable to take root in place as a defensive fortress, but it was somewhat powerless to use it for attack. But that stone giant is frightening. On Gloom Star, who can fight such a monster? Void Return third layer doesn't work either. Unless a large number of people are gathered to besiege it, it is possible to defeat it. Just now he helped that kid by himself, he should be clear, right? Mo Yu's heart was agitated, he was afraid that Yang Kai didn't feel his goodwill just now. If that was the case, then he would be at a big loss. And just when the sacred tree and the stone puppet were fighting together and were invincible, a high-pitched dragon chant suddenly came out. Immediately, the sky was darkened, and a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. This coercion was so strong that the scalps of everyone present were numb, as if there were a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark, and the slightest movement would cause their bodies to be smashed to pieces. Even if this coercion is not as good as the power of the Emperor's prestige generated when the Emperor Garden changed just now, it is not far behind. Everyone's movements froze, and Chi-Chi turned to look at the source of the coercion, with horrified eyes. Over there, Yang Kai stood proudly on the spot, the Void King grade artifact refining furnace beside him was spinning around, and in his big hand, he lifted a green, long sword-like thing from the refining furnace. Slowly pulled out from the furnace, and with the appearance of that thing, the invisible coercion became more and more violent. In an instant, the green sword-like thing was completely taken out. Looking around, the thing is only 3 feet long, but the whole body is verdant and green. It looks like a sword, but it is extremely weird and not sharp, because the sword has no blade at all, and it looks like it is just crudely made of a piece of bone. There is a longan-sized bead inlaid on the hilt of the sword, and there is a little snake-like thing swimming happily in the green sword body. This sword seems to have been psychic. When Yang Kai held it in his hand, it buzzed, as if it wanted to break free from Yang Kai's control and fly into the sky. A huge phantom of the dragon's head suddenly emerged from the body of the green sword. The dragon's head was lifelike, like a living thing, and the 2 gong-sized eyeballs contained endless majesty. Actually involuntarily gave birth to an illusion of being as small as an ant. That frightening coercion emanates from this verdant long sword. No one dared to look at the dragon's head, only Yang Kai raised his head thoughtfully, revealing the world-exterminating demon eye in his left eye, and met his gaze with ease and fearlessness. The invisible impact centered on Yang Kai, and suddenly spread towards the surroundings. The horrifying spiritual power swept out like a substance, and it was as strong as a warrior in the Void Return 3 layer, and his mind was unstable for a while, and his sea of consciousness was churning. Yang Kai also snorted, and frowned. In the eyes of the world-extinguishing demon, a phantom of a lotus flower that was about to bloom was revealed, and it disappeared into the dragon's head strangely. The lotus birth secret technique is also the most powerful soul secret technique mastered by Yang Kai. The sound of the dragon chant came out again. The sound was full of fear and horror, and the dragon's eyes showed a look of pain. Immediately, its body swayed, submerged in the green long sword in Yang Kai's hand, and disappeared. The buzzing sound disappeared, and the trembling sword body returned to calm, no longer breaking free. Yang Kai exhaled lightly, with a thoughtful look on his face. This green long sword was used by Yang Chuan for the first time, and it was refined from dragon bones and dragon beads. The dragon bones and dragon balls were obtained by Yang Kai from the Saint Crystal veins on the second floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. It has been several years since he got them. When he got them, Yang Kai didn't know what to do with them. It is a real dragon bone and dragon ball, which is the body material of ancient creatures, and it is not something that ordinary refiners can refine. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 14:18 Dragon Bone Sword. Fortunately, Yang Yan taught him a method, using the power of the virtual king level refining furnace and the weapon spirit fire bird, to slowly refine the dragon bones and dragon balls in the refining furnace. Qi Ling has a spiritual connection with Yang Kai, refining by it is no different from refining Yang Kai himself. This method does not require sophisticated refining techniques, but only the accumulation of time. Although there are some suspicions of shoddy manufacturing, it is better than handing over to unreliable refining masters and wasting materials. Even Yang Yan herself doesn't have the confidence to use dragon bones and dragon balls to refine weapons, which is beyond her ability. It can be said that this method is only suitable for Yang Kai, because he has a Void King grade artifact refining furnace, and he also has artifact spirit firebird. The combination of various conditions is indispensable. Several years have passed, and the dragon bone and dragon ball have been completely integrated. After all, they are from the same source, and it is not difficult to integrate them. Now it is time to use them. It's just that Yang Kai didn't expect that the first time he used it, he almost caused an oolong, and the remaining dragon soul in the dragon ball was unwilling to succumb to him. Even if it is just a wisp of remnant soul without sanity, it is still the remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit, with an extremely proud nature. How could he be willing to surrender? Fortunately, Yang Kai had the secret technique of the lotus, and at the critical moment he forcibly suppressed the stubbornness in the dragon soul, so nothing went wrong. However, this is not a long-term solution. It seems that in the future, he will have to take time to make a good job of this dragon bone sword before he can use it with peace of mind. Yang Kai thought to himself, looked around coldly. The smile on the corner of his mouth was as cold as a blade. The terrifying coercion gradually dissipated, but everyone was sweating from the back, and the breeze blew, and a burst of coolness hit from head to toe. Everyone thought that Longshe Mountain could be flattened and rounded at will, but at this moment, such a powerful fighting power erupted, which really made them unimaginable. The ancient psychic tree, the stone giant, and this strange green sword, which one would not make them extremely afraid. Especially this green long sword. Everyone knows that it must be a good thing, but no one knows how powerful it can be. For a moment, Yang Kai once again became the focus of attention, and many greedy and fearful eyes stared at the green long sword. Yang Kai also wanted to try the power of his new secret treasure, so naturally he didn't want to waste time. Saint Yuan poured into the green long sword, and if there was a high-pitched dragon chant, the green long sword began to buzz. Go! Yang Kai pointed his hand, and a green brilliance suddenly disappeared from his hand, and immediately, a huge monster with a length of tens of feet suddenly formed in midair. It was a green body, with wings covering the sky and the earth, and covered in scales. It looked like an impregnable strange creature. This creature opened its bloody mouth wide, its teeth were like swords, its claws were like spears, emitting a faint cold light, which made people shudder. Ancient Holy Spirit, Mo Yu groaned. Even in his city, he almost fell to the ground. Although he has never seen the ancient Holy Spirit with his own eyes, Mo Yu is no stranger to this kind of creature. Almost every major sect's classics have more or less records of the ancient Holy Spirit that has long since disappeared. Mo Yu naturally saw it. Its pattern. The behemoth in front of him was exactly the same as the records he had seen, and it was clearly the image of the ancient Holy Spirit. And it is also the top-ranked true dragon among the ancient Holy Spirits. The aura it exudes alone has already made the hands and feet of warriors below the third layer of return to the void cold, not to mention its own aggressiveness. There is still a remnant soul, he actually has a remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit. On the other side, Feijitu's eyeballs trembled violently, he murmured, and stood there stupidly, forgetting to entangle with his opponent. The same is true for Qian Tong, and the situation of their opponents is exactly the same. At this moment, whoever has the intention to continue fighting, all turn their eyes to the blue dragon with a body length of several tens of feet. The last time he was in the Emperor Garden, Feijitu had seen an ice phoenix phantom, and knew that Yang Kai possessed the remnant soul of an ancient holy spirit. At that time, Feijitu was going to startle Yang Kai as a man of heaven. He felt that his chances were really good, and he could actually have such a treasure that defies the sky. It was because of this that Feijitu changed his attitude towards Yang Kai. There is no attitude of relying on the old to sell the old, because even if it is just a remnant soul, as long as there is enough time and opportunity, it may not be impossible to grow into an existence that is not inferior to the Void King realm. Rather bully the old, don't bully the young. Who can guarantee that Yang Kai will not be the person who stands at the top of the pyramid in the future? Forging a good relationship with him now will definitely benefit a lot in the future. So this time Longshe Mountain was in trouble, he ran over with Qian Tong without hesitation, and dealt with it. Otherwise, with his personality that is afraid of trouble, how could he do such a thankless thing? He must be sitting in Tianyan City and watching with cold eyes. He originally thought that it would be a heaven-defying chance for Yang Kai to have a remnant soul of an ice phoenix. How could he know that he actually had a remnant soul of a real dragon? And this real dragon remnant soul seems to be more powerful than the ice phoenix remnant soul I saw last time. Feijitu was envious and jealous, almost vomiting blood. Compared with Yang Kai's background, everything he owns is scum. While everyone was in a daze, the Cyan dragon had already pounced in front of a Thunder Typhoon sect void returning mirror. This warrior had the cultivation base of the peak void returning first layer realm, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the void returning second layer realm. Not too weak. He was fighting against the sacred tree and the stone puppet before, and he was unscathed for such a long time, but he looked a little embarrassed, which shows how strong he is. But no matter how strong one's personal strength is, one cannot face the ancient Holy Spirit directly. Seeing the real dragon rushing towards him, the man turned pale, and hastily sacrificed a black gold shield, which turned into a protection, and stood in front of him. There was a hint of human disdain in the huge real dragon's eyes, and he swiped lightly forward with one claw, accompanied by a light stabbing sound. The protection formed by the shield was torn apart, as fragile as tofu unbearable. Immediately, the Cyan dragon opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the void returning first-level warrior in one gulp under the watchful eyes of everyone. The screams sounded, and soon stopped abruptly. The breath of life belonging to this warrior was instantly annihilated. When the body of the Cyan dragon rushed past the position where the warrior was, a shocking scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes. There was only a skeleton left on the spot, posing a defensive posture, but the flesh and blood on the skeleton, it's all gone. The cold wind hits, and everyone is as strong as falling into an ice cellar. Mo Xiaosheng, Cheng Pengxuan, Jin Shi, Feng Pozi, all of them looked ashen, lost their minds, and were almost defeated one by the woman surnamed Yi. After swallowing the flesh and blood essence of the Thunder Typhoon sect warrior in one gulp, the Cyan dragon raised its head to the sky, let out a deafening roar, and immediately opened its big mouth again, spraying emerald green mist from the mouth, covering it downwards. A dozen void-returning mirror warriors were instantly enveloped, and the screams came and went one after another in an instant. Poisonous. Get out of the way. The emerald green mist actually contained a strong poison, and the warriors covered in it were dizzy, had difficulty breathing, and even the Saint Yuan couldn't function properly. Those with slightly lower strength staggered to the ground, and their flesh and blood melted quickly, revealing their white bones, which was shocking to the naked eye. Only warriors above the Void Return Stage 2 can force their spirits and escape from the enveloping range of the emerald green mist, but each face is also full of green energy. Obviously the poisoning is serious, and it takes a lot of time and panacea to detoxify. This Cyan dragon is actually a poisonous dragon. Yang Kai was also very surprised. He didn't know what supernatural powers he possessed in the body of the dragon bone and dragon ball he had obtained, and he had the idea of experimenting with it at this moment, and now that the results have come out, he raised his brows and was full of joy. Among the true dragons of the ancient Holy Spirit, poisonous dragons and fire dragons are the two most aggressive types. This discovery naturally made him extremely happy. Since the last time he buried Shanggu and his party, His only attack secret treasure, Bayou picture, exploded, and he has no attack secret treasure to drive. First, he is full of confidence in his own methods, and feels that there is no need for Yang Yan to refine it for himself. What to make, because even if a secret treasure is refined, it will take a lot of time to warm it up. The second is also the most important reason. Yang Kai is waiting for the refinement of the Dragon Bone Dragon Ball to be completed. Now it seems that I didn't expect it in vain. The secret treasure of the long sword refined from the Dragon Bone and Dragon Ball is almost comparable to the Void King level. Moreover, it seems that there is still a lot of room for growth, because the real long sword transformed from the green long sword just now after the dragon devoured the essence of flesh and blood of a void returning mirror warrior. He clearly felt that the aura of his secret treasure was a little stronger. This is clearly a sign of growth. Just when Yang Kai was thinking, those void returning mirror warriors who had escaped from the green mist on their front feet were being targeted by stone puppets on their back feet. They were lucky and powerful, but that's it. The shaking sky pillar waved, and the rolled world trembled. No one fell at once, and they all fell down like wheat. The smell of blood soared into the sky, and the entire Longshe mountain became sheer as purgatory in an instant. The situation turned out to be strangely one-sided. And it wasn't the people who slaughtered Longshe mountain wishfully as they had imagined before, but they were being slaughtered by them, and their morale was extremely low for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Changqi and others vigorously counterattacked and immediately regained the initiative. Speaking of which, the strength of Changqi and the others is not that great. What they rely on is the subtlety of the secret treasures in their hands, and those secret treasures are virtual level top-ranked secret treasures tailor-made for them by Yang Yan, and they can also be used by warriors of their level limit. Originally fighting more with less, the situation is worrying and stretched, so they can only play each other's horns and delay time. Now the opponent's morale has plummeted. On the contrary, Changqi and the others are unparalleled in bravery. Under the ebb and flow, the enemy began to retreat steadily. However, for a while, the dragon and the tiger were fierce, making those enemies frantic but helpless. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 14-19 Crystal Cannon Salvo. Not far away, Mo Xiaosheng and others who were entangled with the woman surnamed Yi sighed leisurely, knowing that nothing could be done at this moment. They underestimated the background of Longshe Mountain, thinking that Longshe Mountain could kill the first batch of intruders. The Xie family and the others who came here only relied on the power of the restraint and the formation. They never thought that even without the restraint and the formation, this small mountain could not be bullied at will. The four top void returning third layer realm experts looked at each other, and they all saw the flinching in each other's eyes. There is no need to discuss anything. With their level of strength, they only need a look to convey a lot of information. The four of them made a feint to get rid of the entanglement of the woman surnamed Yi, and they all flew away. All four of them withdrew. How could the others dare to stay any longer? Naturally, he ran away in a hurry. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu did not stop their opponents. Although they helped Longshe Mountain this time, they would not intentionally make enemies with those people. After all, they represent the Shadow Moon Palace, and they have many hearts concern. So after a little thought, he allowed his opponent to retreat safely. The same is true for Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner. It hasn't been long since the two were promoted to the Void Return first stage, and their opponents are not bad. The reason why they supported until now is because the opponents were merciful, and they didn't really kill them. Otherwise, with the number and means of those opponents, even if they did not die, they would not be safe and sound. The invading enemy retreated like a tide, and dozens of void returning mirrors hurriedly withdrew. Except for Yang Kai's dragon bone sword to block a few, only the stone puppet and the artifact spirit fire bird were left to entangle each other. Let the enemy go. Yang Kai frowned, feeling powerless deep in his heart. If the enemy wanted to leave, he couldn't stop them all. Although he was annoyed that Longshe Mountain was violated this time, the other party paid a heavy price, and this result was not unacceptable. Moreover, if the fight continues, there will inevitably be casualties on the Longshe Mountain side. I have nothing to do with the woman surnamed Yi. I now have a dragon bone sword, a stone puppet, a spirit weapon, and a sacred tree. The woman surnamed Yi is a person with extraordinary means. Even biting people in a hurry. If Changqi Haoan and others were to fall here, it would not be what Yang Kai wanted to see. Yang Kai is willing to let this turmoil stop here, but it does not mean that others are willing to do the same. Just when those people were about to leave the range of Longshe Mountain, the shattered mountain guard formation shone brightly, and it opened again, blocking their way forward. A look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of Mo Xiaosheng and the others, and immediately their expressions became stern. Their retreat was just to avoid the front for a while, and it didn't mean they were really afraid of Longshe Mountain. The other party acted like this, showing a posture of unwillingness to let it go, which naturally made them feel ashamed and extremely annoyed. Want to leave? Wishful thinking. My Dragon Cave Mountain is the place where you can leave whenever you want, and come whenever you want. A soft voice suddenly came out. Unpredictable. But this voice is undoubtedly Yang Yan. Yang Kai frowned, extremely surprised, not knowing what Yang Yan wanted to do. Just as Yang Kai was stunned, the ground suddenly trembled, and with a huge buzzing sound, the ground of Longshe Mountain cracked one after another, and in an instant, the entire Longshe Mountain became fragmented. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a certain piece of ground in Longshe Mountain seemed to have collapsed suddenly, revealing a huge deep pit. Immediately, a huge, pitch-black monster slowly rose from there. After seeing clearly what the hell this giant monster was, exclamations rose one after another in an instant, and everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible! Battleship! There are battleships here! Longshe Mountain is destined to become the spotlight of Gloom Star today, and the shocking events brought to everyone one after another. Everyone has not recovered from the aftertaste of the appearance of the remnant soul of the ancient Holy Spirit, and at this moment they saw the unbelievable scene. Under the Dragon Cave Mountain, there is actually a battleship hidden all the time. The warship is different from the warships that are regarded as treasures by various sects. The main reason is the size. It does not look too big, it is only a dozen feet long, only about a quarter of an ordinary warship, and the whole body is oval and smooth. But this battleship exudes a palpitating sense of oppression. Facing it is even more uncomfortable than facing the real dragon remnant just now. There was a crackling sound, and from the belly of the battleship, things like cannon barrels extended out. The people present are not ignorant, so they naturally know what this is. Crystal cannon. It is a destructive secret treasure that every warship will have, and it can also be called a weapon. It uses the holy crystal as its energy source and is extremely powerful. But in idle time, warships will not use things like crystal cannons, because every time they use them, they will consume a lot of holy crystals. Generally speaking, a battleship can carry at most 2 or 3 crystal cannons, and the crystal cannon is also known as the most powerful killer of a battleship. But at this moment, looking around, there are more than 10 crystal cannons extending from the abdomen of this battleship, which is only a dozen feet long. The directions of aiming are different, but they are all where the crowd is densest. Looking at the dark cannon barrel, everyone felt an extremely uneasy feeling in their hearts, as if the breath of death rushed towards them. The coquettish giggles resounded through the heavens and the earth, just like the ecstatic melody, and Yang Yan's coquettish voice came out. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light appeared in the dozen or so crystal cannons, and energy fluctuations that made the world tremble came from there. Not good. Mo Xiaosheng and the others all constricted their pupils and exclaimed, quickly spread out. With his eyesight and insight, he can naturally perceive what kind of destructive power is contained in this crystal cannon. Although the shout was timely, the attack speed of the battleship refined by Yang Yan was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as Mo Xiaosheng's voice sounded, more than a dozen beams of pure white light that were only as thick as a human arm shot from the crystal cannon. Mouth agitated and shot out. There was no sound, no screams, no struggles, and no resistance. Where the dozen or so slender beams of light passed, everything turned into nothingness. Not only was the protective formation of Longshe Mountain breached again, but even the warriors blocking the way disappeared in an instant like snowflakes under the scorching sun. The dozen or so pillars of pure white light rushed straight for dozens of miles before gradually weakening their power and disappearing. The entire Longshe Mountain was in a mess, and the spiritual energy of the world was extremely chaotic. Tick, tick, when the crisp sound came out, Mo Xiaosheng and the others all stood there with pale faces, staring at the warship that appeared out of the sky with horror, and could hardly believe their eyes. When this battleship appeared strangely just now, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this battleship is not big. Xiaosheng realized that he might be wrong. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he had made a big mistake. The grade of this battleship has already surpassed the scope of his imagination. It is definitely not of the virtual class, and it is absolutely almost the same as the virtual king class, otherwise the power of the crystal cannon cannot be so powerful. Void king class battleship, how can that be? But the facts were in front of him, so he couldn't help but doubt anything. Because there was a beam of crystal cannon light coming towards them just now, Mo Xiaosheng and the other 4 top void returning mirrors didn't dare to take it hard at all, they could only dodge in embarrassment. In this way, the golden stone of the demon blood sect was also rubbed on half of his body, and now his entire arm has disappeared. The sound of ticking, ticking, was exactly the movement of blood dripping from his wound, and the whole face all twisted in pain. Feng Pozi and Cheng Pengxuan also looked extremely ugly. If it wasn't for their speed just now, I'm afraid they will end up with Jinshi. Looking around again, Mo Xiaosheng looked sad. Because at this time and here, there are only a dozen people left alive, and at least 50 or 60 void returning mirrors died under the attack of the crystal cannon volley just now. Those were 50 or 60 void returning mirrors, not 50 or 60 cabbages. They were the mainstays of the various sects, and now they died in Longshe Mountain for no apparent reason. Mo Xiaosheng and the others felt like a knife was twisting their hearts. If it were possible, the strong men of the major forces would rather not set foot on this small hill today, but it is too late to regret it. People cannot be resurrected after death. The strong not only suffered heavy losses, but also forged such a powerful enemy. For a while, they were still alive. The faces of several powerhouses are ashen. Let's go. Mo Xiaosheng gritted his teeth. He didn't want to stay any longer, and while his body was shaking, he used the power of space to leave quickly. Cheng Pengxuan, how dare Mrs. Jinshi and Feng stay? I'm afraid that the opponent's battleship will fire another volley of crystal cannons, and they will run faster than rabbits one by one. This time, Sun Yangan didn't stop her anymore, because she was also powerless. Although the battleship is powerful, it is not omnipotent. Just now, the salvo of crystal cannons seemed majestic, but in fact it was a huge waste. With a scream, Yang Kai killed his last opponent, and with a move, the azure dragon turned into a long green sword and returned to his hand. He bowed his head to observe for a moment, showing a satisfied expression, then threw it into the refining furnace again, and put it into his body. The entire Longshe Mountain was completely quiet at the moment, only the warships more than a dozen feet long were suspended in midair. And this small hill that was originally full of aura, after experiencing an unimaginable battle, is now devastated and dilapidated. The stone puppet changed back to its original appearance, the shaking sky pillar disappeared, it should have been swallowed by it. At this moment, using both hands and feet, it ran to Yang Kai like an ape, and climbed to Yang Kai along his clothes on his shoulders. There was a silly smile. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai sighed leisurely. Ever since I came to Gloomy Star, I have settled on this Longshe Mountain. It has been several years now. The place managed by Yang Yan, Wu Yi and others is also beautiful, but now, it is undoubtedly not suitable for living anymore. Fortunately, Yang Kai still has a place to go, so he doesn't feel any regrets. That place is much better than Longshe Mountain. He had intended to move everyone there, and this incident happened to be an opportunity. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1420. Yang Kai. There was a call not far away, and Yang Kai looked up, and saw Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu staring at him in a daze, and glanced at the battleship suspended in midair from time to time. Hesitant to speak. Although the two are the top powerhouses on Gloom Star, they are also a little shocked and speechless at the moment. Have they ever seen a battleship as high as the Zhuang class? Although there are warships in Shadow Moon, the one with the highest quality is just a low-grade virtual one. It took several years when Master Green was alive. It's not a problem for such a warship to search for ore veins near the Dark Star, but it is undoubtedly a fantasy if it wants to go deep into the star field. All kinds of dangers in the star field cannot be measured by common sense. The battleship of Shadow Moon Palace is not good, but it does not mean that the Dragon Cave Mountain is not good. The warship with a quality of up to Void King class already has the ability to sail long distances. With its power, it may not be impossible to restore the connection between Gloom Star and the outside world. Worst of all, you can take it to leave Gloom Star, get rid of the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth here, and go to other stars to advance to the Void King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu immediately thought of many possibilities, their moods fluctuated and their expressions were excited. Whether they can get through the connection between Gloom Star and the outside world, they don't need to care, but the two of them have been trapped at the peak of the Void Return Mirror, but they have been suffering from the suppression of the law of heaven and earth and cannot be promoted. Now they suddenly see such a hope, naturally very excited. But no matter how good their relationship with Yang Kai is, they are too embarrassed to raise such a thing at this moment. After all, the value of this Void King class warship is too great. Glancing at them, Yang Kai also vaguely guessed what they were thinking, and smiled slightly. Elder Qian, Lord Fei Cheng, you two, please wait for a while, now things on my side are a mess, wait for me to deal with them about my own affairs, how about contacting the two of you? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu both nodded and said, okay. Although Yang Kai didn't make a promise, and didn't mention anything, as long as he is still in Gloom Star, he can contact him again. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain is now full of devastation, and those small hills have been destroyed by the power of the crystal cannon. It is a flat land, and it is clearly not suitable for living anymore. Thinking of this, Qian Tong said, Yang Kai, if you don't dislike it, you can bring those people to live in the main altar of my Shadow Moon Palace. I don't know what you want. The so-called near-water towers first get the moon, although Qian Tong's proposal has the meaning of thinking for himself, but it does not have the idea of providing a foothold for Yang Kai. It is a proposal that is beneficial to both parties. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, and said loudly, Elder Qian accepted it kindly, but this junior has his own place to go, so don't worry about it. Quote, that's it. A look of disappointment flashed across Qian Tong's face, but he didn't force it. He nodded freely and said, all right, although I don't know where you are going, since you have a place to stay, then let's just pretend that the old man didn't say anything just now, and when you settle down, just let someone send a message to the old man, and the old man will come to visit in person. Definitely. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, and thanked them. This time Longshe Mountain was besieged by the powerful, and very few people helped him, except for the woman surnamed Yi with a mysterious origin. There were 4 people from Shadow Moon Palace. This kindness, Yang Kai naturally remembered it in his heart. At this moment, only these people had the guts to stay, and the others who were still alive had already fled away, and even Mo Yu, who had an ambiguous attitude from Qian Tianzong, had disappeared. Click. A light sound came from midair, and the hatch of the battleship floating over there suddenly opened. Yang Kai glanced at it, and grinned. Elder Qian, Lord of Feicheng, this junior will bid farewell first. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu nodded slightly, and did not hold back. Yang Kai just flicked his figure, came to the front of the sacred tree, stretched out a hand to cover it, and at the same time, the power of the surging sea burst out, and took it into the black book space. The figures shot fiercely, and the people headed by the woman surnamed Yi all flew from the same place, passed through the battleship hatch and disappeared. Yang Kai followed closely behind, and after Yang Kai entered, the hatch opened. Quickly closing, there was a buzzing sound from inside the battleship, and it turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. What a fast speed! Fei Zhitu looked in shock at the direction where the battleship disappeared. Compared with the speed of the battleship in the Shadow Moon Palace, it is nothing compared to the speed of the warship. There is no comparison. A trace of inexplicable excitement appeared on Qian Tong's face, and he murmured, I didn't expect this small mountain to be so full of talents and rich background. Mo Xiaosheng and the others have offended someone they shouldn't have offended this time. Fei Zhitu smiled. Worried about what they are doing, what you and I should consider now is how to persuade Yang Kai to use this battleship to leave the prison of Gloom Star. As long as you and I are promoted to Void King Realm, this Gloom Star will be the world of Shadow Moon Palace is over. Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression was shocked, his eyes gleaming, and he nodded repeatedly. Tens of miles away from Longshe Mountain, Mo Xiaosheng and others who escaped in a panic looked up at the direction where the battleship disappeared, their faces ashen. Leaving aside the huge loss this time, it happened to be a feud with Longshe Mountain. Judging from the background shown by this small mountain before, I am afraid that the life of Zhan Tianmeng will not be too easy in the future. Mo Xiaosheng's face was ugly and worried. The elders of the Zontian League are like this, so why not Cheng Pengxuan, Jin Shi, Feng Pozi and others? 1 or 2 are like morning concubine, the intestines of regret are green, especially Jin Shi. He lost an arm in today's battle, which can be regarded as a serious injury. However, several families were happy and some were sad, but Mo Yu was in a good mood on Qian Tianzong's side. No matter what, he didn't have any malice towards Longshe Mountain this time. He just made a move and helped Yang Kai resolve some crises. As long as the other party is not blind, he should be able to see his intention of showing favor. Moreover, his 2 disciples still have some friendship with Yang Kai, so it seems that he can also take advantage of this opportunity. He naturally had some ideas about what Qian Tongfeijitu had planned. After thinking up to this point, Mo Yu slowly opened his mouth and said, Tower. The disciple is here, Chen Shitao responded and took a step forward. Walk around with this Yang Kai more in the future. If you can use methods to capture his body and mind, that would be great. Master. Shen Shitao was ashamed. Although Master was usually mild-tempered, he had never talked to her about such a sensitive topic. Now that he was outspoken, Chen Shitao couldn't stand it. This woman was already proud, sexy and mature, but her shy demeanor added a touch of charm, which made all the male disciples of Qian Tianzong stare straight at her. Being a teacher is not a joke. Mo Yu's face was extremely serious. If you can marry him, then you will be the biggest contributor to my Qian Tianzong. Shen Shitao was stunned. She waited outside with Luing and the others before. Although she heard the fierce battle inside Longshe Mountain, she didn't know what happened. You are all highly respected. What happened there that actually caused such a change in Master's attitude? She is very aware of how high her Master's vision is. Not long after she was accepted by the Master last time, an elder in the sect proposed a marriage for one of her juniors, and wanted to marry herself, but the Master refused. That elder's descendant has good aptitude and strength, he can be regarded as an outstanding generation. Such a person is not in the eyes of the Master. How can Yang Kai make the Master look so high? In Shen Shitao's impression, Yang Kai's strength is indeed very strong, and he can be considered a strong one among warriors of the same level, but Chen Shitao has always believed that his greatest advantage is his good fortune, which is difficult for ordinary people to match. But Master is obviously not very interested in the explanation of luck. Shen Shitao couldn't figure it out. Not to mention the changes in the thoughts of these outsiders. In the battleship, Yang Kai looked around in amazement. When he went to Luyan Sandfield with Yang Yan a few days ago, he had heard Yang Yan say that the basement of Longshe Mountain there was a bigger battleship, so Yang Kai wasn't too surprised when this battleship was born. The only surprise is that this battleship is a bit too small. After entering the interior, one realizes that the battleship is unique. It is the same as the Flying Shark battle shuttle. It does not look big on the outside, but the inside is extremely spacious. There are exquisite wing rooms, as well as a meditation room, a craftsman, an alchemy room, a martial arts arena, and so on. Such a battleship is much more upscale than the huge battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce that Yang Kai was riding in back then. Continuously walking forward, Yang Kai soon came to a vaulted hall. The hall was lit with pure sandalwood, the floor was covered with red blankets, surrounded by strange stones for lighting. The layout was extremely warm. At this moment, basically all the people who can talk in Longshe Mountain are here, including the new woman surnamed Yi and Jie Qi, who are also standing beside Yang Yan. Chang Qi, Howen and the others look as usual. After all, when refining the battleship, they have also fought and entered and exited the battleship many times, not to mention Qianyu Wui. The two of them have already become Yang Yan's left and right arm. Ning Shangchen, on the other hand, kept a shocked expression, as if he was in a dream and couldn't believe it. From time to time, he glanced at the woman surnamed Yi with a submissive expression. He knew this woman's background better than anyone present, so he couldn't let go of her in front of her. What surprised Ning Shangchen was that this woman surnamed Yi actually called Yang Yan an adult. With the top cultivation base of the void returning third layer, he obeys Yang Yan's orders and has a respectful attitude. Ning Shangchen wanted to punch himself, to confirm whether he was really dreaming or not. When Yang Kai arrived, Wu Yi and the others were looking sad and sighing constantly. Although this battle, Longshe Mountain can be regarded as a complete victory, not only killed countless enemies, but also suffered no loss, but how can they be happy when their family is gone? That was the home they had painstakingly built. But because of an accidental battle, it was completely destroyed. After several years of hard work, it was destroyed once. Who doesn't feel bad? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1421 Emperor Jade. What are you all frowning? Yang Kai observed the words and expressions, knowing what Changqi and the others were worrying about. He grinned and said, "It's just a dragon cave mountain. If it's gone, it's gone. There's no need to care too much about it." But that's our home. Wu Yi sighed deeply. There is a saying that if the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. Yang Kai smiled at her. Even if there is no Dragon Cave Mountain, we still have other places to stay, and the environment there is thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. Quote. Wu Yi and the others looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, with a look of disbelief. Although Longshe Mountain was originally just a small hill, not rich in aura, and not suitable for living and cultivating, in the past few years, it has become a well-known practice place under the careful construction of everyone. They are all eager to join Longshe Mountain and seek a place to practice. It's just that Longshe Mountain never accepts outsiders, and just rejects those people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as small as it is now, and I'm afraid it would have become a small sect with thousands of people. Yang Kai now said that there is a new place to stay, and it is 1,000 times better than Longshe Mountain. No wonder Wu Yi and others don't believe it. Even if it is the main altar of Shadow Moon Palace, it is impossible to be thousands of times better than Longshe Mountain. Wu Yi pouted, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai was comforting himself and the others. What if that place is better than the main altar of Shadow Moon Palace? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. How come? If there is such a good place, how can other forces not occupy it? All places with strong spiritual energy on Gloom Star have already been occupied by sects or other forces, so it will not be their turn. Us. Changqi couldn't believe it. Well, what Chang said is true, but that place is not something you can occupy if you want to occupy it. Except for us, other people may not even be able to set foot in it. Yang Kai had a mysterious look on his face. Even if there was no such battle, Yang Yan and I plan to relocate everyone there after a while. This incident can be regarded as an opportunity, so you don't have to pay too much attention to Longshe Mountain thing. Quote. Sister Yang Yan, is what he said true? Wu Yi turned her head in astonishment, and looked towards Yang Yan. Yang Yan nodded lightly, indicating that what Yang Kai said was right. Seeing Yang Yan nodding, everyone showed incredulous expressions. Where is that place? Since the environment is so good, why is there no force to occupy it? Wu Yi couldn't figure it out more and more. I said, even if they want to occupy it, they don't have the ability. Yang Kai smiled slightly, because that place is inside the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Inside the Flowing Flame Sand Field? Wu Yi and the others exclaimed in unison. On the contrary, the woman surnamed Yi showed a thoughtful look on her face and asked in surprise, the ruins of Taishuanzong. Oh, Senior actually knows. Yang Kai was a little surprised. He knew that it was the Taishuanzong site, or because Yang Yan told him. It was a bit strange that this woman surnamed Yi knew. Of course I know, it's just that I've seen it in the classics. After all, it's the Lord, the sect that the Emperor supported before. A strange color flashed in the beautiful eyes of the woman surnamed Yi, and she looked at one eye as flaming. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, although he didn't ask much about the relationship between this woman and Yang Yan, but the other party clearly knew Yang Yan's identity, otherwise it would be impossible for her to be so respectful to Yang Yan with her strength. It seems that this woman surnamed Yi really knows some secrets. But it's not convenient to inquire now, and I'll know when I find a chance to ask Yang Yan in the future. On the other hand, Changqi and the others were surprised when they heard the conversation between the woman surnamed Yi and Yang Kai, as if they didn't expect that there was a Zongmen ruins inside the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and they were all surprised. When you get to the place, you will know what's going on there. Let's not talk about it now, you go to maintain the operation of the battleship first. I have already set the route, just keep the current speed. Yang Yan ordered lightly. Changqi and the others responded, and they all withdrew. Soon there were only 4 people left in the hall, Yang Kai, Yangan and Yi Qi. Yang Yan cast a look at the woman surnamed Yi, the latter understood, waved at Zhe Qi and said, Xiao Qi, you also go down. Yes, master. Zhe Qilu bowed and retreated under orders. After there were only 3 people left, Yang Yan hurriedly extended a hand to Yang Kai and said, bring me what you just got. Yang Kai was stunned, and quickly reacted, took out a palm-sized jade token from the space ring, threw it at Chao Yangan, who took it, looked at it carefully, and said leisurely, it really is the Emperor Jade. Emperor Jade? Yang Kai frowned, what is the use of this thing? It is also used to resist the Emperor's prestige, and it is also a pass to enter the Emperor's garden. Without this thing, no one can enter the Emperor's garden. Yang Yan quickly explained, when the Emperor's garden opens, only those who hold the Emperor's Jade, only those who can safely enter the interior. Oh, doesn't that mean that many Emperor Jades will be born? Yang Kai immediately grasped the key point. If the Emperor Garden is opened, it is impossible for only one person to enter, and since the Emperor Jade is a pass to enter, it means that there will be many Emperor Jade in the world. That's right, this first piece of Emperor Jade will fall on Longshe Mountain, probably because I'm there, and more Emperor Jade will appear soon. Yang Yan frowned, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai, both of whom saw each other's plans. Snatch the Emperor Jade. No matter what, you have to grab some Emperor Jade back, otherwise, when the Emperor Garden opens, you won't have enough passes to allow yourself and Yang Yan to enter the Emperor Garden at the same time. Moreover, there is another woman surnamed Yi in Longshe Mountain. If possible, she must also enter the Emperor Garden. In other words, she must have at least 3 pieces of Emperor Jade on her side, so that she can sit back and relax. But at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared outside, and then the sound of breaking through the air came into the ears. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense and went out, and after he found out, his expression sank. The Emperor Jade is really alive. At this moment, the Emperor Garden hanging high above Longshe Mountain suddenly shot out dozens of streams of light. The streams of light were pure white and flawless, flying around aimlessly at such a fast speed that it took only a blink of an eye. Flying to the edge of the sky. And the many strong men who had just evacuated from Longshe Mountain were also attracted by this bizarre scene. After a while, they sacrificed star shuttles without thinking, chasing different white lights like meteors chasing the moon, and followed them away. No one knew that it was the Emperor's jade, but since it was shot out of the Emperor's garden, they naturally didn't want to miss it. A warrior who was lucky enough to just stand where he was when a piece of Emperor jade happened to fall not far away. He rushed over to pick it up with joy on his face, but before he could see what it was, he was picked up by a stronger. It can't be explained that it will be a big battle for the warriors to find them. There are also some warriors who tracked hard, but quickly lost the trace of the Emperor Jade. After all, the speed of this thing is too fast. Some people desperately used secret techniques, and followed behind Emperor Jade, as if they were about to catch him. The entire gloomy star was thrown into chaos in an instant, and the powerhouses of all major forces were dispatched one after another, all rushing towards the Emperor Jade, and the scene became extremely chaotic for a while. And after Yang Kai noticed that Emperor Yu was alive, he immediately left the battleship with Yang Yan and the woman surnamed Yi. Just as he stood still, Yang Kai stared at a certain place in the sky with great joy. Over there, together the pure white light happened to shoot towards this direction. Good luck. Not only Yang Kai showed joy, but the woman surnamed Yi was also full of joy. When she waved her hand, an ancient lamp was suspended above her head. Void King level secret treasure, Bone Erosion Lihuo lamp. It is a famous existence on the entire Gloom Star. In an instant, the pure white light from the Emperor Garden was only 100 feet away from the three of them, and it was about to rush to the front. Squeeze on the lamp flame, pick a lamp flame, pop it out with your fingers, and the lamp flame will expand in the wind, suddenly turning into a faint blue light, blocking the direction of the Emperor's jade. As soon as the light curtain was formed, Emperor Yu bumped into it, and without a sound, a hole was directly broken out of the seemingly incomparably solid blue light. The face of the woman surnamed Yi changed slightly, her fingers eroded the bone away from the fire lamp and ejected streams of energy. The energy struck, the flame of the lamp fluctuated, and blue rays of light flew out from the flame of the lamp, welcoming the god Jade, turning into a face another blue light curtain. There was a loud scoff. The pure white ray of light presented by the Emperor Jade was extremely terrifying. The protective measures laid down by the woman surnamed Yi were actually vulnerable, and were completely defeated by the opponent. Now she really changed her face. Before she could make any further moves, Yang Kai had already made a move, and the artifact spirit Firebird made a sharp cry, flapping its wings and flying to meet it. But the Firebird, the spirit of Qi, could not stop the advance of the Emperor Jade, and the moment it came into contact with the Emperor Jade, its body became slack. Fortunately, after going through all these obstacles, Diyu's speed dropped significantly. A strange color flashed in Yang Yan's beautiful eyes, and with a light shake of her little hand, the scarlet ring worn on her wrist turned into a ring of fire, covering the Emperor Jade. 3 rings of fire. This secret treasure is owned by Starry Sky Great Emperor. Its grade is so high that it cannot be judged by common sense, and the entire flowing flame sand field itself is a dark star forbidden area formed by the 3 flame rings covering it all the year round. Although Yang Yan only collected one of the rings of fire, and was unable to display the full power of this secret treasure, as an emperor treasure, he must not be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, who couldn't even stop the Bone Erosion Lihuo lamp and the spirit Firebird, seemed to have encountered a nemesis when it came into contact with the fire ring. Wrapped in jade. There was a buzzing sound. Emperor Yu seemed to want to break free from the 3 flame fire ring, but since he was trapped, how could it be so easy to break free? One after another holy yuan was shot out by Yang Yan, and the 3 flame fire rings bound the Emperor Jade like iron hoops, completely imprisoning him. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1422 Taishuanzong Site. Half a month later, on the outskirts of the Luyan sand field, a battleship with a length of more than 10 feet was quietly suspended in midair. Inside the battleship, Chang Qi, Haoan, Wu Yi, Qian Yu and others were anxiously waiting. After the sudden change in the Emperor Garden that day, Yang Kai and Yang Yan left the battleship and disappeared without a trace, and have not returned until now. No one knew where they went, but this carefully crafted warship arrived at the Flowing Flame sand field smoothly, but Changqi and the others did not dare to go in rashly, so they could only park the warship outside and wait. Fortunately, after the battle half a month ago, the reputation of Longshe Mountain has spread far and wide, so even if the battleship floating here is quite eye-catching, no one who is not good-looking dares to make trouble. It is inevitable to be pointed at by others. After the hot area on the first floor of the Flowing Flame sand field disappeared, many warriors came here to inquire about the news. Therefore, the current Flowing Flame sand field is not a place where people are extinct, but rather lively. Now that such a battleship suddenly appeared here, it naturally attracted attention. Changqi and the others have been waiting here for 3 days, but they still haven't seen Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Just when they didn't know what to do, the buck-toothed warrior Jie Qi suddenly raised his eyebrows, showing a look of joy. The master is back, more than 3,000 miles away from here. Oh, Wu Yi was overjoyed and didn't doubt him, and said happily, since Senior Yi is back, then Yang Kai and sister Yang Yan must be back too. Saying so, he immediately ordered his disciples to open the hatch of the battleship and wait. Sure enough, a moment later, a stream of light shot from the edge of the sky, and it came to the front of the battleship in an instant. When the brilliance dissipated, an extremely small battleship appeared there, looking like a shark in the sea. It is the Flying Shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yan. Yang Kai and the other 3 rushed out from the inside. Yang Yan shot out the Saint Yuan and took back the Flying Shark battle shuttle. Ling stood in midair. Yang Kai's spiritual sense was released, and he couldn't help frowning. He noticed that many warriors were staying near the Flowing Flame sand field. When he waited for someone to show up, they all showed a curious look, staring at this side and whispering. Standing on the spot and pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly turned on the Saint Yuan and shouted loudly, from today onwards, Flowing Flame Sands has a radius of 100,000 miles, all of which are under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Cave Mountain. Everyone please leave quickly. If you come near anyone who commits this will be regarded as a provocation against my Longshe Mountain, and the consequences will be at your own risk. As soon as the words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Although Longshe Mountain played a powerful role in the battle half a month ago, causing many strong people from the first-line sects to suffer, but after all, these news are just hearsay, and no one has come out to confirm whether it is true or not. At this moment, Yang Kai said such words, undoubtedly stabbed a hornet's nest. Without him, after the fiery zone on the first floor of the Flowing Flame sand field disappeared strangely, the genius treasure zone on the second floor was exposed. Although the warriors who came here did not find many genius treasures here, they occasionally found some treasures, rare mineral. There are even more rumors that there is a rich holy crystal vein in the area where the second-level genius treasure area was originally located. There are innumerable holy crystals stored there, enough to double the strength of a first-line sect several times. The holy crystal mines are in short supply on Gloom Star. Although the major forces have holy crystal mines in their hands, there are not many of them, and the mining efficiency is not high. Most of the warriors who came here came with the idea of looking for the Saint Crystal veins. Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with one word: how could they bear it? In an instant, the voices of the heroes were full of anger and clamor. The so-called law does not blame the public, not to mention that the Flowing Flame sand field is one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Gloomy Star. Everyone can enter and exit. Why does Yang Kai do this? Listening to the noise and yelling from all directions, Yang Kai was indifferent and unmoved. In the future, he will regard the Taishuanzong ruins in the Flowing Flame sand field as a place to stay, so it is naturally impossible to let irrelevant people stay nearby. Shut up. Yang Kai didn't speak, and the woman surnamed Yi suddenly yelled, with her top-notch void return 3-layer cultivation base, coupled with the strange soul secret technique. Although the sound was not loud, it made people feel happy. Those noisy people were dizzy and stunned. The scene fell silent immediately. Looking around with beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Yi said coldly, I'll give you a day. If I still see you staying here after a day, then don't blame me for being rude. As the voice fell, a powerful coercion suddenly spread to the surroundings, and the sky and the earth seemed to become solidified at this moment. All the warriors wrapped by this invisible force were all horrified to find that they could not move their bodies, their mouths could not speak, and even their own bodies could not move. None of the holy yuan can work. Under this force, his body seemed to be a tiny existence like an ant. How can these cats and dogs be able to resist the power of the momentum that has been achieved? Even the top experts who are also at the 3rd level of Void Returning Realm, if they fall into the power of the woman surnamed Yi, they will feel as if they are trapped in a quagmire, let alone them. Third layer returned to the void. Suddenly, those who knew the good saw the terrifying cultivation of the woman surnamed Yi, and were terrified. The strong are respected, this is the eternal truth. The woman surnamed Yi only showed her sharpness a little, and made those noisy and clamoring people shut up obediently. After she retracted her momentum, even many warriors sweated profusely and sacrificed the star shuttle at an extremely fast speed. Flee outward. There are indeed many benefits and opportunities in the Genius Land treasure area on the second floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, but they must be enjoyed with one's life. Although he is unwilling, compared with his own life, it is undoubtedly quite unwise to stay here and provoke this powerful existence. After the first batch of warriors who escaped, more people left quickly, and within half a cup of tea time, none of the warriors who had gathered around disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi snorted coldly, turned around and nodded lightly at Yang Yan, respectfully said, "My lord, the idlers have been driven away." Yang Yan responded lightly, turned his head and glanced at the flame barrier blocking the front, flicked his wrist, and the 3 flame fire rings flew out, turning into a flame that merged into the flame barrier on the Flowing Flame Sand Field middle. The next moment, the flame barrier cracked a gap strangely, enough for the battleship to pass through safely. The 3-layer hot area in the Flowing Flame Sand Field is originally formed by the 3 flame rings, and it is the Emperor's treasure. Yang Yan, as the Emperor's distracted existence, can naturally drive it, although the second fire ring cannot be taken back, but keeping it separate can still be done. After Yang Kai, Yang Yan and the other mermaids rushed into the battleship, the sound of humming sounded, and the battleship slowly rushed into the interior of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. All the way unimpeded. A moment later, in the original 4th floor of Luyan Sand Field, in front of the Taishuanzong ruins, Yang Kai and others stood in front of the protective formation, staring at the cloud-shrouded vertical and horizontal mountains. Among the clouds and mist, there are pavilions and pavilions looming, the mountains are full of aura, and the clear springs in the mountains are jingling, beautiful, as if they are not in the world. Standing here, Wu Yi and the others breathed the air exaggeratedly, their expressions flushed with excitement. Before Yang Kai said that there was a new place to stay, and it was hundreds of times better than Longshe Mountain, they still doubted it, thinking it was impossible, but standing here now, they didn't have the slightest doubt. Even before entering the interior, one can already feel such a strong aura of heaven and earth. If one really entered, what would it be like? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is hundreds of times better than Longshe Mountain. Moreover, if you can really settle here, protected by the flame barrier of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, no one can pose a threat to yourself and others. This is simply a paradise, enough to make anyone crazy, coveted. In the Flowing Flame Sand Field, there is such an existence. It's just that the sect-protecting formation looks solid, much more profound than the mountain-protecting formation at Longshe Mountain. I don't know if it can be broken. Just when everyone was secretly worried, Yang Yan turned his head to look at Yang Kai, stretched out a hand towards him, and his lips twitched slightly. No one heard her talking, but Yang Kai looked clear, reached out and flicked on the space ring, took out a token-shaped thing and handed it to Yang Yan. Emperor's token. The woman surnamed Yi's eyes were vicious, and she immediately saw that it was a Star Emperor's token. Thinking about taking out the Star Emperor's token that had been passed down for countless years in order to heal her injuries, she couldn't help but reveal her guilt and anger. Uneasy color. The piece of Star Emperor token she had before was a treasure handed down by the great emperor back then. Although the magical powers sealed inside have been used, it is not something that can be exchanged casually. Thinking of this, the woman surnamed Yi felt uneasy. I don't know if adults will blame me for this. Fortunately, Yang Yan didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing it. Holding the Star Emperor's token, he poured the holy yuan into it, and immediately pasted it on the light curtain of the guardian array. With a flash of light, countless complicated and complex rune patterns appeared on the seemingly impenetrable guardian array, swimming like fish on the light curtain, and then, the sound of buzzing sounded, accompanied by with strong energy fluctuations, Taishuanzong's protective array suddenly separated to the two sides, revealing a path leading directly to the interior. Although he had a hunch, when Yang Yan opened the light curtain in front of him so easily, Yang Kai still smiled wryly. Back then when he went deep into the 4th floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, he saw with his own eyes that martial artist named Leng Qing blasting the light curtain in Xingdi Mountain. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't destroy it at all. At that time, the guy named Leng Qing invited himself, but unfortunately he refused. Thinking about it now, the decision at that time was indeed extremely wise. Although the sect-protecting array has remained for countless years, it cannot be broken by brute force by warriors of the Saint King realm. Let's go. Yang Yan's expression was slightly complicated, as if she was remembering something, but also seemed a little clueless. After all, she was not the emperor's body. Although she had inherited some memories of the emperor, she was not too complete. Familiar and strange. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1423 Ling Xiaozong. After tens of thousands of years of silence, the huge Taishuanzong site finally ushered in the first batch of visitors today. The rich and substantial aura of heaven and earth wraps around the body, making people feel warm and extremely comfortable. It is almost unnecessary to perform exercises, and the aura of heaven and earth will spontaneously drill into the body. Practicing in this environment can almost save several times the time. Not only Wu Yi and the others looked excited, but even the woman surnamed Yi also looked fascinated. On Gloom Star, the place with the strongest aura is Xingdi Mountain. As the suzerain of Xingdi Mountain, the woman surnamed Yi naturally has a say in this matter, but compared with this place, Xingdi Mountain's aura is a little bit like a witch seeing a great witch is a world of difference. At the foot of Xingdi Mountain, there is a top-grade ley line that provides the movement of heaven and earth spiritual energy, but under the Taishuanzong site, it seems that there is far more than one top-grade ley line but several criss-crossing. In front of it is a white jade step, which looks pure and flawless. Even if no one has cleaned it for tens of thousands of years, it is still spotless. The white jade step is made of the purest jade. It has a warm luster and goes straight to the top. There are so many levels. Yang Kai and Yang Yan walked forward side by side. The pace was not too fast, while feeling the rich aura of this place, while releasing the spirit to check around. The woman surnamed Yi followed closely behind her, and behind her were Changqi and the others, while the dozens of disciples who originally belonged to the Hai Ke family fell to the rear, whispering in small groups, excited. They followed Wu Yi to leave the Hai Ke family and joined Longshe Mountain. Although it was a sincere move, everyone more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the next few years, they obtained extremely rich cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment in Longshe Mountain, and then gradually developed a sense of belonging to Longshe Mountain and felt that they were a part of Longshe Mountain. Today, Longshe Mountain has been razed to the ground. Although it is a pity, Yang Kai and Yang Yan led them into this new world, and this place is countless times better than Longshe Mountain. All kinds of past events are vividly remembered. Every warrior is secretly grateful for his decision back then. Those warriors who are still in the Heike family are probably still struggling for some insignificant training materials at this moment, but they are not worried at all. For these, you only need to meditate and practice. There is an unlimited supply of holy crystals, unlimited supply of panaceas, and even secret treasures are of excellent quality. Even those first-tier sects on Gloom Star could not provide such treatment, but they could enjoy it. If someone from Zhantianmeng or Leitezong invited them to join now, they would definitely scoff and dismiss them. What about Zhantianmeng, Lei Typhoon sect? Can it be compared with Longshe Mountain? Step after step fell behind him, and after about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others stepped onto the highest floor, looked up, and saw two giant pillars reaching the sky standing in front of them, and above the two giant pillars, there is also a huge plaque hanging on the plaque with three big characters flying like dragons and phoenixes. Tai Xuanzong. There is a faintly profound charm in those three big characters, which makes people unable to fathom. It is impossible to imagine who left this handwriting, but the absolute strength is not low, and it is very likely that it is a strong person in the Void King realm. The mountain wind is blowing, it is clear and natural, the line of sight passes through the gate of Taishuanzong and looks inward, the mountains are piled up and the ground is full of pavilions, it is a sight that can't be seen at a glance, but in this magnificent relic of the sect, there is no vitality and breath of life. Yang Kai's spiritual sense spread, but he couldn't cover the entire Taishuanzong. Such a huge sect is not crowded even if it accommodates 100,000 disciples, but now, only less than 100 people have entered this place, and, in a very long period of time, there will be only less than 100 people living and practicing here. It is no problem for one person to occupy a mountain peak. This should still be the front hall. Yang Yandai frowned slightly, as if feeling something. Let's explore separately. It seems that there is no restriction here, but you can't be careless. If you encounter any suspicious places, don't rush into it. Just summon me or Yang Kai. Okay, Wu Yi responded, and immediately divided the dozens of warriors into more than a dozen teams, in groups of 3 or 5, and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai naturally would not be idle, and began to explore the front hall of Taishuanzong alone. He thought that there would be some good things left here, but he didn't know that there was nothing valuable here. It seemed that there was only a huge Zongmen ruins left, which made him a little disappointed. After exploring for a whole day, Yang Kai found nothing. On the other hand, the disciples of the Haike family were lucky. Some of them found some ancient secret treasures, and some found some medicines that could still be taken. They all came to report with smiles on their faces, wanting to hand over what they found. How could Yang Kai look at these things, and let them keep them after a little inspection? This decision further stimulated the desire of the disciples to explore. In the entire front hall of Taishuanzong, they were excitedly going back and forth, entering and leaving the palaces. Time flies, it is about half a month. In the past half a month, a group of dozens of people did nothing, only used to explore the Taishuanzong ruins so they couldn't complete the exploration. There are 81 mountain peaks in this place alone, ranging in size, and each mountain peak has a powerful aura, which is not inferior to the main altar of any sect, and even surpasses it. And the richness of the aura of the 9 largest peaks is even more amazing. Although there are not many extra gains, everyone is satisfied to be able to settle in this kind of place. After some tossing, everyone decided to live in the front hall. After all, the number of people is too small, and the Taishuanzong site is too large. If they are scattered, it is not convenient to communicate with each other. Although the aura of the front hall is not as good as that of the largest 9 peaks, it is better than any place outside. Yang Kai occupied a magnificent palace by himself, and that palace happened to be located on the eye of a spiritual spring, and the aura that flowed from the eye of the spiritual spring was bound by the formation, so it would not leak out. It was the place of practice. For this, Yang Kai is very satisfied. But now that everyone has settled here, the name of Taishuanzong can no longer be used. After all, we will have to deal with other forces on Gloom Star in the future. We cannot always use the names of Longshe Mountain or Taishuanzong, Yangyan and Wuyi. When someone came over to ask Yang Kai's opinion, Yang Kai immediately replaced the plaque of Taishuanzong with Lingshaozong. Although it has not been announced to the world, it can be regarded as a low-key establishment of a sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect of Yang Kai's origin, so calling this new place of residence High Heaven sect was a matter of course. No one else had any opinion on this, and they didn't even ask Yang Kai too much about the meaning of the name. They have already regarded Yang Kai as a leader-like figure. Even if Yang Kai's name is bad, they will not say much. It was the woman surnamed Yi who praised the name of the new sect. After such a long time of contact, Yang Kai also understood the origin of the woman surnamed Yi. Yi Xian, the last suzerain of Xingdi Mountain. A person with a great reputation, on the Gloom Star, once had a hand and an eye. Unfortunately, many years ago, I don't know why I left Xingdi Mountain. Everyone thought that she had fallen and died, but they didn't know that she had been living in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests. If Zheqi hadn't accidentally discovered Yangyan this time, she probably wouldn't have left the customs. As the first suzerain of Xingdi Mountain, Yi Xian only took 2 things with her when she left Xingdi Mountain. One was the king-level secret treasure, the bone erosion lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait belonging to the Star Emperor. According to ancient legends in Xingdi Mountain, although the great emperor is sleeping, he will come back to the world one day. Time flies, and after tens of thousands of years, this ancestral motto has been gradually forgotten. Xingdi Mountain itself does not know whether it really has any relationship with Xingtong Emperor, but Yi Xian firmly believes in it. In order to find out the emperor's secret, she searched all the ancient books and came up with an astonishing clue, that is, the emperor encountered a powerful enemy and was seriously injured. He had to use some kind of magical power and fell into a deep sleep, waiting for his injuries to recover. This coincides with the secret that Yang Yan and Yang Kai said before. In order to find out this news, Yi Xian spent tens of hundreds of years. During that time, she didn't ask anything about Xingdi Mountain. As a result, the power was left behind, and finally she was taken advantage of by the traitor and forced to leave Xingdi Mountain. There is only one reason why she would spend so much time inquiring about the Emperor's clues: she wants to advance to the Void King realm. Although she doesn't know much about the cultivation realm of the Great Emperor, she also knows that it is definitely beyond the Void King realm. Since the Great Emperor could reach that realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade, and Yi Xian's original intention was to find a way to advance to the Void King realm for herself through inquiring, but she didn't want to inquire about such secrets. After leaving Xingdi Mountain, she lived in seclusion, and the portrait of the Great Emperor hung in her cave, burning incense in the morning and evening, and prostrating 3 times in the morning and evening. Zhe is a disciple she adopted many years ago. Although she is a teacher and apprentice, Zhe calls her a master. When he often visits Yixian or asks for advice on difficult problems in cultivation, Zhe has naturally seen her many times. Portrait of the Great. So this guy was in Tianyan City. When he saw Yang Yan at first, it was like seeing a ghost, with a submissive and fearful look. The last time he returned to Yixian's side, he narrated what he had seen. Yixian rushed towards Longshe Mountain without waiting for his injury to recover. Although there are people with similar looks in the world, it is impossible to have exactly the same face. Yixian guessed at that time that the woman named Yang Yan might be related to the emperor. After rushing to Longshe Mountain, Yixian immediately confirmed her guess when she communicated with Yang Yan using the communication compass. Otherwise, how could she help Longshe Mountain for no reason? How could someone with the top cultivation of the void returning third layer be obedient to Yang Yan? If she had any doubts before, then through these days of contact, she has completely dispelled her doubts. In this world, only the Emperor can refine such a battleship, and only the Emperor can easily break through Taishuanzong's protective array. She subconsciously thought that Yang Yan was the reincarnation of the Great Emperor, but she didn't know that the Great Emperor's body was still sleeping in the Emperor Garden. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation.